A narration marvels at a baby's tiny, adorable hands. The narrator reflects that such hands were only cute on others. A brown-haired baby despairs over their new, tiny hands. A woman in a green hanbok asks the sighing baby what's wrong. As the woman lifts her, the baby panics while the woman praises her calm demeanor. The woman notes the baby's regal air, despite being a concubine's daughter. The baby thrashes in protest, while the woman mistakes it for energy. The baby grimly realizes they've been reincarnated into a historical drama world. The baby's status as a disfavored concubine's daughter is revealed. The baby wonders if being a true king's daughter means a life of luxury. Two ladies-in-waiting doze off, one complaining about her poor condition. The baby silently fumes over the neglect from the wet nurse and ladies-in-waiting. Sigh. The baby laments being reborn as an unloved princess, an ongju. The baby worries about the precarious life of an unfavored princess. The baby considers the meager resources available in this era. A horrifying thought strikes the baby, the era's high infant mortality rate. The baby deduces this isn't the true Joseon dynasty, but must still be careful. A woman's hand reaches for the baby, asking if she's hungry, causing the baby to panic. The baby internally screams as the woman prepares to breastfeed. The woman wonders why the baby refuses to eat, but the baby thinks it's natural. The baby reveals the real problem. Honey is mixed into the food. The baby protests the dangerous lack of medical knowledge regarding honey for infants. A somber expression appears on the baby's face before a memory surfaces. A flashback reveals the tragic death of a younger sibling and parents in a car accident. The protagonist's sister endured paying hospital bills for their parents, who never woke up. The protagonist recalls being a burden to their sister, who sacrificed her own life in marriage. A memory surfaces of exchanging gifts, including a drama script from their sister. The protagonist remembers walking home from work, planning to read that script. Screech! A sudden flash of light signifies a terrible accident. Lying on the pavement, the protagonist's final thoughts are of their sister, now all alone. A tearful memory of apologizing to her sister surfaces. A woman in a light blue hanbok gently asks the baby to come to her. The woman in the light blue hanbok smiles warmly, surrounded by flowers. Being held by the woman, the baby is struck by how much she resembles her sister. The woman lifts the baby, who thinks how strange it is that this is her new mother. Cradled by her new mother, the baby feels she's more like her sister. The baby cries, apologizing internally for leaving her sister alone. As the baby sleeps in her mother's arms, a thought expresses hope they are together again. An unseen person worries about sending the frail baby to a strange environment. The baby awakens, annoyed by the disturbance while she was sleeping soundly. Startled, the baby hears someone begging for more time and recognizes her sister's voice. Held by a stern woman in a pink hanbok, the baby wonders who this stranger is. The baby's mother cries, begging to keep her frail child, and the baby wonders if it's her sister. The woman in pink coldly dismisses the mother's plea, citing her postpartum fever. The woman in pink smirks, declaring she will raise the child now so the mother can rest. The baby is furious, knowing her mother's fever is long gone and this woman never cared before. Seeing her mother's tearful face, the baby questions the woman's sudden concern. The woman in pink sternly orders the crying mother inside to rest. Tears stream down the baby's face as she silently protests being taken. Wah! The baby cries out, desperate not to be separated from her sister. Wah! The baby cries as the woman in the pink hanbok complains she woke her. The woman in pink calls for the nanny and orders her to take the child. Thrashing in the nanny's arms, the baby thinks defiantly, "Don't make my sister cry." Kya! Dropped by the nanny, the baby plummets upside down in sheer terror. The baby's mother screams in horror, lunging desperately to catch her falling child. A young man in a royal blue robe swoops in and catches the baby, as the women collapse in shock. Cradling her safely, the young man gently asks the wide-eyed baby if she's all right. A relieved smile graces the young man's face as he adjusts his tall hat. Staring up at her rescuer, the baby is filled with wonder, silently asking who he is. The baby's tiny hand touches his robe as she begins to recognize something familiar. She recognizes the royal Gonryongpo, realizing her savior is the crown prince. Ladies-in-waiting rush to the crown prince, anxiously asking if his highness is unharmed. The crown prince calmly reassures a kneeling lady-in-waiting that he is fine. Looking down at the infant in his arms, he adds that his young sister is fine as well. The baby pats the scraped golden dragon embroidery, worried about the precious robe. The crown prince smiles warmly, asking if she was worried he was hurt, and dismisses the damaged attire. The baby worries for the poor seamstresses who will have to re-embroider the intricate patterns. Another young royal pats the crown prince's back, teasing that the brave baby has more substance than him. Cuddling against his chest, the baby feels safe, amazed the crown prince would protect a concubine's daughter. The woman in pink and her attendants approach, asking the crown prince why he is there. The crown prince explains he came to see his weak younger sister, who never had a proper celebration. Confronting Lady Yongbin, the crown prince demands to know what's going on after witnessing the accident. A lady-in-waiting explains that Lady Yun's refusal to hand over the child caused the commotion. The crown prince glares, demanding to know why his only sister was put in such danger. Lady Yongbin apologizes nervously, as the crown prince gives her a stern warning. He reminds her that being entrusted with the child by the king carries great significance, leaving the baby confused. He suggests the baby's mother, Lady Yun, should calm her shaken child before she's taken. The baby observes the tense situation, noting the crown prince's mention of the king's strict orders. In a chibi-style thought, the baby realizes the disagreement is between royalty and a concubine, all because of her. The crown prince appeals to Lady Yongbin's compassion, while the baby urges him to inform the king. Lady Yongbin concedes, agreeing to give Lady Yun some time out of respect for the prince's concern. Held by the crown prince, the baby senses the thick, dangerous aroma of palace intrigue. As officials call the prince to his studies, the baby realizes she must now fight for her life. Sob. The baby clings tightly to the crown prince, silently begging him not to leave her. He gently comforts her, promising to speak with her father, and she sighs in relief. The crown prince returns the baby to her mother, asking Lady Yun to care for his sister. Her mother holds her close, tears streaming down her face as the baby gazes up at her. Seeing her mother's tears, the baby begins to cry as well, thinking of her sister. Snuggling against her mother, the baby sadly thinks she could have been treated better. The crown prince casts one last gentle look at his sister and her mother before turning to leave. Formally entrusting the baby to Lady Yongbin, the crown prince departs. Lady Yongbin smirks, her thoughts turning ominously toward another prince, Yongan. The scene shifts to a modern bedroom where a brown-haired woman sleeps soundly. An unseen person tries to wake the sleeping woman, calling her Yoon Si-woo. A flashback reveals doting parents who never disciplined their youngest son. Consequently, his two older sisters took it upon themselves to educate him, much to his dismay. Thanks to his sisters, the boy grew up well-behaved and popular, aided by his good looks. The narration ends with a tragic question. Did the brother they raised die in an accident? Back in the past, a young boy in a green handbox stands over the baby, asking if she is awake. Surrounded by flowers, the little boy in green gives a charming, gentle smile. A baby awakens, wondering who and where she is. Wow, she is bewildered by the grand room and strange women. She recognizes two people: the nurse who force-fed her and a maid who dropped her. A young person in a green handbook insults her for her lowly origins. HMPH. The person pokes her cheek, but she turns away defiantly. The person looms closer, angered that the baby is ignoring them. A hand suddenly grabs the person's wrist, stopping them. Ouch. The person is thrown back as a court lady steps in to protect the baby. A court lady shields the baby, addressing the attacker as Lord Gyeongjian. Lord Gyeongjian fumes, warning the court lady her actions will cause trouble. Enraged, Lord Gyeongjian violently grabs the courtier's hair. As the courtier apologizes, Lord Gyeongjian shoves her away forcefully. The protective court lady collapses to the floor. The room is in chaos after the sudden, violent outburst. Watching the injured woman, the baby's eyes fill with tears. She looks on in wide-eyed, helpless distress. Chirp, a sudden sound, startles the baby from her fear. A calm voice from the doorway asks about the commotion. A woman in a floral pink handbag appears, questioning the lack of care for the young lady. She enters the room, taking in the scene of chaos and the collapsed court lady. The woman demands an explanation from a now trembling Prince Gyeongjian. The prince makes excuses while his mother insults the baby princess, calling her displeasing. Prince Gyeongjian smiles coldly, vowing not to make the same mistake again. Horrified, the baby listens, wondering what is happening. The woman in pink remains silent, her expression unreadable. His mother lectures Prince Gyeongjian on his duty while the baby tries to crawl away. She sternly reminds the prince not to call her mother in public. The baby understands He is Prince Gyeongjin, son of a concubine. The prince dismissively refers to the baby as that thing, shocking her. His mother corrects him, stating that, regardless of her birth, the baby is his sister. Prince Gyeongjin reluctantly agrees with his mother. Announcing it's late, the prince takes his leave. Sighs. The baby feels a moment of relief, but worries for her future. The baby overhears two court ladies gossiping about Prince Gyeongjin's sour mood. Their conversation turns to the king, who lost interest in women until meeting court lady Sungyeon. The woman in pink smiles, thinking about the new power dynamics now that a child has been born. The ladies recall the grim history of concubine's children, who often died young. They express their surprise that court lady Yeon's baby actually survived. Overhearing them, the baby scowls at the hostile atmosphere. The woman in pink explains her reasoning for bringing the baby. Many royal children die early. She believes a surviving child will naturally draw the king's attention. As Prince Gyeongjin's mother, she declares herself the best choice to raise the princess. The baby is stunned, realizing she is a pawn in a fierce concubine rivalry. The woman plots to use the princess to attract the king and bear another child herself. Her chilling plan continues. Once she has her own child, the princess will be disposable. She gives a sharp, calculating glance over her shoulder. The woman turns to the nurse, asking if she has been feeding the baby honey as instructed. The nurse confirms she has followed the orders exactly. When the nurse reports the princess keeps refusing, the woman notes her sharp sense for a low-born child. The baby realizes, with horror, that she was being deliberately poisoned. Clutching her robe, she thinks desperately that staying here means death. She laments her harsh new life, wondering if she's being punished for a past sin. She recalls her good deeds, feeling her early death was punishment enough. Resolving to survive, the baby decides she must find a way to get back at Lady Yongbin. Bwah! Her survival plan begins with a loud, piercing wail. Lady Yongbin and her attendants panic as the baby cries, and she orders them to soothe the princess. Held by a lady-in-waiting, the baby fumes, confirming the honey was a deliberate attempt on her life. As the baby wails, Lady Yongbin suggests a physician, but her attendants protest in fear. Lady Yongbin worries that if the baby falls ill now, she will be blamed for it. More concerned with her reputation than the baby's health, she demands they silence her cries immediately. A woman decides to muffle the baby's cries by covering her with a blanket. Muga! A blanket is shoved over her face, muffling her desperate screams. A man in a grand red robe arrives just as the cruel act unfolds. Huh. The women gasp in shock, caught completely off guard by the sudden arrival. Lady Yongbin stares in wide-eyed terror, a purple butterfly mark visible on her cheek. The king furiously confronts Lady Yongbin, demanding to know what she is doing. Lady Yongbin claims it's a misunderstanding, while the baby struggles to breathe under the blanket. Whoosh! The blanket is suddenly ripped away from the baby's face. A hand frees the crying baby, who looks up with tear-filled eyes. Now held by the king, the baby immediately stops crying and recognizes his royal robe. The king sternly reminds Lady Yongbin that he entrusted the princess to her care. As Lady Yongbin begs for forgiveness, the king turns his back, refusing to hear her excuses. He holds his daughter close, pointing out that she stopped crying the moment he held her, disproving the fever story. Lady Yongbin stammers a weak excuse, claiming the baby was just shy with her. The king dismisses her, ordering a lady-in-waiting named Kim Sang-gung to take the princess to her wet nurse. As the lady-in-waiting reaches for her, the baby thinks defiantly, refusing to go quietly. Wah! She erupts into tears again, clinging tightly to the king's robe. The king looks down, puzzled by her fearful resistance to her own caretakers. The king sentences a shocked Lady Yongbin to be confined, admitting he misjudged her fitness to care for the princess. He ignores her pleas and orders his attendant to summon the royal physician for the child. The king decides to take the baby to his own chambers for her safety. Carrying his daughter, the king walks away, leaving Lady Yongbin and her attendants to their fate. Holding the sleeping baby, the king reflects with regret that he never visited, even when the late queen was alive. A flashback reveals the queen's sorrow, having lost multiple children since her time as crown princess. After becoming queen, she had another princess, but the narration hints at more tragedy to come. The brief period of happiness ended when that young princess died early from an illness. The queen's grief deepened after she raised a concubine's child who also passed away, making her blame herself. Ultimately, the queen succumbed to a long illness, leaving behind only a tombstone. The king somberly recalls the painful history of royal children rarely surviving to adulthood. Because the crown prince was also frail, the king had decided to have no more children and ignored his newborn daughter. The king recalls telling the crown prince he had impulsively visited his youngest sibling that day. The crown prince clarifies, asking if he means their unnamed baby sister, not Prince Gyeonggon. The king remembers cautioning the crown prince against growing attached to his younger siblings due to past losses. The king questions the crown prince's assertion that the baby is strong and intelligent. An inner monologue explains the crown prince's deep affection for his siblings stems from losing his own full sister. The crown prince smiles, recalling how the baby didn't cry when he caught her and instead hugged him, proving her intelligence. The king remembers the scene at the pavilion, realizing with disgust how foolish Lady Yongbin's actions were. Lady Yongbin's history is detailed. She was the prime minister's adopted daughter and mother to Prince Gyeonggon, positioning her to become queen. But as a shattering glass visual implies, the expectation that she was worthy of being queen was completely wrong. The king reflects that it would have been better if Seonbin, mother of Prince Gyeongwon, had survived. Cuddling the sleeping child, the king decides he impulsively brought her here for just one night. On a moonlit balcony, the king finds it admirable and pitiable that the child calmed in his arms. The baby's eyes flutter open as she drowsily wonders when she fell asleep. Now in white robes, the king looks down and questions the dark stain he sees. He notices the baby is awake, and she stares back at him with wide, curious eyes. Wah! A piercing cry suddenly erupts from the royal chambers, startling two ladies in waiting. Held in unfamiliar arms, the baby cries uncontrollably, unable to calm herself down. The king looks wearily at the crown prince, who denies lying about his sister not crying. The crown prince smiles warmly, gently comforting his little sister and telling her not to cry. Her tears instantly dry as she thinks his handsome and kind demeanor will make him popular. The baby realizes the king's timely rescue was all thanks to the crown prince's intervention. She eagerly toddles from her father's lap into the arms of the approaching crown prince. The crown prince embraces the baby warmly amidst a backdrop of beautiful yellow flowers. He tells the king she remembers him, but the king scoffs, unconvinced, as she snuggles closer. The king sulks, asking why she cries at his face, which makes the baby frown at his childish tone. The crown prince asks if she cried yesterday, and the king admits she calmed down and slept in his arms. The crown prince suggests she was simply startled waking up in a new place, but the king seems doubtful. The baby buries her face in the crown prince's shoulder, avoiding the king's gaze. She thinks that of course she cried, waking up in a dark room held by a complete stranger. Realizing who the stranger is, the baby cries hysterically, unable to adapt to her father. A strange thought strikes her. Could this man look like the brother-in-law she never met? The horrifying possibility makes her cry even harder, confusing the king, who asks why she's upset again. A lady-in-waiting nervously suggests the baby is just frightened by all the strangers. The crown prince observes that she's calm with him but cries with their father, guessing the beard startled her. He holds her close, deciding it's best not to upset a person in power, despite the difficulty. The crown prince suggests the king give the nameless princess a childhood name. Stroking his beard, the king thoughtfully considers his son's suggestion. Wah! The baby protests loudly, as the king mentions giving her a humble name for a long life. A hand reaches for a book as a voice laughs, dismissing the superstitious idea. The crown prince opens a book, kindly suggesting they choose a name she likes from it. The baby stares at the complex characters in the book, feeling dizzy and confused. She crawls to the book, frustrated that she can't read the characters despite knowing them in her past life. Determined, she resolves to learn the language, so she won't be treated like a fool. Ooh. Her eyes light up with sudden understanding as she looks at the characters. Her tiny finger points decisively to a single character meaning to bestow. The crown prince asks if she likes that one, and the baby nods eagerly in confirmation. The king is skeptical, questioning if she's serious and suspecting the crown prince is joking. Ah! The baby insists, emphatically pointing at the book to confirm her choice. The king, though surprised, agrees that the meaning is good, despite the coincidence. To bestow elegance. The scene transitions to a sunny day, showing the roof of a palace building. A court lady from the royal palace offers the young lady a spoonful of food. The baby eyes the offered spoon with deep and immediate suspicion. Sitting on the king's lap, she defiantly turns her head away from the court lady's spoon. HMPH. As the king asks why she's complaining, the baby internally fumes, not trusting the lady's intentions. She recalls a day of horrors disguised as kindness, cementing her distrust of everyone. A lady-in-waiting finally feeds the baby, assuming she was just hungry after all. The baby waves her arms happily. As the court lady notes, she recognizes the king. The king smiles with delight, realizing the crown prince's judgment about his daughter was right. A hand offers the baby a spoonful of medicine, urging her to eat. Wow. Her sudden tantrum echoes through the palace as someone questions her crying. A court lady explains that the princess is sensitive to strangers and only the king and crown prince can hold her, but she's sure the baby will get used to it. Held by the king, the baby finally eats as a court lady thinks he's surprisingly ordinary, and he hopes his daughter adapts soon. The baby reflects that although days have passed since moving, not much has changed in her life. She comically describes her new life, a half-hearted father and a handsome, doting older brother. A kind-looking woman with brown hair tied in a bun smiles warmly. Now drowsy after her meal, the baby starts to fall asleep in the king's arms. From another room, a lady-in-waiting notes how particular the princess is, keeping the king constantly at her side. As the baby sleeps, the lady-in-waiting wonders if something happened at Chuyang Hall, just as the baby wakes up annoyed. Overhearing the maid's whisper about her strange protectiveness and someone's connection to Chuyang Hall, the baby has a chilling realization. The ladies-in-waiting gasp in surprise, realizing the young miss is awake. The baby frantically searches for the emperor, panicked to find herself alone with unfamiliar maids. A sudden wave of panic washes over the terrified baby. The maids fret over the king's absence while the baby covers her ears, and one suggests taking the princess to him. Wah! Memories of the suspicious maids at Chuyang Hall flash through her mind, and she lets out a terrified scream. A maid cries out as the baby quickly crawls away from her outstretched hand. The ladies-in-waiting stare in shock as the baby sits alone, asking what is going on. A single tear rolls down the baby's cheek as she looks up helplessly. The crown prince bows to his teacher, apologizing for being late. The elderly teacher addresses the crown prince, asking about the young lady in his arms. The crown prince happily asks his teacher if the baby is his younger sister, while she looks on with a puzzled, "Ah?" A lady-in-waiting explains that the king had to step away, and the princess was startled upon waking up. The baby feels relieved, but internally questions if it is appropriate for her to join the crown prince's study session. The teacher invites the crown prince to sit, remarking that he's heard the king is overwhelmed by the particular princess. Sitting on her brother's lap, she resolves not to disturb his important studies for the future of the kingdom. Ooh, her interest piqued. The baby pats a book, prompting the crown prince to ask if she wants to study. The crown prince covers his mouth, trying to hide a delighted chuckle. Ah, the teacher looks on in surprise at the scene before him. The teacher declares the princess is wise, and the crown prince proudly boasts that his sister Sia is so intelligent, she even chose her own name. As the crown prince explains she chose her name from a book, the teacher's blank expression suggests he doesn't believe a word of it. The baby correctly guesses the teacher is thinking he's just lying. Sighing, she worries she'll get a reputation as a fool, since no one would believe a baby named herself. The baby glances curiously over her shoulder. She notices the stern-looking bodyguard who always stands behind the crown prince. She recognizes him as the bodyguard, who is always by the crown prince's side. She wonders about his proper title, questioning if royal guard is correct. Noting his youth among middle-aged officials, she wonders if he's exceptionally talented, as the teacher asks the crown prince to recite his lesson. What heaven imparts to man is called human nature. To follow our nature is called the way. Regulating the way is called instruction. The way may not be left for an instant. If it could be left, it would not be the way. For this reason, the superior man is cautious about what he does not see and fearful about what he does not hear. There is nothing more visible than what is hidden, and nothing more manifest than what is subtle. Therefore, the superior man is watchful over himself when he is alone. The crown prince begins his recitation, explaining that heaven bestows nature, and following it is the way. As he continues reciting, the baby thinks he is doing well but seems distracted. The teacher interrupts, suggesting the crown prince should focus on studying as he playfully touches the baby's hand. The baby fumes internally as the crown prince affectionately pokes her cheek. The baby suddenly gets to her feet and calls out for her Abui, startling her brother. She toddles to the teacher's desk and calls for Abu, leaving him utterly bewildered. She slaps the book emphatically, demanding they study. shocking the crown prince. The teacher interprets her actions as a scolding for the crown prince to focus, and the prince sheepishly agrees. The crown prince smiles, continuing to recite the doctrine of the mean with renewed focus. Both the teacher and the crown prince watch with amusement as the baby adorably mimics studying. A bright, peaceful day dawns over the royal estate. An official observes that with the highness's affection for the princess, wedding preparations could begin soon. Holding the baby, the crown prince thinks to himself, "Finally, it happened." An attendant cautions the crown prince against being too hasty with wedding plans, but the prince insists that once a new queen is chosen, his wedding will surely follow. Annoyed by their conversation, the baby's advanced mind begins analyzing the familiar situation. She compares their dynamic to a tired family drama about remarriage, wondering if humanity has evolved at all. Suddenly, her tiny hand shoots up to grab his chin. OWW. She covers his mouth to silence him, much to his surprise. He gets the message, laughing as he agrees to just play with Sia instead. A narrator notes that the crown prince truly enjoys playing with his younger sibling. The king appears, remarking that his son seems to enjoy playing more than studying. The crown prince rises and formally greets the king. The king asks if Sia is feeling better after crying, and the prince reassures his father. The prince explains he went to comfort Sia, who secretly wonders if he was genuinely worried, while the king expresses his gladness. With a dark look, the prince's true intentions are revealed, shocking the baby. Feigning concern for his tired father, the prince vows to keep Sia with him a little longer. He asks to let Sia sleep in his palace, but the king, determined not to lose, refuses the request. Placed in the middle of their argument, the confused baby weighs her options. Feeling sympathy for her father, she decides she wants to stay with him. With a determined glance, the baby makes her choice. She recalls her feeling that the people of the East Palace dislike her. Concluding that even smiling faces can't be trusted, she resolves to be cautious. The king proposes a test to see who Sia will crawl to, forcing her to make a choice. Smugly confident she'll choose him, the king lays down the challenge, much to the baby's exasperation. Both men call out to Sia, beckoning her to come to them. The baby looks on, bewildered by their childish behavior. As she begins to crawl, the king confidently assumes she's coming to him. With a determined look, she realizes she can do whatever she wants. Both the king and the crown prince watch with bated breath. She crawls directly between them, choosing neither and leaving both men stunned. Sia, they cry out in shock as she crawls right past them. As the attendants shout in alarm, the princess makes a break for it. She crawls toward a man in a large black hat, reaching for him. The man catches her, surprised, as she babbles happily up at him. The king looks on in disbelief, wondering why she chose a man named Seono. Seono asks if she wishes to leave, and she nods in confirmation. He gently asks her to reconsider for the sad-looking king and prince, but she stays silent. She's annoyed that they're acting gloomy after forcing her into this situation. Boo, she finally loses her temper, throwing a tantrum at their immaturity. Both the king and the prince are flabbergasted, having just been scolded by a baby for the first time. One of them remarks that he felt he could actually understand her, relieved that she seems to have understood them in turn. As she narrates, she returned to the grand palace that day. Though the crown prince looked regretful as she left, she knew he would visit again tomorrow. After hearing how she had cried for him, the king became even more attentive and stayed close by her side. Realizing the palace maids were innocent bystanders, she decided to treat them with more kindness. Although her life is stable, she worries that if she stays, she'll never get back to her sister. She sadly recalls the last news she heard. Her sister had fallen ill from a broken heart. Wondering if she is okay now, an image of her ailing sister flashes in her mind. With a clenched fist, she resolves that this situation cannot continue. A man in red royal robes reads a scroll, deciding he must cause some trouble. The baby glares with determination, planning to show him that childcare isn't easy. The scene transitions over a bright, sunny sky and leafy branches. The baby sits with her back to a large, open scroll, lost in thought. The man in red looks down with a conflicted expression, wondering what he should do with Sia. Sia sits alone, thinking that while she tried to avoid emotional attachment, the world doesn't go as planned. The man in red holds a scroll, considering it might be better to entrust her to someone else, calling himself a useless father. As Sia watches from afar, he wonders if he should leave her with her mother, Lady Yun, thinking it would look better if she raised the princess before becoming a concubine. He worries that if Lady Yun becomes a consort, troublesome people will surely make a fuss. He reflects on the political situation. Ministers are already chattering about selecting a queen, and they will object if he prioritizes a concubine, especially since they've been protecting someone named Yongbin after Lady Yun's recent neglect of the princess. He sadly wonders if any of them genuinely care about the princess at all. A close-up shows the baby's tiny fingers holding a small, carved object. He recalls how she plays with toys but eventually gets bored and quietly watches him from the side by the memorial, which allows him to leave her in the room when he needs to be alone. The baby smiles with pure joy as someone holds her hands. The man sits at his desk, thinking to himself that he wants to see her again. He looks up in shock to find her seat empty, realizing she's missing. His eyes widen in panic as he desperately wonders where she could have gone. The view focuses on a large, ornate porcelain vase resting on a stand. He spots her. She's standing on a chair, reaching for the vase as he calls out her name. His jaw drops in utter disbelief as he realizes she's standing on her own two legs. Wow! She looks back over her shoulder, holding a golden accessory. With the accessory in hand, she unlatches a nearby cabinet door. As the cabinet opens, the vase teeters and begins to fall, startling the baby. Crash! He shouts Sia and lunges forward to save her. An attendant and several court ladies arrive at the doorway, staring in shock. The attendant rushes into the room, frantically asking His Majesty what happened. Gasp! He covers his mouth, having seen the undignified sight of the king sprawled face down on the floor. Phew! The king holds the baby close, catching his breath as she looks at him with concern. From outside the room, a voice asks if they should call for the physician. The king, now standing with the baby, dismisses the need for a doctor and asks about the princess's well-being. His attendant notes, she seems perfectly fine. An attendant holding the baby suggests moving her now that she's started standing, and the king agrees, ordering all breakable and dangerous items to be put away for her safety. Seeing the chaotic mess of spilled ink and scattered papers, he decides the entire room needs to be cleared. Sigh. An attendant holds the sleeping baby while the king looks on wearily. A moment of shared confusion hangs in the air between the two men. The attendant asks if the princess just sighed, but the king dismisses it as impossible, while the baby thinks she almost got caught. Ahem. The attendant offers to organize the important documents before calling the court ladies. He explains that, thanks to the baby, he has to move a red box containing 2 jade rings. Voo! The baby fusses in the king's arms, and he asks her what's wrong. She looks up at him, feeling guilty that he threw himself to catch her, but he reassures her that it doesn't hurt. The king holds the crying baby, admitting his old joints make him feel sorry. He shows her the box, explaining that items belonging to the late queen fell out when the drawer opened. Inside the box are the 2 jade rings, which he explains he bought for the queen when he was the crown prince. He fondly remembers how happy she was, despite the gift's insignificance, leading the baby to think they had a good relationship. With a somber expression, the king holds the baby and the box, thinking he was just a useless sinner to her. He recalls the queen's past, explaining that she was chosen as crown princess at a young age and lived a glorious but unhappy life under constant scrutiny. Her gentle nature, though praised by royal elders, was not suited for the harsh realities of the palace. The constant stress weighed heavily on her heart, forcing her to take medicine constantly. She tragically struggled to conceive, suffering miscarriages and the early death of her firstborn son. He remembers how much she must have suffered when even her own family pressured her to bring in a concubine. A beautiful painting depicts a happy memory of the king, the queen, and their 2 children walking together. A flashback reveals a woman's final thoughts, hoping to meet a deceased princess as she welcomes her own death and escape from the palace. A man remembers the late queen, who wanted a peaceful life for the princess she bore and wished for her to marry late. The memory fades to the present, focusing on the soft, warm baby the queen longed for. The king tells the baby that Lady Yun must feel the same love for her, prompting a curious woo from his daughter. He chuckles, taking her sound as confirmation that she knows Lady Yun is her biological mother. The baby happily crawls away from the king with a cheerful giggle. The king wonders what Lady Yongbin could have done to make a child so frightened of her. Heck, the baby gasps, crawling quickly toward a valuable porcelain vase as the king asks why she keeps reaching for it. The king snatches her up just in time, telling her to give up for now and promising she can have all the porcelain she wants when she's older. He stares at her face, surprised by the sheer desperation in her expression. With sparkling eyes, the baby internally declares the shiny porcelain will be hers. Holding his daughter, the king muses that her lively expressions are new to him and assumes she's just attracted to the shiny object. As two ladies in waiting carry the vase away, he sternly warns his giggling daughter not to try that again. The king laughs, delighted by his daughter's unpredictable nature as he holds her close. The scene shifts to a palace rooftop at dusk, hinting that even more absurd events are yet to come. An elderly counselor addresses the king, insisting that the queen's seat must be filled. The man is identified as Lord Chief State Counselor Hong Sang-jo, the foster father of Lady Yongbin. The counselors formally petition the king, who holds the sleeping princess, to select a new queen immediately. The king dismisses their urgency, stating he will not discuss the royal family matter with the council any further. As the counselor shouts in protest, the king shushes him, pointing out that the princess is sleeping. He sighs, annoyed that news of Lady Yongbin's confinement has spread so quickly outside the palace walls. The counselors prostrate themselves, pleading with the king to restore discipline and heed their counsel. The king internally identifies the sly minister speaking, and notes the presence of the crown prince's foolish maternal uncle. He realizes the council's scheme to elevate Lady Yongbin to queen, a plan he thinks they could easily sell to an unbright king. The king weighs his options, knowing that appointing Lady Yongbin would only be a temporary solution that would cause more discord later. A minister's loud plea startles the sleeping baby awake. Wah! A sudden, piercing cry erupts from the baby, stunning the council members into silence. The cry is so powerful that it causes a trickle of blood to run from a counselor's ear. The king quickly tries to comfort his daughter, murmuring, "It's all right, Sia." A quiet moment passes, the room filled only with the soft sounds of Sia patting her father's chest. Having made her point, the baby settles into a quiet, sad sniffle. The three counselors sit in stunned, awkward silence after the baby's outburst. Regaining their composure, they formally argue that Lady Yongbin is the most suitable candidate to stabilize the throne. A counselor presses the issue, insisting Lady Yongbin must become queen immediately, as Sia looks on with a weary sigh. As the baby begins to coo, the lead counselor stares at her, his argument cut short. The king gently pats his daughter's back, quietly reassuring her that everything is fine. He turns his attention back to the silent chief state counselor. The chief state counselor bows his head and formally apologizes to the king. But his apology is short-lived as he glares up, his expression hardening with defiance. One counselor whispers to another that the second round of negotiations has just begun. As the counselors again demand a swift decision, the baby starts to fuss. Ah! She lets out another ear-splitting scream, once again silencing the entire room. The debate devolves into a cycle of arguments, followed by the baby's strategic wails, marking round after round of failed negotiations. Exhausted by the ordeal, the king holds his now sleeping daughter, a dark aura of frustration surrounding him. One of the junior counselors suggests to the chief state counselor that they should retreat for the day. The chief state counselor glares, dismissing the suggestion as nonsense. He slams his fist down, vowing to wear the king down, and loudly proclaiming the importance of filling the queen's seat to stabilize the kingdom. The chief state counselor desperately begs the king to listen to their plea. He pauses mid-sentence, looking to the side with a confused expression. Why? The room is once again filled with the baby's powerful, debate-ending cry. The baby violently slaps an old man's face, leaving him stunned. The king looks on from the side, utterly shocked by her outburst. As officials ask what's wrong, the princess throws a tantrum on the floor, screaming, "Ka!" She reaches up and grabs the old man's robes, babbling defiantly. "Ack!" With surprising strength, she yanks his collar, choking him. As two officials try to hide their laughter, one nervously calls out to the princess. A court lady and an older official watch with concern as the baby continues to wail. Held by the king, Sia pokes the man in the eye as her father pleads with her to stop. Her tiny hands push the man's face away with forceful determination. The king apologizes to the kneeling chief state counselor, explaining that his wailing daughter is just a child. The chief state counselor fumes, recalling he was warned not to wake her and wondering how he ended up in this humiliating situation. Cradling his now calm daughter, the king dismisses everyone, stating that the princess is in a bad mood. From outside the palace doors, a voice is heard accepting the king's command. The chief state counselor and the court ladies depart from the room. Now alone, the king soothes the panting baby, telling her it's quiet now. The chief state counselor seethes, recalling how the cranky baby reached for his face before he laughs to himself. He believes the real problem is Lady Yongbin's failure to win the king's favor. He scoffs internally, remembering she has only managed to produce a single prince. Continuing his thought, he declares her incompetent for not bearing another son since. He recalls that the Queen Dowager gave Lady Yongbin the task of caring for the princess to earn the king's favor. He narrates his own political move, selecting a beautiful young lady as a concubine after adopting her himself. However, he speculates that her humble background may have resulted in a poor education. He considers that things would be simpler if Lady Sionbin hadn't given birth to a third son, Prince Gyeongguan. A political analysis reveals that with the king unwilling to choose another queen consort, the candidates are Lady Yongbin and Lady Xianbin. However, with Lady Xianbin's family in disgrace and her son's poor health, Lady Yongbin remains the most likely choice for queen. A woman with gray hair confirms there's no need to worry, as the Queen Dowager also supports Lady Yongbin. The chief state counselor decides he will simply wait a little longer for his plans to unfold. A purple-haired mascot explains that the story is a work of fiction set in an imaginary dynasty. Waking up, the baby thinks grumpily that the noise kept her from sleeping well. She's annoyed that the ministers came to discuss the selection of a queen during her nap time and wishes someone would stop them. Their loud voices gave her a restless dream where she was grabbing a man's collar and hitting him. The king holds her, thinking he's tired, then realizes she is awake. He gazes down at his daughter with a warm, loving smile. The baby looks up at him, confused by his unusually soft expression. As the king carries her through a new part of the palace, she wonders where they are going. A woman in a grand purple gown observes them, asking if this is the princess the king cherishes so much. The king formally greets the woman, addressing her as Your Majesty. The baby notes with surprise that her father addressed the woman with a royal title. Looking at the elderly woman's kind face, she realizes this must be her grandmother. Feeling shy, the baby buries her face in her father's shoulder. As the king hands her to the Empress Dowager, he explains that while she is shy with others, she is quiet with him. The Empress Dowager looks at the baby thoughtfully, remarking that she is quite clever. Deciding to make a good impression, the baby resolves to use her business charm. She flashes a huge, radiant smile, letting out a happy squeal. The Empress Dowager walks away with her, commenting on how well she follows people, and questioning why she was so upset in Yongbin's chambers. A woman in a teal dress bows, offering an apology to the Empress Dowager. The baby is horrified to see Lady Yongbin, believing she was supposed to be in confinement. The Empress Dowager offers the baby to Lady Yongbin, suggesting she hug her once more. Wide-eyed with terror, the baby is passed into Lady Yongbin's arms. Ka! Lady Yongbin screams in pain as the baby viciously shoves her away. The baby bursts into tears as the king rushes to her side, calling her name. Don't be afraid. The king holds the baby close, telling her she is safe in his arms as she pats his chest. An elderly woman in purple questions Lady Yongbin, who insists it was all a misunderstanding. The elderly woman dismisses Lady Yongbin, whose face falls at the hurtful command to leave. The mention of Prince Gyeongguan startles the baby from her father's embrace. A blurry, traumatic memory flashes of a young boy holding a crying infant. Kya, a sudden scream startles the king as he holds his daughter. The young boy, Prince Gyeongguan, looks shocked to be told he should leave with Lady Yongbin. As Lady Yongbin and the prince are led away, the boy glances back with a cold, resentful look. Cradled by her father, the baby thinks, with sad resignation, that he can't protect her forever. The discussion shifts as a voice expresses the royal family's concern over the empty queen's quarters. The king argues that the Empress Dowager's presence should suffice, but she counters that the queen has many essential duties and rights to preside over. The Empress Dowager asks if he expects her to manage everything again, while the baby squirms, tired of the talk. As the baby crawls away, the Empress Dowager observes the assembled court ladies. She deduces they must be concubines or princesses as the baby looks upon the seated women. Hope dawns on the baby's face as she realizes her sister might be among them. The king plans to send the baby to Lady Yun's quarters, but the Empress Dowager questions, giving her authority with the queen's seat vacant. A lady in waiting suggests a concubine experienced with children as the baby crawls past the women. A smiling lady in a pale blue hanbok gently declines, remarking that the child seems too shy. The baby's face falls in disappointment, realizing her sister isn't there. As the Empress Dowager suggests any concubine will do, the baby's senses scream a warning of danger. Kya! The baby lets out a piercing shriek, stunning the king and annoying the Empress Dowager. The concubines look on in bewildered shock as the baby wails, confused by her sudden tears. The baby cries, feeling sorry for the concubines, but knowing she can't let her guard down. The king watches with concern, knowing his daughter never cries without a reason. A courtier asks Prince Gyeongwon if he is looking for someone. A young girl with long black hair explains that the princess was searching among the concubines. The girl suggests to the king that the princess may be longing for her birth mother. She then formally requests that Lady Yun be allowed to care for the princess. A court lady comments on how a clever princess couldn't forget Lady Yun's devotion. The king agrees, acknowledging that Lady Sungyun is indeed deeply concerned for the princess. The baby looks up with tears in her eyes, affirming that Lady Sungjun is a good person. Watching Lady Sungyun leave, the baby recalls the king's words, impressed by the first-rank consort's cleverness. The baby realizes she's witnessing a political battle. Sungyun skillfully gained favor while subtly defeating Yongbin in the competition to become queen. Lady Sungyun offers a serene, knowing smile. The scene transitions to a peaceful day at Lady Yun's quarters. Two maids gasp in joyful surprise. A narration bubble announces that the young miss has just taken 7 steps on her own. The baby dressed in a beautiful new hanbok toddles forward unsteadily. A smiling Lady Seungin calls out to her young miss and rushes forward to catch her in a warm embrace. Time passes, and the slightly older toddler sleeps soundly, murmuring boo-boo, as the narration notes their next meeting was after lengthy discussions. The narrator recounts the baby's disruptive antics, starting with her crawling between ministers and scaring them with a funny face. A nervous minister forces a smile, terrified of getting his beard pulled out like his colleague. Her second antic involves stamping historical records with a cat's paw print, eliciting a cry of alarm. The king looks on, bewildered, as the baby crawls toward the scribes during an official proceeding. Her third feat, taking her first steps right in the middle of the royal court, shocking everyone. She stumbles, causing the king and a minister to leap up in alarm and rush to her side. Now in her father's arms, the baby looks up with a confused, as he remarks on her first steps. The king beams with fatherly pride, praising his daughter for doing so well. 2 ministers bow their heads, chuckling discreetly. The baby grits her teeth, knowing rumors of her palace antics will prompt them to separate her from the king. A narration explains that with her new quarters, her sister was officially appointed a royal concubine. As her sister's household staff has been replaced, she plans to observe them carefully. Held in a tight embrace, the baby internally begs her sister to let her go. A lady-in-waiting points out the baby feels suffocated, and Lady Sungyun apologizes, overwhelmed with emotion. Crying with joy, Lady Sungyun marvels at how much the baby has grown, admitting she feared they'd never meet again. Cradled gently, the baby looks on with a quiet, observant expression. The baby softly pats her crying sister's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Lady Sungyun smiles through her tears, touched by the gesture and remarking on how much she's grown. Peeking from her sister's shoulder, the baby sees a sad-looking maid and makes a small sound. The maid asks Lady Sungyun for an introduction to the young miss, and she happily agrees. Lady Sungyun introduces her friend from the inner court, Ami, as the baby looks on curiously. The maid, Ami, smiles warmly, her hands clasped before her. The maid introduces herself as Sungbi, leaving the baby looking slightly confused. The scene shifts to a tranquil view of a traditional palace building. Nom! Now a toddler, the baby chews on a treat as the story begins. Songbi recounts how Lady Seung-yoon defended her from bullying maids and secretly gave her sweets, impressing the listening toddler. Ow! The toddler cheers for her cool sister, and the maid notes her clear affection for her highness. The narration recalls how someone secretly brought homemade treats to her pregnant sister. Lady Seung-yoon reflects on her sister's improved mood, suspecting someone carefully arranged for her old friend to become her maid. A court lady with her hair in a bun wonders if this was orchestrated by Lady Seonbin. Songbi holds the toddler, asking if she enjoys the food she's being fed. Songbi beams with happiness at the toddler's quiet approval. The toddler thoughtfully observes Songbi, worrying if someone so kind can survive the harsh palace life. 3 court maids sneer, gossiping about how a lowly kitchen maid has risen so high. A maid confronts Songbi, and the toddler thinks disapprovingly that they are all palace maids. The maid continues her tirade, questioning Songbi's knowledge of palace rules and her fitness to care for the child. A fellow maid warns her to be quiet, but she scoffs, asking the toddler if she'd tattle on them. Songbi looks down, trembling with shame and frustration. The toddler observes the scene with weary resignation, thinking such bullies are everywhere. She worries that if the maids are this bold in front of her, they will surely bully Songbee in secret. Remembering her own sisters from the same background, she wonders how the maids truly feel about serving her. Holding the toddler, a distressed Songbee wonders what she should do about the bullying. The toddler's eyes narrow with determination as she accepts a bowl. Take that. The toddler purposefully flings her food onto a mean maid, shocking Songbee. Eek! The targeted maid shrieks as she's drenched in the cold soup. A promotional chibi character marks a brief pause in the story. Identified as Lady Min, a senior court lady questions what is happening, having heard the little lady is upset. Lady Min listens, as another court lady hesitates to explain the situation. The lady reveals that the toddler has been deliberately knocking soup bowls onto certain maids. The two ladies discuss the incidents, relieved it was cold soup, but confused by the well-behaved child's actions. The lady theorizes the toddler is defending Songbee from her rivals, an idea that makes Lady Min thoughtful. Lady Min asks for the maids' identities as the scene shows them gossiping bitterly about the princess and her background. One of the gossiping maids looks up in terror as a figure looms over them, stammering, "Madam?" Lady Min stands over the three cowering maids, her authority silencing them completely. Three new, cheerful maids introduce themselves to the toddler as Walby, Sukwa, and Baek. Awu? The toddler realizes her actions brought swift results, happy that the authorities were informed so quickly. In a cute fantasy, the toddler imagines herself yelling, "Stop bullying Songbee, you idiots." Held by a new maid, the toddler confidently thinks she can just kick out any other troublemakers who appear. The toddler flinches, startled by a bright red garment. A maid asks how she likes the new color as the toddler thinks she's suddenly wide awake. She wonders if she's only meant to wear the sparkling red skirt. The toddler looks on, utterly bewildered by the prospect. A visitor arrives, announcing they have brought food. The visitor, a lady with her hair in a bun, smiles, glad to see her looking well. The woman holding her credits Lady Sanbin for her well-being. The visiting lady turns her attention to the toddler, hoping she is well. She then asks for permission to hold the toddler, who looks up in surprise. The woman currently holding her gives a warm, silent nod of approval. The toddler is passed into the visiting lady's arms. The lady introduces the young girl as Youngwon, her new younger sister, asking her to care for the toddler. Youngwon looks up and solemnly agrees to do so. A panel introduces the fiery Gyeongjian and the serene Gyeongwon. The toddler pats Gyeongwon's head, intending to comfort her as a token of thanks. The women find the interaction lovely, but the toddler feels an odd pressure from their praise. Horrified, the toddler is passed into Gyeongwon's arms, protesting internally. As the ladies praise their sibling affection, the toddler resigns herself to the embrace. The toddler fumes, wondering why no one is asking for her opinion. The visiting lady watches with a peaceful, satisfied smile. The other lady suggests Gyeongwon take the toddler for a walk. The visitor then states she has private matters to discuss with Lady Yoon. The doors slide shut, leaving them to their private discussion. Outside, the toddler wonders what secret they could be discussing that requires such privacy. She instinctively reaches for the closed doors, trying to listen in. Yangwon firmly holds her back, warning her not to interrupt the adults. Tisk. The toddler glares resentfully at Gyangwon for stopping her. She continues to stare at the doors, her mind racing with suspicion. Gyangwon observes the toddler, musing that for a baby, her face is quite handsome. Gyangwon feels helpless, blocked by the toddler and wishing she could grow up faster. Walking along the veranda, Gyangwon remarks that the toddler doesn't act like a newborn. She asks if the toddler is frustrated by her inability to walk, and the toddler vehemently agrees internally. Gyangwon warns that even being able to walk freely will still be frustrating. She continues her warning, describing the palace as a suffocating and dangerous place. Gyangwon mentions that the crown prince likes her but advises her not to bother the busy prince. Leaning closer, Gyongwon stresses that she should avoid meeting him at all costs. Her gentle touch accompanies a final warning, making the toddler wonder if this is about Gyeongjian. Suddenly, a black bird plummets from the sky, shocking the toddler and her maids. A splash of blood marks where the dead bird has fallen. A senior maid sternly tells Sukwa to clean up the dead bird immediately. A maid holds the toddler, asking with concern if she was startled by the sight. The maids marvel at her composure, while the toddler thinks it's nothing compared to seeing chickens slaughtered. She recalls similar, pitiful sights from her past life, which desensitized her to such things. Still, she concedes that it's not a pleasant thing to witness. As they walk away, she internally questions the incident, finding it suspicious. A new day dawns over the palace rooftops. The maids recoil in disgust at another unpleasant sight, one covering the toddler's eyes. Spotting a dead mouse, a maid decides to call for help, while another suggests moving the toddler. The toddler notes how everyone has grown accustomed to these grim discoveries as she begins to walk freely. The toddler suspects a specific person is killing the palace animals. A tall figure approaches, asking the toddler if she can walk now. The toddler looks up at the crown prince and Gyeongwon, identified by a nearby maid. The crown prince smiles warmly, happy that the little one has come. He swoops her into a hug, joyfully calling her his life's savior. He remarks on her tiny-sized Gyeongwon, who confirms he was once that small too. The crown prince happily notes she's wearing the cute clothes he sent. Realizing the crown prince has been caring for her, she thinks her clothes have gotten more luxurious and cheers. Ubu. The crown prince invites the toddler to join him and Gyeongwon in a game of Tuho. As the toddler thinks it sounds fun, Gyeongwon watches with a quiet, unreadable expression. She realizes she's taking the prince's time from Gyeongwon, who is still just a child. Sniff. The prince asks if she wants down, sweetly begging her to stay a bit longer. He points to Gyeongwon's sparkling eyes, saying he is eager to play with his brother. The crown prince gently sets the toddler on the ground. Thinking it's her chance, the toddler bolts away, leaving everyone shocked and calling after her. They watch in amazement as her stumbling steps carry her away with surprising speed. Panicked maids give chase, shouting for the lady not to go alone. The crown prince turns back to Gyeongwon, asking if he wants to finish their game. Gasp! The toddler is suddenly caught by a worried-looking maid. She comically imagines protesting her 247 surveillance, demanding privacy and human rights. Held by a maid near a pond, she realizes she's never seen it before, and the maid warns her it's dangerous. The toddler babbles excitedly, and the maid offers to let her see the pond. A glance reveals two other maids, utterly exhausted from the chase. A voice offers assistance as they stand before a serene pavilion by the water. Wow! The toddler looks up in awe at the beautifully decorated scenery. Yang Eon approaches the toddler with a sly grin. She realizes it's a cat meowing, as a white cat is suddenly thrown through the air. Plop! The cat plunges into the water, and the toddler furiously thinks, "That bastard!" A young woman with a stick emerges from the woods, startling the maid. The maid panics about what to do, wondering if she should scream for help. Gyeongyeon hesitates to scream, fearing it might backfire, until a voice calls her name, surprising the toddler. Gyeongwon appears, surprised that Gyeongjeon is calling his name first. He calmly asks Gyeongjeon why she is there alone. Gyeongwon grabs Gyeongwon's arm, urging him to greet the crown prince with her, causing him to grimace. Held by her maid, the toddler calls out Gyeongwon's name with concern. Gyeongwon coldly warns Gyeongwon not to act insolent in front of her. She accuses him of cozying up to the prince and warns him to stay out of her sight. Thwack! Gyeongwon blocks her stick with his arm, and she complains that her good toy is now ruined. Gyeongyeon tosses the broken stick aside. She walks away, leaving Gyeongwon standing near the water. A small, soaked white cat climbs out of the pond. Gyeongwon gently picks up the shivering cat, asking if it's okay as the maid recognizes him. Gyeongwon notes the toddler knew he was there, then asks someone named Jason for an item. A man in a green robe respectfully addresses Gyeongwon as "Your Highness." Jason reassures him that he has already instructed it. A floral background frames the toddler's thought that Gyeongwon is still so young. She admires him for taking a beating to protect someone younger and even saving a cat. Gyeongwon tells Jason it's fine, explaining he only let himself get hit enough to protect Jason from being caught. The toddler is horrified, realizing Yeonjun is a habitual offender. A bright, sunny day follows their tense encounter by the pond. Jason warns the toddler to avoid quiet places, especially ones Prince Gyeongjeon frequents. The toddler fumes, upset that Gyeongwon is still getting hurt despite his efforts to hide it. Gyeongwon appears, noting her unchildlike expression, and she realizes he followed her out of concern. He suddenly pinches her cheek, saying he wanted to touch it, leaving her to question his sanity. Wah! A scream erupts from nearby, accusing someone of hitting the brother who saved them. Gyeongwon looks toward the sound, calling out Kid. Ugh, in a new time, Gyeongwon asks the toddler when she'll speak, and she's annoyed he keeps asking. A woman suggests she try calling the crown prince older brother, but the toddler hesitates. Frustrated with her poor pronunciation, the toddler bites Gyeongwon's cheek, earning a scolding for hitting her brother again. The crown prince laughs, saying Gyeongwon's stubbornness is testing even Shia's patience, and she nervously agrees. Gyeongwon complains about Shia's temper, but the prince laughingly reminds him he never disciplined Gyeongwon that way. Held by the prince, Shia happily agrees with him, leaving a despondent Gyeongwon to wonder why he's singled out. In a chaotic scene, Shia clings to Gyeongwon as he yells, and a servant begs him to calm down. Shia reflects that while Gyeongwon is a good kid, he has a talent for making people angry without realizing it. She walks over to the seated Gyeongwon and gently pats his head in a comforting gesture. Gyeongwon stares back, utterly bewildered by her sudden affection. As she gives him a cheeky smile, Gyeongwon gets a bad feeling, while she finds his reaction adorable. Shia grabs his face with surprising strength, making him struggle against her powerful grip. Kya! A loud crash echoes from a nearby pavilion, the result of their playful scuffle. The crown prince watches from a distance, smiling warmly and noting that they seem to be having fun. Gyeongwon struggles to hold Shia, pleading for his brother's help and complaining that she's getting heavy. The crown prince takes Shia, teasing Gyeongwon that he needs to train more. Calling Shia lovely, the prince accuses Gyeongwon of just being mischievous, earning a frustrated grunt. The crown prince holds Shia close, sincerely hoping she will start speaking soon. He continues, explaining there are so many things he wants to hear from her once she begins to talk. Shia doesn't mind pretending she can't speak, but she finds the idea of talking like a baby mortifying. Remembering her 20-something self, she feels that trying to act cute now would be incredibly awkward. She considers that to everyone else, her speech might just seem a little slow for her age. Following her maids, the princess agrees to walk with them through the palace grounds. Maid notes that ever since the incident at the pond, Songbi has been sticking to more crowded areas. She heads toward the main palace building, confident that Gyeongyeon wouldn't dare cause trouble so close to the king. She shudders at the memory of the quiet pond, a place that now fills her with dread. A voice suddenly calls out, asking Shia what she is doing there. Surprised, she turns to see who called her name, thinking, oh my goodness. She's shocked to see the king, marveling that he appeared just as she was seeking safety near his palace. The king crouches down, asking why he hasn't seen her recently, as she stares back nervously. The king pouts, asking his child why she is avoiding him, and wondering if it's because he has been busy. He gently lifts her into his arms, remarking that it's been too long since he last held her. The king studies her face, noting with concern that she looks more worn out than he remembers. She realizes the king must be exhausted from dealing with court matters, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. The king looks surprised by her affectionate gaze, asking if she is trying to comfort him, and she agrees. A nearby woman remarks on the princess's impressive filial piety at such a young age. As consort Youngbin arrives with Gyeonjin, she apologizes to the king, explaining her daughter insisted on seeing him. The king asks Gyeonjin if she missed him, and she quietly agrees, calling him father. The toddler internally scoffs at the act, thinking Gyeonjin is a great actress to appear so respectful. Consort Youngbin requests that the princess be taken to her chambers for snacks, shocking the toddler. No, the toddler panics, clinging tightly to the king and letting out a distressed whimper. The king holds her close, comforting her as she trembles and asking why she's so frightened. Consort Youngbin apologizes to the king, stating she has other matters to attend to and will not visit the concubine's quarters. Consort Youngbin politely explains she was only worried about the king's well-being. Shaking, the toddler clings to the king, who decides to calm her down first. Consort Youngbin silently watches them go, before quietly agreeing to the king's wishes. As the king carries her away, the toddler glances back, imagining the tension snapping behind them. No! She panics, terrified by the intense glares from Consort Youngbin and Gyeonjeon below. The king muses aloud, confused by the toddler's behavior after he'd been so accommodating. A dark mood settles as a consort's face is shown with a cold, menacing glare. Thorny purple roses symbolize the growing, dangerous resentment in the palace. From within a palace hall, a voice pleads that they have been wronged. Kneeling before the toddler and her consort, maids deny being disrespectful to Consort Youngbin. A shocking view reveals a maid's legs are covered in severe cuts and bruises. The consort realizes she's being punished as a warning for having the king's favor. The toddler looks on, sadly, horrified that Yungbin is taking her anger out on the servants. A maid tries to reassure the worried toddler, downplaying her own injuries. Servants whisper anxiously about a consort's power grab and her potential to become queen. A lady-in-waiting sighs helplessly, worried about what more trouble might come her way. The maids wonder why their own consort isn't trying to win the king's heart. The consort dismisses their concerns, stating the king only visits the princess and orders a physician for the beaten maids. Feeling drained by the gloomy atmosphere, the toddler wishes she could do something to help. Maids debate the danger of telling the king, fearing repercussions from the future queen. While gathering information, the toddler learns the maids of Chuyang Hall are covered in injuries. She contemplates the huge problem, realizing how difficult it is to report to the king. She knows even Gyeongwon would face backlash for speaking out against Yungbin. She dismisses telling the truth herself, recalling the king's anger when she previously tried to expose Yungbin. The toddler sighs, overwhelmed by the impossible situation. Seeing her boredom, a maid suggests a walk, and the toddler reluctantly agrees. The maids decide to go, confident the princess's presence will protect them from harm. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny day at the palace. Her heart sinks as she thinks it's terrible luck to immediately run into that crazy person. Gyeongyeon appears with a sly smile, offering to keep his little sister company. The toddler groans, clearly unhappy with the unwelcome encounter. A maid steps forward, telling Prince Gyeongjeon that the princess is too young to play. Thwack! Enraged, Gyeongjeon slaps the maid for daring to block his path. Kya! As the maid cries out, Gyeongjeon grabs the toddler, claiming he's fixing her manners. He orders his own servants to deal with the toddler's maids and stay out of his way. The toddler's horrified maids can only stammer an agreement, too scared to intervene. A maid is held back by another, warned that trying to stop Prince Gyeongjin is useless. A young maid panics, desperately wondering who she can possibly tell for help. Prince Gyeongjin runs off, dragging the terrified toddler along with him. She struggles, wondering where on earth he is taking her now. They speed through the trees in a blur. He stops in a clearing, his figure backlit by a menacingly bright light. Splash, a loud splash echoes from the nearby pond. Ah! One of the maids stares in abject horror. The scene blurs, filled with motion and tension. A loyal maid falls to her knees before Gyeongjeon, trying to protect the toddler. Gyeongjeon glares down, furiously questioning how a maid from Chuyang Hall dares to defy him. The toddler reaches for the fallen maid, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She remembers this is the same brave maid who was punished for defending her before. Ugh, Shia grunts as Prince Gyeongjeon roughly shoves her toward the maid. Gyeongjeon glares down at the kneeling maid, thinking she's the one who needs a lesson. As an oppressive aura surrounds Gyeongjeon, the terrified maid weakly addresses him. He walks past the maid, leaving her kneeling by the pond. He turns back, raising a hand to strike her and demanding she learn who her master is. The loyal maid squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable impact. With a sudden shove, Shia sends the prince stumbling, and he thinks, this crazy? Ah! Prince Gyeongjin screams, flailing his arms as he topples backward. A splash sounds as he falls, and the maid quickly scoops a stunned Shia into her arms. Holding Shia, the maid thinks she didn't expect him to actually fall into the water. Shia flexes a tiny bicep, wondering if she's a secret muscle baby. As Prince Gyan splashes in the pond, servants rush over, crying out in alarm. Sputtering in the water, Gyeongjeon furiously glares and yells, "You little wah!" Shia fakes a dramatic cry as the maid screams for help, announcing the prince is in the water. The maid continues to cry out, her face a mask of panic. Huh? Shia watches in confusion as the maid suddenly kneels at the edge of the pond. The maid leaps into the water, and Shia realizes she jumped in without knowing how to swim. A man in a teal robe runs to the scene, shouting Prince Gyeongjeon's name in shock. The man bends over, catching his breath after his panicked sprint. Out of the water, a shivering Gyeongjeon and the maid sit soaked on the ground. Attendants rush to check on the drenched prince, while Shia watches the chaotic scene unfold. A woman rushes to Shia, hugging her and saying she must have been frightened. The woman looks from Shia to the scene, stammering in disbelief at what she's seeing. Seething with rage, A drenched Gyeongyeon furiously screams, asking how she dared to push him. He lunges and grabs the maid, threatening her as Shia tries to protest that it was an accident. Shia panics, realizing that if she gets hurt, her maids will suffer too, and frantically wonders what to do. She and the furious Prince Gyeongjeon lock eyes in a tense standoff. A new voice asks what happened to make Prince Gyeongjin soaking wet. The voice continues, asking why Shia is crying as she looks up with tear-filled eyes. My lifesaver. A calm boy in a blue royal robe appears, and Shia is overcome with relief. The crown prince stands before them, sternly asking what is going on. Shia waddles toward him, calling out, "Brother!" as a stunned Gyeongjin watches. She clings to the crown prince's leg, deciding he is her best chance for safety. The crown prince gently picks her up, comforting her and saying she must have been scared. He orders Gyeongjin to go compose himself, and the wet prince reluctantly agrees. The commotion finally ends as the crown prince carries Shia away from the scene. Yang glares after them, knowing he can't act out in front of the crown prince. Two maids whisper nervously, worried that the queen will find out what happened. Holding a ball, Shia realizes Gyeongjeon is now taking his anger out on animals instead. She recalls finding a bloody carcass, noting he no longer bothers to hide his cruelty. Her thoughts turn to the brave court lady, and she worries if she is okay. She remembers how the maid knelt to defend her, incurring Gyeongwon's wrath. Shia wonders if, when she's older, she could risk appealing to the king for help. But she doubts the king would side with a princess over a prince, no matter how unruly. Her gloom deepens, and she lets her colorful ball fall to the ground. A maid asks if she wants to go out, and Shia agrees, despite her fear of meeting Gyeongjeon. Believing a short trip will be safe, Shia's spirits lift, and she happily agrees to a stroll. With her maids in tow, the young princess begins her walk through the palace grounds. Peeking from a corner, Shia overhears a minister ask why the king has been absent. The king dismisses the left minister's concerns, questioning the urgency of appointing a queen. Shia frowns, annoyed by the persistent pressure on the king to choose a queen. Deciding it would be bothersome if she were noticed, she begins to sneak away. But it's too late. A courtier spots her behind a tree, and she realizes she's been caught. She shakes her head vigorously, silently begging the courtier not to notice her. The man points her out to the king, and Shia panics at the old man's interference. Believing she wants to surprise him, the king's ministers reveal her hiding spot, and Shia thinks this is the biggest crisis of her life. Oh no. She panics as the king begins walking directly toward her hiding spot. The king approaches with a warm, expectant smile on his face. With a deep breath, she squeezes her eyes shut and resolves to just do it. She runs into his arms, confirming she came because she missed him, and the king is pleasantly surprised. The king laughs with pure delight at her adorable display of affection. He scoops her into a hug, proudly calling her a clever girl, and truly his daughter. Cradled in his arms, Shia thinks her intelligence is from reincarnation, not genetics. Using the princess as an excuse, the king dismisses the left minister, complaining of a headache from his nagging. The left minister calls out, reminding the king of his service and uncovering a rebellion and the promise he made. Holding Shia, the king listens as the minister warns him about the dangers of granting power carelessly. The two men glare intensely at each other over Shia's head, and she wonders what this private conversation is about. She realizes the minister is using his past deeds to subtly threaten the king. Seeing the minister's sour expression, she concludes the king's words hit their mark. She muses that the minister seems like a true villain and decides to just keep a smiling baby face. The king holds her close as she wonders if he knows the truth about the pond incident. He smiles down at her, noting that she must be tired from her walk. As she rests, Shia hopes the king will discover one of the dead animal carcasses on their walk. They continue their walk, approaching a small crowd of court ladies and children. The king stops, looking puzzled by the commotion ahead. Ahead, Gyeongjeon accuses Gyeongwon of trying to frame him. Gyeongwon calmly asks what was lying at his brother's feet just moments ago. Gyeongyeon angrily retorts that he has no idea, since it was already there. Still in the king's arms, Shia is confused about why the two lords are here. The king now stands between the two arguing boys, his presence halting their dispute. Thwack! The king angrily demands to know what on earth they are doing, startling them both. As the entire group gathers, the king holds Shia and demands an explanation for the scene. Consort Youngbin greets the king respectfully, then turns to her sons and tells them to explain themselves. Gyeongwon remains silent, as Gyeongwon dismisses the incident, saying it was nothing. The king reveals he's heard reports of animal carcasses near Lady Yoon's quarters, surprising Shia. Gyeongwon explains that after getting permission, he investigated and found Gyeongjeon near the quarters. He concludes his report, stating there was an animal carcass right at Gyeongjin's feet. The king asks Lady Yoon if it's true, and she apologizes profusely, though he assures her she isn't being blamed. The king turns his attention to Gyeongjeon, directly asking what he was doing there. What? Gyeongjin claims he only came to see his sister because he missed her, a lie that shocks Shia. Gyeongjeon feigns innocence, saying he was watching from afar because she dislikes him, and claims his brother misunderstood. Shia sighs, realizing that while everyone suspects the culprit, finding evidence is impossible. She knows that even if there were witnesses, they'd be too afraid to speak against a prince. She glances at Gyeongwon, figuring he's staying quiet because it's useless to argue. Above all, she realizes the king seems completely unaware of his son's usual cruel behavior. The king chides Gyeongwon, telling him not to suspect his own elder brother without proof. Gyeongwon quietly apologizes as he and his brother turn to leave. A young girl in a pink hanbok gives a mischievous smile. A boy in a turquoise hanbok looks up, stunned and speechless. A stern man asks Lord Gyeongwon if he has anything to say, but a baby in his arms suddenly wails, surprising him. Holding the crying baby, the confused man wonders what all the fuss is about. The baby girl thinks about her brother being scolded and confirms her displeasure with a firm, "Ah." A court lady watches on with a gentle, knowing smile. The court lady quietly reassures the young princess that Lord Gyeongwon is in another courtyard and she'll be fine if she avoids him. Lord Gyeongwon looks up thoughtfully, deciding he won't go see the animal carcass. Held in her father's arms, the baby princess smiles cunningly, thinking she should side with him. The king notes Lord Gyeongwon's diligent care for his sister, then apologizes for his own actions which caused worry. The king tells a woman her concern is understandable, but orders her to apologize to her brother for going too far. Bowing deeply, the woman formally apologizes to Lord Gyeongwon for the misunderstanding she caused. A girl in pink acknowledges Lord Gyeongjeon's naivete, but warns the other woman to be more careful. The king turns on Lord Gyeongwon, reprimanding him for secretly observing a concubine's quarters despite his youth. The king lectures Prince Gyeongwon on the importance of avoiding suspicious behavior to maintain his honor. As punishment, the king orders both of them to reflect in their quarters, and they solemnly agree. The woman meekly accepts the king's judgment. A noble woman in a striking yellow and orange hanbok stands with her arms crossed, exuding authority. As the woman in yellow walks away, a woman in a gray hanbok watches her with a somber expression. The woman in gray looks down, her face etched with worry and sadness. An attendant complains about Lady Youngbin causing trouble and questions how the princess so frequently encounters the king. The attendant questions the princess's lack of supervision, as the girl thinks sadly about the concubine taking the blame. Lady Youngbin instructs an attendant named Lady Yeon to look after the princess and avoid future conflicts. With a sigh, Lady Youngbin laments that decorum in the inner palace is failing without a queen. Lady Youngbin and her retinue depart through a large palace gate. The concubine looks up, her expression full of weary concern. A woman in a blue hanbok wonders how long another woman's tireless troublemaking will continue. Believing it's her fault, she expresses relief that Lady Seonbin and her sister have grown closer. An attendant notes that a certain man hasn't left his room since the incident. The little princess realizes she hasn't seen her brother because he is taking the king's order to reflect very seriously. Lady Yoon apologizes for Lord Gyeongyun's actions, but the princess grows bored, feeling she has nothing to do. Whoosh! The princess suddenly leaps up and dashes out of the room, surprising her maids. She bursts in on the two women, stopping them mid-conversation. The woman in blue smiles warmly, deciding to let the princess do as she wishes. The princess walks purposefully down a corridor, determined to find her brother who is punishing himself in his quarters. With a resolute look, she thinks about how she wanted to thank him. She stops, hearing a boy's voice reciting a lesson from Confucius about filial piety. As the voice continues, she realizes with a start that she recognizes who is speaking. The doors to a nearby room stand before her as the voice continues from within. Inside, a young boy in a blue hanbok sits at a desk, concluding the lesson on honoring one's parents. Crash! The princess suddenly slides the door open, startling the boy. Xian, the princess, calls out, her face beaming with delight. The boy, Xia, looks up from his studies and declares, "Found you." He stares at her with a calm, neutral expression. The princess calls out, "Xia?" again, her smile radiating pure joy. Xia asks if she came with Lady Suquan as she runs up to him, happily confirming she did. Ha! She playfully shoves a sweet rice cake into a surprised Xia's mouth. She happily pats Xia's cheeks, cooing at him as he looks on with mild annoyance. Praising him as a cute little thing, she congratulates him on a job well done. Xia huffs, denying he confronted Prince Gyeongwon for her sake, and insisting he was just addressing disturbances in the palace. As Gyeongwon pats her head and patronizingly praises her, Xia looks unimpressed. She then breaks into a wide, happy laugh. Gyeongwon thinks about how upset his mother was over the recent incident. Xia stands behind him, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. She muses that Gyeongwon was likely scolded, though Lady Seonbin hid her anger from them. She thinks that Gyeongwon understands his mother's position, which is why he has tolerated his own brother's violence until now. Moved with sympathy, Xia suddenly hugs a surprised Gyeongwon, who calls out her name. She recalls how he must have been terrified of angering the king, even though he wasn't at fault. With a tear in her eye, she hugs him tighter and tells him not to worry. Gyeongwon looks completely bewildered by her sudden show of affection. He stammers in tearful confusion, utterly flustered by her comfort. Xia just gives him a cheeky smile, saying her reasons are a secret. Elsewhere, a courtier confirms for a royal that a certain lady went in that direction. A woman in white arrives, exclaiming in amusement as she sees Xia playfully pinching Gyeongwon's cheek. Up close, a blushing Gyeongwon endures Xia's playful cheek pinching. The woman, revealed to be Xia's sister, laughs warmly at the cute scene. The narration explains, the sister also sensed the situation and strengthened her bond with Seonbin. Lady Youngbin glares, vowing to watch her rival, while Xia wonders what else can be done about her intense reactions. Back in her room, Xia is relieved. Gyeongwon is in seclusion, just as a maid arrives asking where she's been. The maid presents a bowl of sweet sikye, and Xia's face lights up with excitement. When one maid complains about the lack of snacks, the other sends her and a friend to go fetch some. As the two maids leave, promising treats, Xia thinks that a little mischief won't hurt anyone. The remaining maid offers the drink to Xia, who looks at it thoughtfully. She takes the bowl in her small hands. Whoosh! She deliberately spills the drink all over herself, as the maid cries out in shock. The maid is aghast, but Xia thinks the maid should have fed her instead of handing a fragile bowl to a child. The flustered maid hurries away from the mess. Promising to return with a cloth and fresh sikye, the maid rushes out, and Xia calmly agrees. Wiping her sticky hands, Xia laments that with her wet nurse gone, things are chaotic when her main maid, Songbi, is off duty. Sitting alone and sticky, she miserably wishes she could wash up. A sudden feeling of unease washes over her as she looks around the empty, darkening room. As the wind howls outside, she thinks that the atmosphere is getting scary. A footstep sounds just outside her door. A dark silhouette quietly moves past her screen. The figure is holding something small and dark, a dead bird. A voice asks why she is alone, and a terrified Xia looks up, wondering why Prince Gyeongwon is there. She realizes with horror that it's actually Gyeongjin, who isn't supposed to be out of seclusion. Gyeongyeon chuckles, holding the bird and thinking her fearful reaction is strange. He approaches as he mockingly wonders why the sister is looking at her brother like a wild beast. Xia scoots backward in fear, wondering what he is planning to do. Gyeongyeon clenches his bloodied fist, thinking bitterly about his low status and crude actions. Holding up the mangled bird, he calls it a gift and tells her to thank him before throwing it. Thud! The bloody bird lands in front of her with a sickening splatter, and she lets out a horrified hiccup. Her heart pounds as she realizes the maniac just threw a dead bird right at her. She looks up to see Gyeongjin leaving, confident he won't be caught, as he slams the door. Walking away, he finds her fear interesting, noting she no longer seems so fearless. He wonders if she is thinking about how she was also born from a lowly mother, just like him. His face contorts with rage as he vows to make her end up just like him soon. He suddenly charges forward as Xia squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for an attack. Whoosh! Xia shoves a surprised Gyeongjin out of her room, and bam, she slams the door shut. Stumbling outside, Gyeongjin pants in frustration, cursing his failure. Inside, Xia realizes this is her chance to act. Standing beside the bloody bird, she lets out a piercing scream. Hearing her cries, maids rush toward the sound, calling out for their lady in a panic. In a flash of memory, Gyeongyeon looks back in shock as Xia screams, realizing he's been tricked. Maids hurry through the dark corridors with a lantern, desperately searching for the princess. They stop dead in their tracks, horrified by the scene before them. One of the maids gasps in shock at the sight of Xia standing there, splattered with blood. The main maid stares, utterly dazed by the gruesome sight. The king arrives in a fury, demanding to know who dared to harm the princess. A maid cradles the terrified Xia, pleading for the king to arrest the culprit. The king gently comforts Xia, ordering increased security as she thinks about her sister meeting him under such dire circumstances. Following the king's command, a tense peace settles over the inner palace. Her sister later reflects that she couldn't identify Gangyan, as his unbroken voice was mistaken for a man's, leading to the maids being suspected. As innocent maids were investigated and replaced, her sister's pleas to stop the search earned her the king's favor. Lady Yoon feels ashamed that her favor was born from such a tragic incident. A lady of higher rank consoles Lady Yoon, assuring her she deserves the king's favor. The lady whispers that Lady Youngbin was furious about the rank increase and is now feared by the maids. The king appears behind them asking what they are laughing about. Ladies giggle and claim they were just talking about the princess, trying to cover their tracks. The narration reveals that chaos still lingered, strengthening the officials' push to establish an empress consort. Xia worries that if Youngbin becomes empress, Prince Gyeongjin's cruelty will only worsen. She realizes punishing Gyeongjian would require an accusation as severe as treason, just like with the infamous Crown Prince Sato. Zisk, thinking the conditions are too strict, she climbs onto the king's shoulder, surprising him. Pouting, she wonders how she can make the king see Gyeongjin's true nature. The king is puzzled by her intense expression, wondering what his daughter means. He holds her and gently asks if she can call him father. Her mother smiles, reassuring the king that the physicians found nothing wrong with Xia. The king remains disappointed, and Xia feels burdened by his constant wish to be called father. She dashes away, and the king observes that she seems to want to go outside. He smiles and invites Su Kyung-yoon to go for a stroll with him. Lady Yeon agrees with a gentle smile. Xia follows them out, ready for her next move. Walking happily, she resolves to find a way to expose Prince Gyeongjin's cruelty to the king. The king and her mother each take one of her hands. As the three of them walk together, the king promises to always hold her hand like this. Xia decides they should wander somewhere new in the palace. She beams, thinking she can go anywhere with the emperor, and decides to explore. A memory of being warned about the lotus pond, Gyeongjin's favorite spot, sparks an idea. She chuckles to herself, a clever plan forming in her mind. Squeezing his hand to get his attention, she makes a happy noise as he asks if she has a place in mind. She nods enthusiastically, her face bright with determination. As they walk, they approach Lady Youngbin and her entourage in the distance. The king strolls happily with his family, enjoying the peaceful moment. He greets Lady Youngbin, who curtly agrees she is also out for a walk. Youngbin appears flustered, admitting she didn't expect to see his majesty. Staring up at her, Xia senses that Youngbin seems unusually uneasy. Xia watches her closely, thinking she looks like someone with a secret to hide. Thump! A woman looks toward a pond, wondering if Gyeongjion is causing trouble there. Sneak, Xia quietly approaches her mother and another lady as they chat about the lovely weather. Snap, she suddenly bolts, running past her surprised mother and the king. As the king calls for Xia, her mother urgently says she has something to tell him. Xia dashes purposefully along a sunlit path. She smiles deviously, knowing the lotus pond is where Gyeongjin often goes. Thud! Just as she arrives, Gyeongjin lands nearby. He turns and spots her, declaring her arrival to be just in time. Thump! He confronts her furiously, blaming her for the trouble he got into. Xia thinks she's doomed, noticing a swollen bump on his head from a ceramic bowl. He stalks toward her, vowing to fix her bad habits for good. She gives him a knowing glance, realizing he was hunting for her to avenge his humiliation. She looks past him and spots a court official standing behind some bushes. With a clever grin, she points out the official to a confused Gyeongjion. He freezes, shocked that she has the audacity to laugh at him. Enraged that she's looking down on him, he yanks her forward by her collar. Gyeongin is left speechless by her assertion that they are both of low status. With a smug smile, she calls him a lowly spy. She shivers, knowing that even if caught, he's too young to face real punishment. Gritting his teeth with rage, he calls her an insolent brat and, swish, throws her into the pond. Xia is flung helplessly through the air toward the water. Splash. She hits the surface with a huge splash. Sinking, she realizes the impact hurts more than expected and tries to struggle to shore. She panics, realizing everyone is too far away to reach her in time. She fights against the current, but her small body is failing. Thump. Her heart sinks as she realizes her child's body lacks the strength to swim. Desperate, she calls out for someone as she sinks deeper. Splash, a second figure dives into the water. As she drifts down, she thinks about the overwhelming pain. With her last bit of consciousness, she pleads for someone to help. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs her arm. With a mighty splash, she is pulled up from the depths. Coughing up water, Xia is held tightly in her rescuer's arms. A terrified Lady Yun cries out Xia's name, wondering how Prince Jongxiuan got there. The boy holding her is weeping as Lady Yun looks on, heartbroken by the scene. Now held by Lady Yun, Xia looks over and wonders who saved her. Her eyes follow the dripping clothes up to a familiar face. It's her brother, Gyungwon, who smiles and admits how shocked he was to see her. Lady Yun holds Xia close, anxiously asking if she is okay as the child coughs. The king and his retinue rush to the scene, their frantic cries echoing. As Gyungwon begs for a doctor, the king demands to know what happened, while a drained Lady Yun feels the situation is worse than she imagined. The king holds his daughter close, pleading for her to stay conscious as she whimpers. Feeling weak and exhausted, Xia thinks that her plan took more strength than she thought. Looking up at the king, she weakly calls out, "Father." She rests in her father's arms, the ordeal finally over. Lady Yun angrily tells the king that Gyeonjin threw Xia in the pond, insisting this latest outrage cannot be ignored. Xia rests in bed, her head pounding from the ordeal. Lady Xianbin speaks, defending Prince Gyungwon by stating he cherishes Xia and would never have stayed silent if he'd witnessed her in danger. Lady Yongbin furiously confronts Lady Xianbin, accusing her of slandering Gyungwon, which Xianbin confirms, while the king warns her of the consequences if she is proven wrong. The baby lays awake, annoyed that the culprit who pushed her into the pond, Prince Gyungwon, has not been identified. A court lady in a purple gown holds the baby, who calls out to her as she notes her clothes have been changed. As the baby hugs her, the court lady tells a nearby official how relieved she is that the princess is unharmed. The official rushes to the king, announcing that the princess has regained consciousness, to which the king reacts in shock. The king strides quickly toward his daughter. He sweeps her into a hug, anxiously asking if Xia is okay. Annoyed, she thinks to herself that she is not okay at all. In her father's arms, she glares at a boy in blue, thinking the situation is completely unfair. On the verge of tears, she points at the boy and utters her first word, "Bad." The entire room falls silent as everyone stares in disbelief at the speaking baby. The king is overcome with emotion, realizing Xia spoke, then reminds himself to focus on what she actually said. A slight, knowing smile crosses the king's face. Looking down at his daughter, he realizes she must have been the one calling for him earlier. The baby looks up at him with a determined gaze. After clearing her throat, the baby calls out, "Father," but Prince Gyungwon interrupts, accusing her of insulting him and Lady Yongbin. The king eyes the boy suspiciously as he insists he heard the baby's insults clearly. He questions Prince Gyungwon, who confirms that he has heard Xia try to speak before. The baby grows nervous, wondering what lie the prince will tell. Prince Gyungwon claims he was teaching her proper etiquette, telling her to call him Big Brother instead of you. He concludes that she fell silent because the lesson was too difficult, leaving the king stunned. The king quickly forms a new theory, as the baby thinks Prince Gyungwon is quite clever. Prince Gyungwon recoils in shock, vehemently denying the king's unstated accusation. The king looks down at him, asking if he's truly expected to believe such a flimsy story. Turning away, he questions if the prince would throw a child in a pond for a minor offense, prompting the prince to scream his innocence. The king glares, demanding to know if the prince will stand by his statement, and the boy confidently agrees. With a sharp command, the king orders a witness to be brought in, startling the baby. An elderly eunuch enters, and the baby recognizes him as the man who is following her. The king orders the eunuch to repeat the report he gave earlier. The eunuch testifies that he saw the princess by the pond with Prince Gyungwon. He explains that he kept his distance, but then he saw the prince do something alarming. The eunuch reveals he saw Prince Gyungwon grab the princess by the collar and lift her before he rushed off to report it. Bowing deeply, the eunuch takes full responsibility for the tragedy, blaming his own negligence. Holding his daughter, the king turns his cold gaze back to Prince Gyungwon. He asks the boy if he still dares to deny the accusation, and the prince freezes in terror. The king presses again, leaving Prince Gyeongwon trembling with fear. Clenching his fists, the prince insists his royal status means no one is allowed to insult him. He furiously questions why he should tolerate an insult from a princess born of a lowly palace maid, shocking a nearby court lady. The king's expression darkens as he slowly asks what the prince just said. As he repeats the insult, the court lady who first held the baby glows with a faint, concerned light. The king erupts in fury, demanding to know who taught the prince such vile words. Prince Gyeongwon stammers, unable to answer. Peeking over her father's shoulder, the baby smugly thinks that's enough from him. The king shifts his anger, ordering Lady Yongbin to answer for the prince. He demands to know who taught the prince such things, and Lady Yongbin meekly suggests he overheard servants begging for mercy. Lady Yongbin's eyes widen as she realizes her flimsy excuse won't hold up against the prince's behavior. An ominous shadow falls over the room as the king glares down at Lady Yongbin and the prince. His voice cold, the king tells Lady Yongbin how deeply disappointed he is in her. The scene shifts to the king presiding over his royal court. The king walks across the polished palace floor. The moment transitions, showing beautiful red flowers under a clear blue sky. Lady Seonbin stands serenely, now dressed in the full regalia of the queen. In a formal ceremony, an official presents a royal seal to the king. The king officially bestows the seal upon Lady Seonbin, cementing her new status. Outside the palace, a cheer erupts. Long live the queen. The celebration begins with a court musician playing a traditional instrument. Two court ladies in bright yellow gowns perform a celebratory dance. Yangwon informs someone that his brother will now be called Grand Prince Gyeongwon. Xia thinks to herself that she expected this promotion with Seonbin becoming queen. Gyeongwon asks what she's staring at, and she quickly denies it. He smiles knowingly, thinking to himself that it's a relief. Gyeongwon asks if she knew how dangerous that day was, making Xia gasp as she realizes his actions were intentional. He reveals it was fortunate he assigned people to watch over her, shocking Xia with the news. A flashback to the coronation reveals Xia's dawning horror that the crown prince has been watching her all along. The crown prince commends her, and she responds with a bright, innocent smile. He chuckles to himself, thinking she's just pretending not to understand. Xia looks away, thinking his concern for her is actually quite sweet. A voice from within shouts, "Come out!" as a maid panics, asking her lady what she is doing. Two maids gossip nearby, saying the woman deserved her fate for acting so arrogant under her mistress's favor. Watching them, Xia realizes the new queen must have held a deep resentment and is now settling scores. A young attendant stands alone, her expression downcast and somber. Xia watches in horror as the same attendant is dragged away by guards, recognizing her as the one who saved her twice. She shouts, "No!" and begins running toward the scene. The two gossiping maids turn around in shock, calling out for the young lady. Looking up with fierce determination, Xia declares, "They saved me." The attendant looks down in disbelief, asking if the young lady remembers her. Xia beams, exclaiming, "Yes," and insisting that one should never forget a favor. Lady Yoon embraces a crying Xia, expressing her eternal regret for not knowing what had happened. Queen Cheonbin questions the attendant, asking why she remained silent about Prince Gyeongwon's attempt to drown the young lady. The attendant explains she was terrified after Prince Gyeongwon threatened her sister, and she apologizes to the queen. Lady Yoon holds Xia close, her expression filled with worry. A thought strikes Xia as she remembers a similar story in a novel she once read. She struggles to recall the palace maid's name from the book, guessing it was something like Shell. Looking at the attendant, Xia asks for her name, and the attendant replies, "I am called Joga." Clap. Xia's eyes widen in realization. The name is Joga, just like in the novel. She stares blankly, stunned by the coincidence. Lady Yun holds her, asking what's wrong as Xia clings to her tightly. Xia's mind races in shock, wondering why her name is the same. Joga kneels on the ground, looking up with a puzzled expression. Xia breaks into a nervous sweat, trying to dismiss the idea as impossible. Looking at the palace roof, she tries to convince herself it must be a simple coincidence. Panic sets in as she realizes the terrifying possibility that she might actually be living inside the novel. She recalls the novel's cover and title, Iwa's Lover, a story about a man named Iwa. The narration explains Joga's role as a spy who gathered evidence of treason for the villain's henchman. Stab! The story culminates with Joga betraying and killing the henchman, becoming an impressive supporting character. A brief flash shows a modern-day girl looking up at a bright light, a memory of her past life. Sigh. Back in the palace, Xia sits with a heavy expression. The crown prince approaches with a treat, asking why Xia looks so serious. As Xia takes the rice cake from his mouth, a court lady scolds her for her informal behavior. Gulp. The crown prince reassures a pouting Xie that he loves her more than the General of Eternity. Stare. Xia recognizes the title General of Eternity and looks on suspiciously. She turns to the younger boy and asks for his name. The crown prince wonders why Xia is asking for her brother's name, while the younger boy grumbles about who taught her that as Xia struggles to get his name from him. He laughs, revealing that the General of Eternity's name is Hua. Xia's eyes widen as the name Ehua echoes in her mind, leaving her speechless. The crown prince asks if it's a pretty name, as Xia glares at her brother, angrily calling his name. He then introduces himself as Li Hai, asking her to remember her oldest brother's name too. Faint. Xia's spirit seems to leave her body as her brother wonders if she's unwell. She screams internally, realizing this isn't reincarnation, but book possession. Rustle. She calms herself, thinking this knowledge doesn't change her life much. She resigns herself to her new life, seeing no way back to her past one. She recalls a story about parents leaving their 2 children with only a plate of strawberries. The young General of Eternity, aged 12, questions how parents could leave their children with just strawberries. A girl's voice scolds him for being an idiot, explaining that common people are not affluent. The crown prince, now 20, explains that people have no choice but to work for a living. In the story, the older brother studies while his younger sister plays nearby, singing. Distracted, the brother kindly gives her permission to eat the strawberries. A short while later, the sister sings again, asking for a single strawberry. The brother shrugs, telling her to eat it. Confused why she keeps asking, the sister smiles sweetly, asking for yet another strawberry. She continues to ask for the strawberries, one by one, until the very last one. Clack! The annoyed brother finally yells for her to eat them all, then turns to find a ghost with a bloody mouth, smiling as it chews on the younger sister's finger. Swoosh! Xia leans in close to her brother, whispering that she enjoyed the story. Hick! The younger boy hides behind the crown prince in fright. The crown prince asks Xia where she heard such a scary story, and she playfully replies that it's a secret. Throb! He asks if she was scared, but she denies it, saying she was just surprised he got so close. The crown prince tells the younger boy to stop, saying he is just being teased, as Xia thinks her scary story was effective. Slump. Xia collapses onto the table, complaining that her clothes are too hot to even roll up the sleeves. The crown prince asks why she's sagging, and the younger brother scolds her for being rude. The crown prince chuckles, saying it's the youngest privilege as he grabs a still complaining Xia. He lifts her into his arms, asking if she thinks she'd be bullied without him. As the younger brother reacts with disgust, the younger brother feels nauseous as the crown prince scolds Xia for acting cute, calling her out for using the third person. Xia smiles sweetly, wondering when her brothers will get along without her. The younger brother asks the crown prince if he can ever stay away from Xia. The crown prince holds Xia close, thinking he won't be able to do this when she's older. The younger brother thinks the crown prince's behavior is hardly nationalistic. The crown prince snuggles close to Xia, leaving her to wonder what will happen. She decides to think things over, trying to recall the plot of the original story. She remembers the villain, Prince Kyungyeon, constantly referring to his younger brother as Yongwon Daegun. She recalls that Yongwon Daegun became the crown prince because the original crown prince, Li Hai, had died. The narration explains that in the original story, Yongbin killed Her Majesty Seonhye to fulfill her ambitions. Despite her schemes, the king chose another consort, and Yongwon Daegun, Seonbin's son, became the new crown prince. Yongbin then sowed discord, slandering the new queen and plotting murders, ultimately leading to her own downfall. She realizes Yongbin and Yeongun were the final bosses of the novel, but she made them fall far too early. She scratches her cheek, thinking with a cheeky grin that she caused their swift collapse. The narration states that since the Lotus Pond incident, Xia's mother was promoted to Sukui, while Yongbin was demoted to Sukwan. The narration explains that Yongbin is now under indefinite house arrest with Gyeong Eon-gun. Furthermore, Yongbin's father resigned, completely dismantling her faction's power. Thanks to these events, the royal family enjoyed years of peace. This peace, however, was tragically marked by the new crown princess's death from illness. As her father holds her, a thought bubble reveals he remembers the crown princess as a good person who grew frail in the palace. Xia's mother recalls overhearing that the crown prince became withdrawn after his wife's death, but improved after traveling in disguise. She then asks if Youngwon Daegun is teaching Xia to write. The king holds Xia while Youngwon Daegun, sitting at a table, admits that Xia dislikes her lessons. Xia looks up, clarifying that she doesn't hate studying, but feels unsure how to do it well. She expresses confidence in improving with her father's help. But Youngwon Daegun thinks the king is just seeking comfort from court affairs by spending time with her. Pat, an attendant, arrives to escort the king, who tells a playful Xia to behave before he leaves. She waves enthusiastically as her father walks away over a bridge. Once he's gone, Youngwon Daegun questions if she's still pretending to be shy around the crown prince. Swish! She flops onto the ground and casually says it's normal, but he scoffs in disbelief. He scolds her for being improper, declaring that he, unlike her, must maintain his dignity. She glances back at her brother with a sly expression. Swish! She offers him a snack, changing the subject by asking if he's been studying hard. Fud! Fud! He stomps his feet, glaring as he demands to know who told her, while she reminds him the palace has no secrets. Phew. He sighs in resignation, realizing she's right. She explains that he seemed unhappy when she previously mentioned wanting to learn martial arts from him. He proudly boasts of his academic talents, while Xia worries that adding martial arts to his studies will attract unwanted attention from the crown prince's faction. She decides to be direct, explaining their mother would worry about injuries, especially now with the sensitive selection of a new crown princess underway, causing him to have a realization. He tells her to relax and have fun, but she decides she'll focus on her studies for now to avoid worrying anyone. He smiles, admitting he enjoys studying partly because it makes her so happy. Plop! Later, Xia collapses in her room, bored. A servant suggests they play hide and seek to pass the time. Xia declines, reflecting that while her royal life is comfortable, it's also limited compared to her past one. She suddenly jumps up with a new idea, to bring snacks to her father and brother. Boop! She decides on yakgwa, knowing the desserts are a rare treat. As she walks with a servant, she wonders about the availability of ingredients in this era. Cough. The maids imagine her as a master baker, but she sweats, just wanting a simple excuse to make a dessert. A perfect idea finally strikes her. A servant asks if she's all right, and Xia declares she now has something she wants to do. She runs off, filled with excited purpose. Crash! The maids are left looking utterly confused by her sudden energy. Xia announces her plan to make steamed eggs and asks for Sungbi to help her. She beams cheerfully, ready to begin her project. The first step of her recipe is to strain the eggs through a sieve. She and two servants carefully prepare small bowls inside a large wooden steamer. Ta-da! The soft caramel-topped pudding is presented, perfectly cooked. Her mother, Lady Yoon, looks at the dessert in astonishment and asks what it is. Xia explains that it's similar to steamed egg, but a new recipe she created with Songbi. She proudly states that after a few failed attempts, it came out exactly as she wanted. Her mother tries a spoonful and is delighted, praising its sweet and soft texture. Xia beams with pride, explaining how hard she worked to perfect the smoothness. She notices her mother has fallen silent with a thoughtful expression and asks what's wrong. Lady Yoon quickly reassures her that it's nothing. Clap! She suggests adding fruit juice to counter a slight fishiness, an idea Xia readily accepts. Xia thinks to herself that vanilla essence would normally solve the problem, but it doesn't exist here. Lady Yoon reminisces about secretly making cookies in the palace, and says it's been a long time since someone made a treat for her. She explains to Xia that sweets were a luxury she only experienced after entering the palace, as she couldn't dream of them when she was young. Xia's mother reveals she came to the palace alone after being passed between relatives, leading Xia to realize why her mother has no family connections. She fondly recalls a childhood friend who, despite their own poverty, secretly shared food with her when her relatives would not, a memory that touches Xia. Her mother reminisces about their pinky promise. The friend vowed to feed her well once they made money, but then disappeared. She smiles, revealing the friend was a boy who once visited her, pretending to be her cousin, shocking Xia, who exclaims, A man! The dump! Shia's imagination pictures a dramatic, romantic farewell. Convinced her mother and the boy were in a secret relationship. Her mother makes her promise to keep the story a secret, and Shia nods in agreement. Shia reflects that it's dangerous for a concubine to admit a man visited her in the palace, even disguised as a cousin. Whoosh! Carrying a gift, Shia cheerfully seeks out the crown prince. The crown prince, accompanied by his right-hand man, Yan Seon, considers it a lucky day to run into Shia. The crown prince asks Shia what she's doing. She explains she's bringing a treat to her mother, cheekily adding that she only supervised its creation. He laughs, calling her a good daughter, and telling her to be careful, his curiosity piqued by her creation. Shia notices the crown prince's archery equipment and asks if he's going to practice, to which he asks if she's interested. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she eagerly nods twice. He promises to teach her archery and horse riding when she's older, delighting her with the offer. Startled, Shia's suggestion that Prince Youngwon join them for archery practice visibly startles the crown prince. Seeing his reaction, the crown prince gently asks Shia what's wrong. Shia looks back at him with a worried expression, sensing his unease. A servant questions why Shia stops Prince Youngwon from martial arts, noting the crown prince started at age 7 and is now old enough at 12 to be safe. The servant explains that Prince Youngwon learning martial arts could be perceived as a threat to the crown prince, making Shia realize her poor timing. Swish! Prince Youngwon, having overheard, protests that he just wants to learn like his brother before storming off. Youngwon calls out to his sister as he walks away, and she quietly says his name. Swoosh, he dashes off, leaving a conflicted Shia wondering whether to follow and comfort him. Choosing duty over personal feelings, Shia formally greets her mother, thinking that social life must come first. Lady Yoon smiles warmly and welcomes her daughter inside. After trying the dessert, her mother is impressed, saying she's never had anything so soft. Snicker. Shia proudly explains her recipe modifications as her mother praises the result, attributing the skill to the maids. Her mother questions if it's too soon for a princess to be cooking, prompting Shia to consider her approach. Clack. Her mother concedes that learning little by little won't be dangerous and acknowledges she's also learning to write. Looking up with wide, teary eyes, Shia asks her mother if her request is not good. Her mother hesitates, explaining that since she stopped Prince Youngwon, she cannot easily approve Shia's request. Shia reassures her worried mother, stating that the crown prince will personally teach her under careful supervision. With a gentle smile, Shia appears confident that she has won her mother over. Later, Shia approaches her brother from behind, calling out his name. Sad. Youngwon laments that their mother has grown colder since becoming the queen. Harsh. He confronts Shia, questioning why their mother is stricter with him than with the crown prince. Angry, he demands to know whose side she is on, and she cheekily replies, "My side," causing him to grumble. Swipe. Shia quietly sits down beside her sulking brother near the water. Stunned, Youngwon demands to know how she received permission to learn martial arts. Smile. Shia gives a confident wink, confirming that she succeeded. Clatter. The scene changes to Shia and the crown prince riding horses together through a sunlit forest. Thud. Shia quietly reflects that she only pretended to lose at her mother's request. Hug. Her mother embraces her tightly, calling Shia a blessing. Shia thinks happily about getting her way, but her mother's voice brings her back to the present. The crown prince instructs her from behind on the horse to stop thinking and just focus, and she agrees. The crown prince asks if Shia is scared, but she declares she can't lose to her brother forever, making Youngwon snort as she laughs. Oh ho! Shia turns back and playfully teases her brother, asking if he's the one who's scared. Youngwon defensively yells back, "Who's scared?" Shia smiles sweetly, thinking it would be better if he wasn't the crown prince, since such an innocent child shouldn't be involved in politics. Doubt. A skeptical crown prince looks on as Shia wonders how this innocent boy becomes a cold character in the novel, blaming his future on his environment. Shia worries that if he remains this way, he'll never become the crown prince, and she won't be able to introduce him to the female lead. A backup crown princess candidate, she accidentally meets the male lead, Li Hua, Sparkle. She resolves to live a quiet, safe life as a palace maid. She marvels at her novel-like reality as the black-haired man calls her impressive. Stare. While enjoying the luxury, she feels his gaze turn cold. Clop, clop. The scene transitions to the palace at dusk. Clop, clop. He leads her by the hand, assuring her they have enough time. She feels the uncomfortable, urging stares of the palace maids behind them. He happily suggests they play, considering time with her a day off. She admits to herself that she also enjoys spending time with him. Startled, she suddenly stumbles as they walk along the palace wall. He tightens his grip to steady her as she thinks, "Here we go again." The narrative reveals young Bin and Kyung Eon are imprisoned, screaming in agony. What? He says he has to stop by somewhere, and she begs not to go. He feels conflicted, knowing he can't ignore his sibling, Kyung Eon. He decides he must go alone, telling her she doesn't have to accompany him. Caressing her head, he gently tells her she can do as she pleases. TSK. She cheekily asks to throw a stone, but he regretfully tells her no. Hugs. She comforts him with an embrace, and he thinks it makes his hard work worthwhile. As the maids scream in the distance, he comments on the noise. Thud. He covers her ears, telling her not to listen to the distant screams. He smiles gently, reassuring her that it's quiet now. He holds her hands, encouraging her to only think of good things. She looks on, thoughtfully, quietly saying, She watches as he and his servants walk away from her. He reflects on his duty to his maternal relatives, who don't treat him well. How to meet. A maid reveals the young miss will soon have a brother, shocking Shia. She realizes her mother's sudden craving for pudding was a pregnancy craving. Blush. Realizing this is a new development, she wonders about the baby's gender. The scene shifts to a modern playground, where a woman watches a boy named Yoon Si-won on a swing. Whoosh! The boy swings high, a picture of pure joy. Nodding with resolve, she affirms her decision. Thud. She decides to congratulate her mother immediately, and a maid follows. As she rushes to her mother, the maids wonder how she feels about the news. Proud, she happily congratulates her mother, feeling her duty as a daughter is complete. She wonders aloud about bad tempers, and the nodding maids make her suspicious. A maid's duty to the crown prince makes Shia feel threatened. She resolves that she cannot simply stand by and watch things unfold. Boom. A bright smile spreads across her face as she comes up with a good idea. The crown prince tries her dessert, mistaking it for steamed egg. She asks for his review, and he praises its soft texture and delicious taste. He wonders why he gets to try the food she made before their parents. She explains she's testing it, as a silver pin can't detect poison in eggs. He's impressed by her thoughtfulness, but worries their parents might be disappointed. She hesitates, about to offer an explanation. Leaning close, she tells him that many people consider her rude. He asks who's been saying such things, but she remains vague. Brown. He becomes angry, and she notes it's the first time she's seen him like this. He turns away, frustrated by his inability to control such matters. She looks on, surprised by the depth of his reaction. She wonders why the crown prince is suddenly thinking so negatively. The crown prince recalls watching a woman walk away, thinking, could it be? He stands and urgently asks Shia if someone bothered her, but she refuses to talk about it. Shia confirms to herself that something did, in fact, happen. She reaches for him, wondering how to help her brother when he's struggling. Holding her, he agrees he needs a crown princess, then asks if she's feeling better. He remembers the previous crown princess, thinking she died of heartache, and now he must find another. He considers gifting a ring, remembering his father gave one to his wife, as a pair of jade rings are shown. Startled, Shia asks if it's true, and he confirms his father bought it during a secret mission. Dumbfounded, he marvels at how smart she is, and she cheekily claims she was born that way, making him laugh. He resolves to treat the pitiful well, as she said, and she asks if he feels lonely. He tells her to visit often, and she shrugs, declaring she'll live alone if she dislikes her husband. Pouting, she questions if a princess can't live alone, but he assures her of financial support while advising against it. Thump! She asks if a princess can live alone if her husband dies, shocking him with the implication. Smirk. She gives a menacing grin, promising she'll try not to kill him. Slump. He laughs, doubting she's just a child, while she thinks his reactions are always good. He wipes a tear from his eye, still amused by their conversation. The crown prince asks Shia if she believes fate can be changed, and she confidently says yes. She recalls that in the novel, the king despaired after his daughter's deaths, but now another child is due to be born. Facing the crown prince, She begins to explain her thoughts. She cheekily defines changing fate as running away before a wedding to find happiness, making him wonder why she is so extreme. Pat. He gently pats her on the head with a soft smile. Huff. He promises to handle any husband she dislikes. He offers a compromise. She can go to the mountain, but with her husband, and begs her to think positively. Rustle. The scene transitions to a quiet palace courtyard with falling autumn leaves. Maids fuss over Shia, who has fallen, but she insists she's okay. Showing her scraped legs, she asks them not to tell her mother, the queen, as she's already been scolded. A maid suggests telling the queen first, since she finds out anyway, and Shia reluctantly agrees. She resolves to face her mother, accepting that she was going to be scolded regardless. She bursts in, pleading with her mother to treat Prince Youngwon well because he's her son. Her mother, the queen, picked up a whip, but didn't seem truly angry. Covering her face in distress, her mother apologizes, admitting she didn't want to punish her. Shia reflects that her mother, close to tears, whips her son often, wishing she could be more honest with him. A close-up shows Shia looking utterly confused. A servant announces the arrival of the Crown Prince and Prince Youngwon, leaving Shia to wonder how they knew to come. The Crown Prince rushes to her side, worriedly asking if she's all right. He closes his eyes and apologizes, blaming himself for her getting scolded by the queen. What? She is completely baffled by his sudden apology. He explains he was already planning to visit the queen, and Shia realizes that's why he was nearby. She deduces the queen knew he was coming and deliberately scolded her as part of a plan. But dump! It dawns on her that the scolding was a performance to prove she wasn't a threat, feeling like a shrimp caught between whales. Clack! As Shia chews defiantly, the Crown Prince tells her she must have been in pain. Gulp! She realizes Prince Youngwon must have overheard her pleading with their mother. The Crown Prince agrees the queen went too far with her own son, and Shia glances at a silent Youngwon. He affirms his statement, while Prince Youngwon remains quiet and looks down. Shia observes her brother's silence, wondering if he feels guilty. The narrative explains that princes are encouraged to be free spirits, uninterested in power, to avoid conflict. While the princes get along, the younger Prince Youngwon is better than the Crown Prince at everything. Shia now understands her mother's fear. Youngwon's talent makes him a potential rival for the throne, a fight she wants to prevent. The Crown Prince explains the queen's actions are to protect Prince Youngwon and asks Shia not to hate her. Looking downcast, Prince Youngwon apologizes for causing trouble for them. Shia and the Crown Prince both quickly reassure him that it isn't his fault. Ahaha. The Crown Prince laughs softly before his expression turns serious. He wonders if a more outstanding person should be Crown Prince, shocking Shia with his dangerous thoughts. Shia argues against it, citing the political chaos it would cause, and he praises her intelligence. Prince Youngwon quietly asks if it's only great generals who must hide their talents. She tells him that having talent doesn't guarantee one can achieve great things. The Crown Prince observes that Shia doesn't talk like a child, and Prince Youngwon agrees her words hold truth. Smile. The Crown Prince praises her wisdom, feeling reassured she can handle herself without him. Surprised, she asks if he's busy, and he admits that he's leaving for a while. He announces an upcoming military practice, and she asks what that entails. Sudden. He explains it's a combination of training and hunting, but she questions the timing in cold winter. Prince Youngwon explains it's held in winter so as not to interfere with farm work. He adds that it helps protect villages from hungry animals, but Shia thinks the violent image doesn't suit the Crown Prince. Hearing her thoughts, he asks if hunting doesn't suit him, as she pictures him with books instead. He asks her to make her delicious rice cake for him one more time before he leaves. She proudly explains that her egg wheat rice cake is a special snack for mothers with morning sickness. The fluffy cake is shown, with a note about its unique lighter texture. Nod. Shia agrees to make it the next day, noting its popularity among mothers. He mentions that everyone, even Lady Lim, wanted to try it, adding that he doesn't like Lady Lim. Glare. He looks startled, asking if she just gave away the leftovers. She asks if that's a problem, and he sheepishly says she can do as she pleases. Grr. She explains she gave some to a confined person, worried they'd become vicious, as she imagines a hissing cat. Sigh. The Crown Prince playfully asks if he won't get any, and Shia coyly says she'll think about it. Prince Youngwon scolds Shia, asking why she's always so disrespectful to the Crown Prince. Angry, Shia turns and declares she'll make his share, telling him not to give it to anyone who insults her. As Youngwon protests, the crown prince laughs, and Xia resolves to make him a gentler person. The scene shifts to Xia pressing her ear against her mother's belly, feeling the baby move in response to her voice. Giggle. She introduces herself as the baby's older sister, while her mother teases her for being impatient. Thud. She sweetly wishes her future sibling a healthy birth. The baby moves again, and her mother playfully scolds it for bothering its sister. Her mother smiles, saying the baby already seems to listen well to its older sister. Xia smiles fondly, lost in thought about her new role. The scene transitions to a cold, desolate forest with bare trees. A concerned attendant asks the crown prince if he's all right. Phew. Waving off the concern, the crown prince insists he's fine. Tremble. On the snowy ground, a wounded black bird shivers weakly. Swish! He mercifully ends the bird's suffering with a swift motion. With a grim look, he stares ahead, his face splattered with blood. He reflects that it would have been kinder if the bird had died instantly from the arrow. A quiet moment passes as a thought bubble simply states, "It's snowing." He stands alone in the winter woods, watching the first snowflakes fall. He glances up, feeling the snow on his face. He decides they will descend soon, noting his father enjoys hunting and won't let a little snow stop him. His thoughts drift to Youngwon and Xia playing happily, and he worries they might catch a cold. His attendant grabs his arm, asking if he's still watching a vision of them. He admits he wants to keep watching them, even though they've only been apart a short while. The attendant suggests the promise of rewards will motivate the men, and the crown prince agrees indifferently. The attendant looks to the sky, remarking that there are no animal tracks to be found today. An attendant suggests moving on, as the animals have all been captured. Swoosh! The royal hunting party rides through the cold, snowy mountains. The crown prince recognizes they're on a tiger's path and orders a quick retreat, which his men immediately obey. Their horses gallop through the stark, snow-covered forest. An attendant rides with a worried expression on his face. The attendants try to reassure the crown prince by reminding him that a skilled tiger hunting specialist he personally recruited is with them, one who has captured dozens of tigers. The expert hunter internally scoffs at the royal guard's inexperience, worrying that protecting the prince from a tiger will be a deadly task. Hearing a nearby roar, the attendant urges everyone to return to the king's camp for safety. The scene shifts to Prince Youngwon's study, where his tutor asks if she has come again. Smile. Xia arrives cheerfully, presenting a box and calling it a bribe. The tutor is comically shocked, then thrilled as he recognizes her famous rice and egg cake. She generously tells him to share it with his family, and he thanks her profusely. Xia proudly explains that she also gave the cake to the king and crown prince before their hunt, making everyone envious. An angry voice from a nearby building yells for someone to get out, refusing their presence. Sigh. A dejected official walks away from the building. A voice asks Xia, now named Xia, if she was waiting for her older brother. The crown prince scolds her, telling her to stop wasting things on people like that. He then softens, crouching to gently take her hand with a small smile. Xia feels hurt, thinking that he finally paid attention to her, only to treat her poorly. Back in the study, she reflects on her true reason for visiting Prince Youngwon during his class. She thinks that his lessons are the perfect excuse to learn about how this world works. Confused, Prince Youngwon wonders why his sister is suddenly taking classes with him. Xia dismisses his confusion and tells the tutor to continue, as the narrative explains this Gyoseon is different from the one she knows. The narration clarifies that this world's history lacks famous kings like Taiho, Taizong, and Sejong. As the tutor lectures, Xia finds the alternate history of this world interesting. Prince Youngwon observes them, impressed that they are both so focused on the lesson. Laughing, he admits defeat, but Xia playfully points out his hands are red from the cold. Outside in the heavy snow, Xia worries about the king and crown prince hunting in Gangwon province. Prince Youngwon reassures her, boasting of their father's famed marksmanship and how he once felled a boar with a single arrow. He beams with excitement as he imagines seeing his father's martial skills in person when he's old enough to join the hunt. Xia notices a group of court ladies gathered together and wonders what is happening. The ladies are startled to see her, and she asks if something is wrong. The lady explains that an urgent messenger arrived from Gangwon province and rushed to the queen's palace, though they don't know the news. Prince Youngwon overhears, realizing that urgent news sounds very serious. Xia grows anxious, wondering what could be so important as to require an express messenger. She comes to a grim conclusion, realizing there can be only one reason for such urgency. Prince Youngwon impulsively decides they must see the queen, but Xia is shocked, calling his plan discourteous. As they approach, a court lady attempts to stop them from entering without permission. Xia ignores the warning and bursts into the room, calling for the queen. Seated before her ministers, the queen sternly asks who is interrupting, as she had ordered no one to enter. Prince Youngwon is shocked to see the left, right, and prime ministers are all present. He immediately regrets their intrusion, realizing their actions will surely draw criticism. He quickly promises to take Xia away, and they retreat as the queen watches in silence. The queen wears a grave and distraught expression. An air of sorrow hangs over the palace as voices whisper, "Oh dear" and "Oh my." Sob. Herk. Inside, ministers kneel and weep before a large, ornate coffin. A young woman, likely the former crown princess, cries in absolute despair. In a flashback, the crown prince stands outside, holding a jade ring. He smiles gently, promising his beloved he'll get her something better when he returns, and asking her to keep the ring until then. The memory fades on a tender, happy moment between him and his late fiancée. The young woman weeps in utter despair. She screams, questioning why this happened. Hook! A sharp pain suddenly seizes her chest. Ugh, she sobs uncontrollably on the floor. Her breathing is ragged, with overwhelming grief. Thud. She suddenly collapses onto the floor. As voices call out to her, she thinks of the crown prince. She mourns his passing, asking how he could leave her. As the official mourning period continued, she cried herself to sleep every night. Outside her room, ladies whisper that the crown prince's body wasn't found intact, hoping she's asleep. They continue their tragic report, noting that only Lord Wasima survived the incident unharmed. She overhears them, recalling that a tiger's victims must be burned, and resolves that this cannot continue. The ladies worry the tiger could follow them, discussing strange rumors of tiger prints and ghosts in the palace. Bam! She throws the door open, startling the maids with her sudden appearance. With grim determination, she asks for Lord Wasima's location. As attendants lead her away, she recalls the rumor that he was unharmed. A heavily bandaged Lord Wasima weakly greets the little princess. She tells him to remain lying down as he tries to insist he's fine. She resolves to stop relying on rumors and learn the truth about her brother's last moments. Her expression hardens with cold resolve. She gazes at him intently, determined to hear the truth. He sighs, remarking that the crown prince was right about her stubborn nature. He closes his eyes and begins to recount what happened. In a flashback, he explains that the crown prince's horse slipped on the ice, throwing him. An attendant looks back in horror from atop his horse. Just then, a menacing tiger with glowing eyes emerged from the woods. The man recalls sending the prince ahead, while he stayed to face the tiger alone. He managed to wound the beast in the initial confrontation. For a moment, he believed he had been lucky, but that was before he found the dismembered bodies of the other guards. He realized with horror that a second tiger was there. Enraged, he charged, shouting in defense of the crown prince. His quiver of arrows was at the ready. He barely managed to wound the second tiger in the fight, but the beast struck back fiercely, swiping at him. Its powerful counterattack knocked him unconscious. He awoke to find the tiger's fangs inches from his face. Suddenly, the tiger cried out and recoiled in pain. Lying wounded, he watched, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A mysterious female archer appeared, challenging the tiger. "I am your enemy," she declared, drawing its attention away from him. Back in the present, Xia listens to his story, her eyes wide with shock. He concludes his tale, explaining that when he next awoke, he was the sole survivor. The memory shows him standing over the slain tiger and his fallen comrades. Using a fallen comrade's sword, he delivered the final blow to the beast. He tells her the crown prince carried family portraits with him, calling him a good brother. Weeping, she clutches a bouquet of yellow memorial flowers. She remembers a time when the crown prince walked with her through the palace. She fondly recalls his gentle smile, thinking of him as a foolishly good person who always put others first. She fondly recalls loving her brother's kind and selfless nature. She admits she is resentful, but decides against punishment, believing it would dishonor her brother's memory. As night falls, her attendants gently urge the little princess to return inside from the cold. The bandage guard's expression hardens with grim resolve, The small procession walks through the dark and quiet palace courtyard. They continue on their way in somber silence. She suddenly stops, telling her concerned attendant that she thought she saw a familiar face. The attendant explains the person was a maid from the demoted Lady Hong Sukwan's residence, which made her wary. The lady reassures her that the concubine has always been sickly and often required medicine. She adds that Lady Hong Sukwan begged to say goodbye to the crown prince and was granted temporary leave. Hearing nearby gossip about the concubine's sudden show of loyalty, Sia grows annoyed. She asks the bandaged guard about the other fallen guards, and he confirms they died protecting the prince and will be honored. The guard's expression is troubled, as he considers the fate of his comrades. He explains they will be reorganized to serve the new crown prince, and Sia falls silent. He confesses that after serving the late prince for so long, he cannot bear to serve a new master. Sia urges him to come inside and cherish the life her brother saved. He smiles softly, recalling how excited the crown prince was to watch her grow up. She tells him to take care of himself, and he, Guard Yan, wishes her the same. They part ways in the vast, dark palace grounds. An attendant notes the gloomy atmosphere of the palace, wondering if it's due to the mourning period. While the official cause of death was an accident, secret rumors spread about court ladies vanishing after gossiping about tigers and spirits. She recalls hearing rumors of Tiger Prince and the dead prince's voice, her mind settling on the idea of a vengeful spirit. An attendant warns her about vengeful spirits, souls enslaved by tigers that lure new victims for their masters. Sia reasons that since no one calls her by her name anymore, any such voice must be a spirit. Suddenly a voice shouts, "Who is it?" startling the group. A disembodied voice whispers, "Sia, Sia," causing her attendants to shriek in terror. Her eyes widen in horror as she spots a lurking predator and screams, "A tiger!" Her terrified scream echoes again as the tiger reveals itself. Kya! Panic erupts, and the court ladies scream as their lantern clatters to the ground. An attendant quickly pulls Sia into a protective embrace. Perched on a high wall, a tiger gazes down at its terrified prey. The attendants flee in terror, carrying the princess with them. As she's carried away, Sia looks back in wide-eyed horror. In her panic, she wonders if ghosts and spirits are actually real. A chilling voice emanates from the tiger, saying, "Come here, I'm your brother." Hike. The attendants gasp as the maid carrying Sia is violently pulled backward. Yeah! The maid screams as she's thrown to the ground. The tiger now stands over two fallen guardsmen as the voice continues to call Sia's name. A terrified maid holds Sia tight as the tiger stalks closer. Dragged backward by an unseen force, the maid realizes there's something unnatural about this tiger. They are thrown violently to the ground. The dazed maid calls out for her companion as the tiger stares down with glowing red eyes. The tiger's massive, dark silhouette looms over the fallen princess and her maid. Hike! A maid screams for the little princess as the tiger's giant paw swipes down. Voices cry out for the princess as guards discover the tiger standing over an unconscious body. Guard Yan and another man rush to the scene, demanding to know if the princess is safe. Crying with relief, a maid hugs the terrified Sia, glad that help arrived just in time. Looking at the scene in disbelief, Guard Yan angrily wonders what dared to attack the princess. The royal guard arrives with torches, demanding to know what is happening. A high-ranking official questions the group, and a shaken attendant begins to stammer an explanation. An official furiously silences Sia's claim that the crown prince is a tiger. He dismisses her words as nonsensical babbling caused by fear. Sia points, creating a cover story that a strange man fled into the darkness. Nodding, the official tells Guard Yan that they will pursue the supposed stranger. A concerned maid quietly asks Sia if she should inform the royal guard about what they truly saw. The maid worries that if it was a malevolent being, they are helpless, while Sia notes the voice was different. Sia confidently thinks that she would, of course, recognize her own brother's voice. Her attendant asks how she can be so sure it wasn't the prince or a tiger. Sia explains that while everyone else fled blindly, she was the only one who saw the creature clearly. She admits that even she might have mistaken the creature for a tiger at first. In a flashback, she recalls that the tiger's movements were unnatural for an animal. She reveals the shocking truth that the beast was carrying a sword that shined in the moonlight. Sia concludes that such a creature could not possibly be the work of a human. Realizing she must control the narrative, she decides to carefully explain the situation to prevent dangerous rumors. She considers the public story of the prince dying from smallpox versus the truth of a tiger attack. She fears people will believe the crown prince's spirit is trapped in the beast, seeking revenge. Ha! She steps forward with grim determination. A guard holding a torch suddenly blocks her path, demanding to know who she is. A lady named Songbi rushes to Sia, urging her to go see her mother right now. Songbi explains with panic that something is terribly wrong with Sia's mother. She desperately calls for a doctor, who looks on in startled confusion. Grabbing the doctor, Songbi shouts that the princess's mother is bleeding. The urgent cry for help echoes again as she pulls the doctor along. Struck with horror, Sia processes the terrible news. Her sister is hemorrhaging. The entire group rushes off as someone vows to call for more doctors and healers. At her sister's residence, a lady shakes an attendant, demanding to know what caused the sudden bleeding. The attendant explains Her Highness seemed fine until she went for a walk after dinner. In tears, the attendant recounts how a monster suddenly appeared during their walk. Another maid adds that they heard a young man's voice calling for Her Highness. Sia questions if they're sure it was a human voice, and the attendant confirms it. The attendant explains that after the voice, a strange creature lunged at them, frightening Her Highness into falling. Sia's expression hardens with rage as she wonders who would dare harm her sister. The scene transitions to a quiet palace building at night. As two maids discuss her sister's worsening condition and worry, Sia asks for more details. Now being carried, Sia presses the attendants, asking if her sister showed any strange symptoms. An attendant explains that Her Highness's health has been unstable since the mourning ceremony began. She recounts taking her to the hospital where her emotional distress was treated with medicine that only worked temporarily before a scream erupts from within. Horrified, Sia listens to the screams, wondering what is happening to her sister. Ah! Cries from inside announce the baby is coming as they urge the mother to hold on. Sia is stunned, realizing the baby is being born 3 months prematurely. As a maid comforts the terrified princess, voices inside panic over the premature birth. Trembling in the cold, Sia desperately whispers, "Please, it can't be." A court lady kneels beside her, urging her to come inside out of the freezing cold. Overcome with fear, Sia trembles, wondering what she will do if she loses her mother too. The attendant tries to reassure her as agonizing screams continue to echo from the room. The pained cries begin to grow faint, and Sia realizes her sister's screams are fading. An eerie silence falls over the palace courtyard as they wait for news. The silence is broken by desperate, blood-curdling cries of mother. Tears of pure horror stream down Sia's face. Overwhelmed by grief and shock, Sia suddenly collapses to the ground. An urgent voice cries out for mother, desperate for her to stay conscious. As attendants announce her arrival, Sia sees her mother lying in a pool of blood. Sia gasps in horror, tears streaming down her face. Lying weakly on the floor, her mother whispers, "My princess." With her last strength, she tells Sia she was happy because she was there. As she whispers she was very happy, Sia tearfully begs her mother not to go. In the silent, crowded room, Sia whispers a questioning, "Mother?" The narration confirms her mother has died, as Sia's face fills with devastating realization. Consumed by grief, Sia screams, "Why? Damn it, why?" At her mother's lifeless form, she throws herself onto her mother's body, sobbing uncontrollably. Sia continues to weep over her mother's still body. An observer reflects that they thought the princess was too young to understand death. Acknowledging her intelligence, they note she's different, as Sia sleeps peacefully. Two officials discuss preparations for the concubine's funeral, deciding on a simple ceremony as ordered by the king. Two court ladies gossip about the death, questioning the official story that she died from fainting after seeing the tiger. As she sleeps, a thought surfaces. Maybe the rumors are true. She recalls how, in the original story, she never existed and her presence changed fate, leading to her mother's pregnancy and death in childbirth. Her two concerned attendants, Sungbi and Guy, watch over her. They continue to look at their sleeping princess with worried expressions. Waking up, Sia calls for Songbi and Guy, who rush to confirm she's conscious. She trails off, looking thoughtful and somber. Sia remains silent, lost in her sorrowful thoughts. A sweet memory of laughing with her mother flashes through her mind. Kneeling alone in an empty void, she recalls a heartfelt vow she made. She breaks down, crying out how both her sister and brother could leave her so suddenly. Her attendant embraces her, pleading for her to take care of her health, and Sia weakly agrees. The attendant reveals that Sia has been burning with fever ever since she collapsed, causing them all to panic. She informs the surprised Sia that His Majesty, the Queen, and Grand Prince Yongwon all visited her. An attendant hesitantly informs Sia that something else happened while she was unconscious. She reveals Lady Hong Suk-won and Prince Gyeongyeon also came, and Sia's expression darkens with suspicion. Her attendant cheerfully reassures her and brings medicine, dismissing any potential threats. Staring at the bowl, Sia questions if it is truly medicine. She recalls how her sister's condition worsened every time she took her medicine after the prince's funeral. She realizes the timing was suspicious, as maids from Cheoyang Pavilion frequented the clinic, but she lacks proof. She laments the impossibility of proving foul play, as the medicine is gone and an autopsy would be inconclusive. An attendant gently urges the exhausted Sia to stop thinking and rest. Urgh. She clutches her head in pain, remembering she hadn't eaten for days. Apologizing for the worry she caused, she resolves that nothing will change her path. The scene transitions to a quiet view of the palace buildings. Sia offers a small, knowing smile, her resolve strengthening. After several days, the imperial physician declares her recovered, and she is finally allowed to leave the clinic. She stands alone in the desolate winter courtyard, her gaze fixed and determined. As she looks at a building, she notes that one person was missing. She sadly acknowledges that a cherished person is no longer there. A sudden, frantic voice screams her name, Sia, startling her. A guard runs towards her as an attendant asks what's wrong. A person lies on the ground, weakly calling her name, as another voice shouts, Sia. Transported to her own funeral, she watches her sister mourn before turning to see her call her name. The sisters embrace, and one cries that the situation is terrible as blood trickles from her lips. A sharp gasp echoes amidst a thorny, dark illusion. Jolting awake in her bed, Sia looks terrified. She sits alone in her room, staring out at the moonlit night. With tears streaming down her face, she relives her recent tragedies. Now cloaked in black, she moves with quiet determination. She thinks how security is lax, focused on Grand Prince Yongwon, allowing her to sneak in. Looking at the palace, she worries that she was impulsive and doesn't know where to find Prince Gyeongyeon. Overhearing an angry shout about being Prince Gyeongwon, she claps a hand over her mouth in shock. A man in blue holds a small vial, telling a woman in white that she doesn't need to know what it is. The man promises to make the woman a concubine, asking if she'd rather do chores for the rest of her life. Hidden nearby, Sia looks on in horror, her eyes wide with fear and tears. A terrible realization dawns on her. They're trying to poison Grand Prince Yongwon. The horrifying thought echoes in her mind as she remains frozen in shock. Resolved, she thinks she must warn the Grand Prince immediately about the poisoning plot. As she turns to leave, she freezes, startled by the sight of the woman from the meeting. A voice from within calls for her to come out, and she nervously complies. The man thinks that even if the poisoning fails, the idea of his rival living in constant fear is appealing. Prince Gyeongyeon muses that if Prince Gyeongwon disappears, the crown will be his, and he wouldn't have had to kill Yeon Sang-gung. He concludes that all of this is His Majesty's mistake, as Sia listens in horror. She realizes he was the one who framed the crown prince and used medicine to kill her sister and the baby. Inside, an attendant asks Prince Gyeongyeon why he let the princess live, to which he replies, "It's an interesting question." The prince smirks, dismissing Sia as a threat, and saying he wants to see her beg for her life. Listening from the shadows, Sia's expression hardens into one of cold fury. Palace guards wonder why she is out alone at night, and note how strangely calm she is despite recent tragedies. At his desk, Grand Prince Yongwon thinks he is the only one Sia can rely on now, before calling her name. Sia rushes to his side, relieved he is alive, and he calmly confirms that he is. He asks if she had a nightmare, and she clutches her chest, her eyes filled with sorrow. She asks to stay with him tonight, and he looks at her with a gentle, thoughtful expression. After she falls asleep, he decides to stay awake and read for a while instead of sleeping. Sia notices a plate of dried persimmons and asks about them. He explains they were a snack he didn't want. Still lying down, she asks for one, and he smiles, telling her, of course. He returns to his book, remarking that she must have been studying and that staying still makes him think of bad things. He feels a pang of guilt, wishing he had been there for Sia sooner instead of focusing on his own recovery. He makes a solemn vow to take care of Sia in place of her lost family. Sia asks for one more persimmon, and he smiles, noting how much she seems to like them. His expression suddenly darkens as he whispers, "Brother." He flashes back to a memory of his brother asking for a strawberry, and when he turned to look, he saw his smiling brother's mouth full of blood. A sight that still haunts him. Back in the present, Sia sits up with blood dripping from her mouth, a persimmon in her hand. Ha! She gasps as blood pours from her lips, realizing she's been poisoned. Sia! He screams in terror as she begins to collapse. He catches her, desperately shouting for someone to call a doctor immediately. Attendants burst in, panicked, shouting to get a doctor for the princess. Holding her limp body, he whispers his brother's name, history repeating itself before his eyes. He shakes her gently, desperately asking if she is conscious. With her last strength, Sia looks at him and whispers, "Be a good king." Her eyes close as a final tear falls, blood staining her chin. "Sia!" He screams in pure agony, clutching her lifeless form. The narration marks the moment, the night of the incident. A startled court lady wearing a white face mask looks up in alarm. She looks up to see Sia, cloaked and somber, as she asks, "Your Highness." A young noblewoman tells her masked attendants to follow her to see Grand Prince Yongguan, but one questions the late hour. With quiet resolve and a tear in her eye, she remains firm in her decision. Her masked attendant looks on, a hint of concern in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, the attendant bows her head in apology and agrees to follow. As they walk, the young highness issues a stern command. Capture someone and don't let them escape. She instructs them to take the captive to the queen's palace and report them for suspicious activity near the prince's quarters. Her attendants are shocked as she insists her command must be obeyed above all others. She reassures them, explaining that if they tell the queen she gave the order, everything will be fine. Looking back with a confident smile, she tells her worried attendants not to worry about her. In a stark shift, the girl lies ill, panting and wheezing as she struggles to breathe. The masked attendant watches with teary eyes, calling out to her ailing highness. Whoosh time passes as a new sprout grows, and the scene shifts to a palace rooftop. A court lady carries a tray with a bowl of medicine along a palace corridor. A sudden rattle from a nearby door causes her to pause. Inside, the young girl Sia sits up, looking much healthier as a royal physician attends to her. A small, hopeful smile graces Sia's face as she looks up. The court lady peeking through the door looks on in stunned relief. Overcome with emotion, her eyes fill with tears of joy. The scene transitions to the exterior of the royal quarters. Stomp! Stomp! Heavy, angry footsteps echo through the palace. The stomping grows louder, rattling the doors with its force. Sia looks up, startled by the sudden and aggressive noise. The king storms into the room as Sia calls out to her father. She runs to her father and embraces him in a tight hug. Holding her close, the king demands an answer, asking how she could break his heart with worry. As she tries to apologize, Sia coughs weakly, and the king tells her not to speak. From an observer's perspective, the king continues to hold his daughter in the quiet room. A woman in a green dress appears in the doorway, calling Sia's name with concern. Sia looks up at the king, a sweet smile on her face as she addresses him as, "Your Majesty." She thinks back, admitting that what truly scared her wasn't her father's anger. Doom! It was Prince Gyeongwon who remained in the room, casting a dark shadow over everything. Sia flinches as the prince calls to her, and she answers nervously. Prince Gyeongwon glares at her, his hands clenched into tight fists. "Never mind," he says coldly, telling her to sleep, leaving Sia feeling deeply uncomfortable. He notices her changed robes before announcing that he has been appointed crown prince. Sia offers a simple congratulations, which seems to only make him more peeved. FWIP. He lunges toward her, shouting about the pointlessness of his new title while his brother is gone, and she is on the verge of death. Leaning over her, he vents his fear and frustration, recalling when he saw her vomiting blood. Sia looks up at him, the air thick with his raw, emotional outburst. Prince Gyeongwon bites his lip, his anger giving way to a pained expression. Sia watches him with quiet understanding, a hint of sweat on her brow. Overcome with emotion, he pulls her into a hug and apologizes. His face is tearful as he holds her, filled with sincere remorse. Squeeze. He hugs her tightly, letting out a choked sob. Sia gently pats his back, thinking to herself that she is sorry too. She realizes she never considered his feelings, and that he must have been struggling just as she was. Swish. He pulls back to look at her, a serious question on his mind. Done, he asks her directly if she knowingly ate the poisoned dried persimmons. Flustered, Sia fidgets and sweats, questioning why he apologized to her. Prince Gyeongwon stares doubtfully, questioning her solo visit and how her court lady sees the persimmons, prompting Sia to stammer that she ordered it after spotting a suspicious lady. She glances away, thinking about the consequences if the court lady was successfully caught. Smiling cheerfully at Prince Gyeongwon, Sia admits that she truly thought she was going to die. She peeks from behind a partition, nervously beginning to explain her reasoning. Prince Gyeongwon looks down, his expression somber and thoughtful. Looking up with resolve, he decides she deserves to be informed of what happened. Thump. The scene flashes back to a worried Sia as he explains the palace was in an uproar over the court lady's testimony. The memory continues, showing a distressed Sia as he recalls the palace-wide chaos. He explains that the court lady initially denied everything, but was tortured into confessing the truth because Sia was near death. A flashback shows the bound court lady screaming that she only added what Prince Gyeongjeon gave her, claiming ignorance of its contents. He continues, revealing poison was found in Prince Gyeongjeon's room, confirming her story. As the king ordered a wider search, it was discovered the poisoning wasn't the only crime, making Sia wonder what else there was. She gasps in shock as he reveals Prince Gyeongjeon had also been cursing their brother. Sia internally panics, realizing a curse aimed at the crown prince is a grave matter. Done. A blood-splattered effigy of a royal is shown inside a dark box. He tells Sia the king was so enraged, he was ready to execute Concubine Hong and Prince Gyeongjeon on the spot. However, due to the recent death of their brother and other troubles, their sentences were reduced to exile as commoners. Sia's brow furrows as she angrily questions if they were merely exiled. She seethes, recalling how they killed her uni, an unborn child, and tried to poison Grand Prince Yongwon for the throne, wondering how they could be left alive. Pat! A gentle hand rests on her head. Prince Gyeongwon pats her head comfortingly. Looking up at him, she quietly accepts his reassurance that she has nothing to worry about. He describes the harsh reality of their exile, confinement within walls of thorns so high that no sunlight can penetrate. He concludes that it is a living entombment, where they will eventually die from illness and misery. Sia asks if anything else was discovered during the search. He reveals a tiger skin was found, implying it was used for impersonation and dismissing Concubine Hong's denial. Sia listens intently, absorbing the new information. He concludes with relief that this means Crown Prince Seongwon has been cleared of the false accusation of being a tiger's spirit slave. The two sit together in the quiet room after the heavy conversation. With a warm, reassuring smile, Sia agrees. Looking out at the palace, she resigns herself, thinking there is nothing else she can do. Whoosh! As spring arrives, a recovered Sia stands on a balcony, greeted by warm sunlight and chirping birds. Her inner thoughts reveal a deep sorrow for those she has lost. Despite her recovery, she admits she couldn't bring herself to feel happy to be alive. In a sunny courtyard, a court lady asks if Sia must visit him again. Looking weary, Sia asks to see him later, explaining she just finished her duties at the queen's palace. The lady insists she must escort Sia to the crown prince, leaving the girl to sigh and reluctantly agree. Swoosh! As she walks with her attendants, Sia reflects on how often the king, queen, and grand prince Yongwon have sent people to check on her. She walks through the palace grounds, a thoughtful expression on her face. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit pavilion. Ta-da! A court lady presents a tray of yakgwa, announcing that it has been tested for poison. Sitting with Prince Gyeongwon, Sia questions if he summoned her just for snacks, though he seems more interested in his books. He retorts that it's better than nothing, and she concedes before taking a bite. Om nom. Her cheeks puff out as she chews, impressed by the quality of the crown prince's snacks. Sia reassures him that she is growing fine, but he glances at her and says he should be concerned about her short stature. He asks why she's so short, and she pouts defensively, insisting she eats well and that her court ladies would be upset by his comment. He chuckles, admitting he can see she eats well. Still, he worries that she isn't growing, as she enjoys another yakgwa, musing over his concern. She tells him not to worry, explaining that the physicians believe her growth was slowed by the poison she ingested. As she explains she will grow in due time, she reaches for the last remaining yakgwa on the tray. The boy asks why she called him, and she admits she ate all the sweets. He invites her to stay for a while, and she seems pleased by the offer. Freeze. He suddenly reveals that the queen is preparing to select a crown princess. FWIP. She is shocked by the news, but he insists it's actually a bit late. She asks if this means a marriage ban will be issued for noble women. He mutters that it feels too soon, as their brother hasn't been gone for long. Slam! She suddenly slams the table, jolting him with a sharp scolding. She begins a rambling lecture on the importance of royal wisdom for his future. With a fake mustache, she stresses the need for a strong maternal family support. HMPH. She pulls back, indignantly reminding him she is Princess Suyang. She demands freedom, but he refuses, worrying about the trouble she might cause. Done. He traps her by mentioning her skill in arithmetic, and she flinches in regret. An infographic highlights her revolutionary contributions to mathematics and language reform. Panicked, she realizes her helpful ideas accidentally started a revolution, as he asks for more. Dart, she claims not to know anything else and makes a desperate escape dash. He watches her flee down the corridor with an amused sigh. Relieved he's healthy, she runs off as her attendants plead for her to slow down. A week later, her new, grueling daily routine as princess is shown. Gaunt and exhausted, the introverted princess laments her draining social duties. She dismisses her maids, Songbi and Guy, seeking a moment of solitude. Resigned, she accepts that her attendants are still secretly following from a distance. Looking up at the palace roof, she lets out a weary sigh. Inhaling deeply in a sunlit garden, she finally begins to feel better. In the garden, she notices a young, blushing boy in a purple hanbok. The boy is immediately captivated by her beauty as she turns to look at him. From behind the foliage, she formally asks who he is. The boy looks up at her, his expression filled with innocent curiosity. She studies him with a curious and slightly guarded expression. The princess and the mysterious boy face each other in the beautiful garden. Realizing they are the same age, she awkwardly asks who accompanied him to the palace. Aha. A look of understanding dawns on her face as she concludes he is lost. He explains he is at the palace to represent his father from the northern military headquarters. Twinkle, he compliments her, saying she is too pretty to be a young maid. Deciding against revealing her royal status, she thinks it would be too complicated. Playing along, she looks aloof as he guesses she must be a court lady. Rustle from the bushes, she vaguely confirms his assumption. FWIP. Hearing a noise, she whips her head around in surprise. She asks the boy what's wrong, as he stares intently into the trees. He explains that he thought someone was spying on them from the woods. The princess beams, delighted to know her attendants are watching over her. She suggests he find his family, but he admits he wants to stay at the palace longer. Done. He cheerfully decides a scolding from his sister is worth the extra time. He marvels at the grandeur of the palace buildings and the beautiful pond. His final thought is that he was lucky to meet such a pretty court lady. Flustered by the compliment, she shyly points to herself and asks, "Me?" She can't help but laugh, clearly pleased by his earnest compliment. Plop. He sits on a railing, deciding to wait for his family and stay with her. The brown-haired girl looks embarrassed, thinking she was only agreeing to give a tour. A young boy with a black head covering looks up as someone offers to show him around. Smiling warmly, the girl says it would be terrible if he got lost again. Wow. He gasps in awe as they hold hands and begin their tour. Standing on a beautiful bridge, she asks if he thinks it's pretty, and he enthusiastically agrees. She explains this is a restricted area, and he nervously asks if they are supposed to be there. She reassures him with a smile, saying it's fine because he's with her in the back garden. The boy smiles, relieved by her confidence. Meanwhile, her attendants Guy and Songbi panic, having lost the princess in a forbidden area. The two children stare at each other, a significant height difference between them. Dazed, the boy asks how she's so tall, despite being a year younger, shocking her into asking, "You're older than me?" The boy smiles, happily sharing that this is his favorite place too. She smiles thoughtfully, remarking that besides the current crown prince, grumble. The boy's stomach suddenly growls loudly. PFFT. Sia stifles a laugh and asks if he's hungry. He blushes, admitting he is hungry after all the walking. He is amazed as she reveals a Castella cake she snuck from the dessert kitchen. A flashback shows him kindly offering to carry the box for her. Pop. She offers him a piece of egg wheat rice cake, asking for his opinion. Sparkle, his eyes light up, utterly captivated by the treat. Wish! He quickly exclaims how delicious it is and eagerly asks for more. Twinkle. With sparkling puppy dog eyes, he begs her for just one more bite. Keg. Overwhelmed by his destructive cuteness, she imagines him as a sad kitten. She gives in, telling him he can finish the rest, and he thanks her excitedly. Om nom. He happily enjoys the rest of the rice cake. After their snack, she announces it's time to go to the queen's palace, but he pleads to play longer. Glint. She gives a reassuring nod and says, let's go. She promises to show him around again next time, and he brightens, asking if she means it. Swoop. A large crow flies overhead, and she asks him what's wrong. Whoosh, he shouts, watch out! And pulls her into his arms as the crow dives toward them. Flap. She waves her hands at the aggressive crow, telling the rascal to scram. Ha! The bird lets out a cry as the boy catches it mid-air. The girl stares in shock, asking how he managed to catch the bird. Relieved, she thanks him for catching it, explaining she almost lost her ring. He looks at the ring the crow was holding and asks if it's important to her. A memory flashes of a man in royal blue robes presenting her with the very same ring. They both glare at the captured bird with determined expressions. He tells her to take the ring off the crow while he holds it down. Caw! The crow shrieks one last time before being dealt with. The girl angrily scolds the bird as it flies away, asking how it dared to take her precious ring. FWIP. She turns to the boy, confidently stating the crow will never return now. Mwah. She gives him a quick, grateful kiss on the cheek. Falter. Realizing what she did, she quickly apologizes with a sheepish expression. Hiccup. The boy blushes intensely, stunned by the unexpected kiss. He asks why she did that, hiccuping again. She wonders if she was more surprised than she thought. He pinches his nose, trying to hold his breath to stop the hiccups. Phew! As he exhales, she notices his hand is bleeding, and he realizes the crow must have scratched him. She grabs the boy's arm, insisting they disinfect his wound even if it's not serious. The boy looks up in confusion, asking what disinfect means. A thought explains the proper procedure. Wash a wound with clean water and then apply medicine. She carefully ties her own handkerchief around his injured hand. The boy obediently accepts her help, and she thinks he's as cute and obedient as a puppy. She marvels at his strength, recalling how shocked she was when he caught the crow with his bare hands. He says he takes after his father, who became a provincial governor due to his martial arts skills, which shocks her. She realizes with a start that his family is of much higher status than she'd imagined. In another part of the palace, a young woman offers a suggestion to His Majesty about recent ominous events. The boy is entranced by how soft the handkerchief is, as Sia looks on in dismay, thinking, no way. Sia beams, realizing his sister is the same age as the crown prince and must be a candidate for his bride. The boy is confused. He recalls that the female lead of the novel didn't have a younger brother. Grab. Deciding on a new plan, Sia takes his hand. She pulls him along through a field of flowers, telling him to come with her for a bit. The scene shifts to a grand palace building surrounded by trees. A young man in ornate blue robes walks solemnly through the palace grounds. A brown-haired young woman stands amid cherry blossoms, firmly stating she does not wish to be the crown princess. Hiding in the bushes, Sia excitedly tells the boy that the woman is definitely the female lead. Sia shushes him, eager to overhear the conversation as the crown prince questions the woman's refusal. The woman explains that becoming the crown princess would prevent her from pursuing a personal goal, and the prince asks what it is. Still hiding, Sia thinks this line sounds familiar from the novel she read. The brown-haired woman looks down with a sorrowful expression. In a flashback, she happily returns home to her mother, who lies ill in bed. She remembers bringing medicinal herbs, but narration explains women often went untreated in this era. The memory shatters with the painful realization that her mother passed away without receiving proper medical care. This tragedy became a lifelong source of regret for her. Back in the present, the brown-haired woman offers a sad, gentle smile. While hiding, the boy notes the crown prince's personality seems different from the original story, and Sia agrees. The crown prince smiles, telling the woman her boldness makes him like her more, and again asks her to be his crown princess. He explains his vision. If a noblewoman like her became a physician, it would help other noblewomen receive medical care. Stunned by his forward-thinking idea, she can only ask, pardon? Sia is shocked by his progressive idea, thinking it's completely out of character for him. The woman tells the crown prince he's the first person she's ever met who thinks this way. He smiles, admitting his younger sister is the one who inspired him to think differently. Sia listens as the woman asks if he means Princess Suyong, and he describes his sister as intelligent and quirky. He continues praising his sister's unique ideas, saying it would be a waste if her talents weren't used. He wonders aloud if there are other talented women unable to use their skills, moving her with his words. She's in awe, admitting she had no idea the crown prince harbored such thoughts. The woman asks if he could share these ideas with the princess, but Sia thinks that sounds exaggerated. He takes her hands, earnestly asking her to reconsider if she's the only one who can make this change happen. Sia and the boy watch in shock as she realizes he's using his charm to persuade the woman. The boy watches Sia's reaction, wondering if she's finally realizing she needs to secure her own position. Suddenly, the boy rushes out shouting, "Sister!" as he sees the crown prince holding her hand. His sister, Sukyeon, is surprised. Sukyeon holds her brother, asking where on earth he's been. Noticing his torn sleeve, she frets over him as he insists he isn't hurt, much to Sia's chagrin. Sukyeon demands to know how he was wounded and where the handkerchief came from, catching the crown prince's attention. The crown prince looks at the scene, utterly bewildered. A woman asks Sia why she emerged from the bushes, while another understands what happened. Her two flustered attendants bow apologetically nearby. The crown prince looks down at the little girl, asking if she is Princess Suyong. He smiles warmly, confirming her identity. He explains to the others that Suyong is his one and only sister. Stunned, the boy realizes Sia is Princess Suyong and shouts in shock. A promotional image features a black-haired man holding a sword against a purple backdrop. The boy is shocked as an older woman grabs his sister, Sucheon. The boy gasps as the woman scolds Sucheon for being rude to the royals. The woman, Kim Jihwa, apologizes to the princess, after which Sucheon introduces herself. Sia smiles, thinking Sucheon should be grateful, while the crown prince looks utterly shocked. The crown prince's attendants fuss over him, but Sia explains the boy chased away the crows. Relieved, the crown prince asks Sia why she was alone, but she feigns ignorance. Sia turns to speak with her brother, the crown prince. Sucheon announces she is leaving and asks them to inform the queen. The crown prince kindly offers to escort Sucheon himself. Sucheon blushes, happily accepting his offer to walk with her. Sia watches them leave, looking puzzled by the turn of events. The boy stares at Sia, who wonders why he is looking at her so intently. She asks if he wants to say something, but he nervously insists it's nothing. Sia watches them go, thinking the crown prince is more persistent than she'd expected. She muses that this is the first time he's been so assertive as he walks with Sucheon. The crown prince thinks her refusal made him curious and asks her to reconsider becoming crown princess. Sucheon politely declines, stating the responsibility is too much for her. She explains that she loves festivals and that the strict palace life wouldn't suit her. She dreamily describes her love for nature's beauty throughout the seasons and watching lanterns float down a stream. With a happy smile, she adds that there will be fireworks too. The crown prince asks if she attends the Buddha's birthday celebration every year, and she confirms. He looks down sadly, admitting that since he grew up in the palace, he's never experienced such things. He adds that now he can't come and go as he pleases. Sucheon expresses her understanding of his role, but he questions if that's what she truly believes. He leans in close, asking if she would personally take him to the Lantern Festival. Stunned and blushing, Sucheon can only stammer, "Me?" She asks if he would be allowed, and he says they'd have to go in secret while Sia listens in. Sia is shocked by the realization that he's planning to go to the festival. Her thoughts recall a plot to frame Jihwa's family for treason to stop the crown prince from choosing a bride. The plot was to be carried out on April 8th. In a dark memory, she recalls that everyone involved in the incident was said to have just died. The memory of a man in dark robes turning away shatters like glass. She recalls the original story's events, noting that even with changes, some things remain the same. She concludes that despite her interference, the events of the original story are still unfolding. Sia stares ahead with a deeply troubled and serious expression. The boy notices her grim look and asks if he did something wrong. Sia lets out a weary sigh as the boy looks on, confused. She leans in and whispers a warning to the boy, follow his sister on April 8th. He trembles, confused by her sudden and serious instruction. With a sly smile, Sia explains that she is going to the festival too. She bribes him with more snacks, and he immediately agrees to her plan. Fully prepared, Sia reveals she has packed Castella, a coat, and even brought a horse. The crown prince watches in amusement, wondering why his sister is so eager to tag along. Sia eagerly asks if she should tell her father. The scene transitions to a bustling village festival. Sucheon greets an arrival, asking if they waited long. She feels relieved she brought her younger sibling along. He is relieved Sia came, as is Sucheon, while an attendant wonders if it's a date or babysitting. As they walk, the crown prince greets Sia, and Sucheon notes his good mood. Elsewhere at the festival, a child excitedly asks his father to buy him something. The crown prince watches a tightrope walker with an unamused expression. Sucheon worries about the crowded festival, but the crown prince reassures her as Sia calls out to the boy. The boy appears wearing a cloak, and Sia asks in surprise if he actually came. He confirms he kept his promise, making her glad. He explains he was worried because his sister thought the crown prince might not be able to come. He sincerely tells Sia he's happy to see her again. She agrees, hoping for a happy memory, but her thoughts are shattered by a voice declaring the meeting treasonous. In a dark vision, a voice begs a king on his throne to show no mercy. A group of officials kneels in submission before the throne. The king glares down with a stern, unyielding expression. Back at the festival, Sia points to an ornate purple hairpin at a stall. She declares her intention to buy it, surprising her attendant with the choice. The attendant notes this is unusual, as Sia typically prefers rare art and ceramics. As the kids rejoin the adults, the crown prince confirms they have arrived. The boy looks on with a slightly startled expression. The crown prince asks Sucheon if she likes dried persimmons from a nearby store. She politely declines, admitting she dislikes persimmons, disappointing the boy. However, she suggests yakgwa instead, and the boy's face lights up with excitement. Yay! The two children rush happily toward the snack vendor. The crown prince smiles, satisfied by the kids' happiness, while an attendant thanks Sucheon for watching them. Night falls, and the festival glows with the light of paper lanterns. The crown prince and Sucheon continue their walk through the illuminated streets. Sia wonders what is happening up ahead as she and the boy walk on. A man explains it is a shadow play, and the boy marvels at the beautiful dragon puppet. Wow, the children are completely captivated by the performance. Let's go, Sia says, suddenly dashing forward, leaving the boy confused. The attendants panic, calling out as the children run off into the crowd. One sighs about children's antics, while another warns them it's dangerous to run. The two children squeeze through the crowd to get a better view. A performer in a scary mask roars, startling the crowd before laughing at their reactions. The mask triggers a terrifying vision of a monstrous red tiger in Sia's mind. Her eyes widen in pure terror from the frightening image. Back in reality, the masked performer stands before them as Sia remains frozen in fear. The boy suggests they leave, but Sia insists she was only startled and is fine. He pulls her away, claiming he doesn't like tigers either because they eat people. Taking her hand, he sweetly promises to protect her. She looks up at him, her expression softened and touched by his gesture. With a small, gentle smile, she agrees to count on him. The crown prince's voice cuts in as he finds them, saying, "There you are, Sia." He invites them to release sky lanterns with him from the city wall. However, the boy says he's tired, and Sia quickly agrees to rest as well. The crown prince asks if they'll regret it, then questions if he came to hang out with them instead of Jihwa. Sia reassures herself that since Jihwa survives in the original story, the crown prince should be with her. The boy asks Sia where they are going. At night, the group arrives at a village, and the crown prince announces their arrival. Someone offers a bowl of refreshing well water. As Sia drinks, she admits she's tired from walking, but the boy says it was fun. With a contented sigh, the boy agrees the festival was fun and beautiful. As the lantern event ends, a thought offers hope that everything might be okay. Sia worries, wondering if they've truly passed the most dangerous part of the original story's plot. An informational panel explains the original story's high-risk, high-reward plot to appoint a new crown prince. Pop! Pop! Hearing distant fireworks, the boy wonders about the sound, and Sia wishes she could have seen them. Sia tells the boy about another beautiful festival on the Han River, and he wishes he could see it. She smiles warmly, suggesting they go see it together sometime. They both excitedly agree to go together someday as fireworks continue to pop. The sound of footsteps echoes near the water's edge. Sia watches from a distance as Sucheon, the crown prince, and their attendant rest together. Nearby, the boy smiles peacefully, enjoying the quiet moment. Suddenly, the crown prince sprints away, looking panicked. An attendant watches the children, thinking how happy the young miss looks. The crown prince rushes toward them, shouting that something terrible has happened. Startled, the children look up as the boy asks the head servant what's going on. The frantic servant urges them to run away, delivering the terrible news that their mother has been accused of treason. The boy stares in disbelief, unable to process what he's hearing. Trembling, he insists it can't be true, certain his father would never commit such an act. With dread in her eyes, Sia wonders why this is happening and considers going back to check. Her thoughts race, questioning who would orchestrate this if not the chief state counselor. She desperately wonders what anyone would gain by forcing events to follow the original story. The crown prince reels in shock, repeating the word, treason? One of Suchion's attendants quickly shushes him, while the others look on in dismay. The crown prince frantically asks where the young miss is, insisting they must find her immediately. Suchion replies that Sia is on the city wall, but defiantly refuses to run, wanting to confirm the news herself. Her brother grabs her arm in protest. She whirls on her brother, telling him to stop being foolish and run, but he just stares back, confused. The boy looks utterly terrified, unable to speak. The head servant asks another man his name, and he stammers, Diakshil. Diakshil is ordered to run to the city wall and deliver the message to the young miss. Having decided on a plan, Suchion points to a map, detailing their escape route north across the Han River. She orders Diakshil to tell the others to meet them at the ferry dock. Suchion turns to her attendants and demands they give her the outer robe they were holding. The boy watches in confusion, asking his sister why she needs the clothes. Now wearing Sia's ornate hanbok, Suchion listens as Sia confirms she is fully dressed. Sia compliments her, saying the clothes suit her, but Suchion anxiously asks why she's doing all this. Sia explains that since the royal guards know who she is, this disguise is the only way for Suchion to escape their notice. As an attendant styles her hair for the disguise, Suchion quietly thanks her. Sia watches them with a gentle and knowing look. While combing Suchion's hair, the attendant thinks that she had expected Sia to try and stop them. The attendant muses that Sia isn't one to listen anyway, so all she can do is buy her time. Sia softly apologizes. The attendant declares their loyalty, stating they follow Lady Yongju because she cares for them more than anyone. Another attendant smiles, doubting this is the court lady's will and remarking that they are just children, caught in the middle. An attendant recalls Sia's kindness, remembering how she once ordered a physician for a servant who was burned. She further reminisces about Sia's compassion for other servants, forgiving one for a spill and protecting another from punishment. In a fond memory, a tiny Sia defends an attendant, declaring that she's not a bad person. Convinced that this is Lady Yongju's true nature, the attendant vows to follow her no matter what, as Sia watches with a determined gaze. Sia's thoughts reveal her own anxiety about helping the child of a traitor escape. She worries about the dire consequences for everyone if they are caught, as an attendant finishes Suchion's disguise. The attendant demands Suchion protect Sia at all costs, but Sia cheekily retorts that she values her own life too. Sia gives Suchion a bundle of clothes to sell and snacks for her journey, which Suchion meekly accepts. Now wearing a white mask, Sia coaches Suchion on a cover story to use during her escape. Sia hands Suchion several ornate hairpins and a ring to use for funds. She gives a final warning. Trust no one completely and hold onto all valuables herself. Looking down at the bundle, Suchion nervously agrees. Sia gently comforts the worried Suchion, promising to accompany her part of the way. Sia watches with a firm, resolved expression. Looking Suchion in the eyes, Sia reassures her that a child like her has done nothing wrong. She instructs Suchion to run far away and hide until the truth is revealed. As Sia finishes her instructions, tears well up in Suchion's eyes. Suchion quickly wipes her tears away, trying to be brave. Seeing this, Sia offers a gentle, encouraging smile and agrees to the plan. Sia then turns to her, asking if she knows how to ride a horse. The scene shifts to a palace gate under the starry night sky. Near the gate, a group, including blindfolded children, is discreetly led away. Two guards talk amongst themselves, one complaining about the mess while the other stresses the importance of not losing their charge. Carried on an attendant's back, a masked Sia feigns concern for her daughter to keep up the ruse. Suchion, now veiled and disguised, rides away on a horse led by the masked Sia. A royal guard calmly watches them depart into the night. Under her veil, Suchion blushes, clearly flustered by the tense situation. One of the guards admires the expensive silk dress, momentarily distracted from his duty. Their escape is shattered when a man points and shouts, having spotted them. The man accuses them, yelling that the child on the horse is the traitor's son in disguise. He continues shouting, exposing their ruse by pointing out the rider is a boy wearing a skirt. His companions express doubt, but the man vehemently insists he saw the truth with his own eyes. Thinking his companions are fools, the man lunges forward to take matters into his own hands. His thoughts reveal his motive. He fears his family will become slaves if Lord Kim Se-eun's household is punished. He knows other households are crueler, fueling his desperate attempt to capture the child. A guard steps in their path, blocking the horse and demanding they stop for a moment. Sia defiantly questions the guard for suspecting a young noble, but he calmly insists on a brief inspection. Wham! The accuser suddenly grabs Sushion's veil, shouting, "Got them!" As he rips off the veil, he reveals Sukyeon's face, certain he has captured the traitor's son. Sucheon stares back at him not with fear, but with a fierce, angry glare. A masked Sia slaps the man's hand away, rebuking him for daring to touch them and challenging his accusation, leaving him utterly stunned. The man's companions watch in confusion as he reels, wondering how he could have been so wrong. The guard now confronts the accuser, who nervously denies his claim but insists the fugitives are nearby. Tesk, Sia dismisses the commotion and prepares to leave with her attendant. In a last-ditch effort, the accuser shouts for them to wait and grabs the horse's flank. In a flash, an unseen force strikes the man down. He groans in pain as he hits the ground hard. Spooked, the horse rears up, neighing loudly, and Sucheon struggles to hold on. Kia! The attendant loses her grip on the reins, screaming as the horse panics. The attendant screams for the young master as the horse bolts, carrying a terrified Suken away into the darkness. Horrified, the attendant watches the horse gallop away, whispering, "No! Wep!" Enraged, she grabs the accuser by his collar, screaming, "You wretch!" She furiously threatens him, vowing he will pay if anything happens to the young master. Crying, the stunned accuser begins to stammer out a message. The attendant suddenly collapses as a masked Sia catches her. The masked Sia looks on with worry, desperately hoping they'll be safe. Whoa! An attendant carries Sucheon on his back as part of the escape. In a gentle memory, Sia is reassured that everything will be okay. The two girls share a meaningful, determined look amidst the flowers. In her thoughts, Sucheon vows to survive and repay her sister. Riding through the forest, a voice urgently tries to calm a bolting horse. A masked rider soothes her horse, praising it for not throwing her off as it snorts. She marvels at how intelligent the horse is, feeling a surge of confidence. An attendant named Songbi reports to the young master that she secured a horse, and he says it's time to go. The young master details his plan to use a horse named Jeoka as a diversion, so Haengnang can sneak Sucheon out. He orders an attendant named Guy to take Songbi's horse to Sui Gate. When Songbi hesitates, the young master notes her clothes are too conspicuous and offers her a safer outfit he bought. He explains that Sucheon must wear a girl's outfit to avoid being mistaken for a boy. On horseback, Sia reflects that the servant Deokchil was only after the robe, and the plan would have failed without Songbi's extra clothes. She realizes the child in the original story likely died because of that servant, and recalls how Jihwa betrayed her by bringing a guard. She worries about Jihwa, doubting she ever met her brother at the dock. She comforts herself, recalling that Jihwa escaped safely in the original story, and deciding their survival is enough. Riding through the dark woods, she wonders where she is after such a long journey. Alone on her horse, she questions who could have framed Jihwa's family. The narration explains that the family's treasonous plans were exposed. A high-ranking official in red robes thoughtfully strokes his chin, holding a scroll. The narration reveals the Left Chancellor twisted facts and forged evidence to frame Governor Kim Se-eun as a rebel mastermind. Puzzled, she wonders how this happened when the Left Chancellor is already ruined, questioning who else could be responsible. Deciding she's done all she can, she sighs, resolving to stop thinking for the night. Her thoughts turn to a return, planning to comfort the heartbroken crown prince. She then braces herself for the scolding she'll receive from the palace maids for her unexcused absence. A small, confident smile appears on her face as she proceeds. A voice suddenly calls out from the darkness, greeting the little lady. Her horse stops short as a man blocks her path, offering to take the lost girl home. 3 men surround her, claiming to be friends of her parents and telling her not to be scared. Confused, she thinks their story is impossible and can't be true. She internally scoffs, feeling that bandits is too kind a word for them. She sizes them up as common street thugs who prey on lost travelers. She calmly informs the men that her mother passed away long ago, leaving them stunned. She adds that she's a poor orphan with no relatives, forcing the flustered men to huddle up and regroup. The leader changes his approach, claiming to be her mother's old friend in need and asking for valuables. The men discuss a past scam involving a handsome boy whose family was ruined, wondering if this is a similar situation. A memory of two young, worried-looking girls flashes through her mind. The memory shifts to a bright, smiling young girl surrounded by tulips. The thugs grumble about kids running cons and the trouble caused by good-looking boys. Stroking her horse, Sia tearfully explains it was a final gift from her late brother. One of the thugs urges his leader not to mess with the horse, but the leader scoffs at his sentimentality. With tears welling in her eyes, Sia plays the victim, saying they only asked for something small to pawn. The thug leader suggests Sia remove her clothes, noting the silk is valuable. Angry, outraged, Sia crosses her arms and accuses him of being a pervert. Nay, her horse rears back in disgust as the other thugs chastise their leader for crossing a line, which he denies. Snicker, a mysterious figure in a conical hat, observes the scene, deciding to intervene after all. The stranger emerges from the shadows, addressing the men as riffraff. He scolds them for making a young lady cry, but the thugs insist they're just trying to survive. One of the thugs points at the newcomer, beginning to make a comparison. Wham! He's cut off mid-sentence as the mysterious stranger strikes him down. Oh, the thug cries out as he's hit, while Sia watches in shock from her horse. Astonished, Sia can only think, what the heck? The stranger stands over the downed thugs as Sia wonders where the skilled man came from. He turns to her, remarking that her horse looks quite fierce, and Sia nervously agrees. He reassures her the thugs were bluffing, but warns her it's dangerous to be alone at night. With a grateful look, Sia thanks him for his help, and he nods in acknowledgement. He explains that he originally named the horse Jiok-A for baby, but had to change it. The horse, Wurum, lets out a happy sound as he fondly remembers how small she once was, causing Sia to laugh. Having arrived at a large estate gate, the man asks if this is where he should leave her. Sia glances around, confirming that her escort should be waiting nearby. An attendant in a pink top rushes forward in a panic, calling out for Agassi. Seeing her escort, the stranger prepares to take his leave as Sia thanks him one last time. She finally gets a clearer look at his smiling face as he turns to leave. The attendant asks if Sia is okay and who the man was. Sia explains he was a helper. A man in blue robes asks if everything went smoothly, and Sia confirms she gave them a horse for their escape. With a worried expression, Sia prays that Jiwa and her brother are safe. The man in blue confers with a guard while an attendant waits nearby. The attendant announces to the young master that the Agassi has returned. With Sia now riding behind him, the young master dryly confirms her return to his attendants. Tucked safely behind him, Sia nervously asks if he knows what happened to Jiwa. The young master glances back, admitting he's unsure, but saw them escape the capital. He recounts how Lord Kim Seon-ik, a trusted commander, was suddenly branded a traitor. He questions her for helping them without knowing the details, but she insists the children were innocent. He gently takes her hand, affirming she did the right thing, and revealing he also arranged for Suchion's escape in disguise. Wah! He pulls her into a warm embrace, thinking that only she truly understands him. Looking into her eyes, he softly says she must have been just as worried as he was. A new day dawns over the tranquil estate. Back in her room, a frantic Sia searches for something, realizing it's completely gone. This is a promotional page for the publisher. Restlessly, Sia continues to wonder where the missing item could have gone. Overwhelmed with worry, she thinks that no matter how much she looks, she can't find it. While her attendant Guy helps her dress, Sia asks if she saw a ring while changing her clothes. Guy recalls seeing nothing of the sort and shakes her head, denying it. Panicked, Sia asks what happened to the clothes she wore the previous day. Guy promises to bring the clothes immediately as Sia anxiously follows. In a moment of dread, Sia realizes she fell asleep without checking for the crown prince's keepsake. She searches through her purple robes from the night before, but it's not there. She desperately tries to retrace her steps, wondering if she lost it at the market. She concludes she likely dropped it when changing, as an attendant warns her not to leave the chaotic palace. Sighing, Sia knows she can't risk going back, fearing the captured servant Yeokjil has already exposed them all. She covers her face in despair, worrying for the safety of Songbi and Guy as well. Guy calmly reassures a worried Sia, confidently stating that the captured man won't be talking. Feeling conflicted, Sia nervously adjusts her robes. She decides she needs to go check on the horse, Geoga. Her attendant explains that Geoga must be exhausted from the previous day's events, encouraging her to go. Sia reassures her attendant, promising she'll just check on the horse and come right back. In the stables, a guard asks an official if a horse is military grade, but the official clarifies it was a gift to Lady Yangju from the late Crown Prince. The official pets the horse, remarking that such an excellent animal is a waste here. Suddenly, Sia's face drains of all color in shock. Nay! The horse rears as a guard warns the official to back off, explaining its temper. The official scoffs that a picky horse isn't fit for military service. A man in a large hat approaches, chastising the official for disrespecting Lady Yangju's horse. Seeing Lady Yangju, the official quickly apologizes, but she presses him for a real answer. The man in the hat, Xiong, introduces the official as an old friend and future royal guard he was showing around. Lady Yangju sternly reminds Xiong that he's responsible for any trouble an outsider causes in the royal stables. She again asks the official what was wrong with her horse. Flustered, he claims he was simply mesmerized by it. She eyes him suspiciously, wondering why his voice sounds so familiar. Amidst yellow flowers, Sia calls for Geoga, who neighs affectionately in response. The official watches, murmuring the horse's name in surprise and praising it. Addressing her as Lady Yangju, he confirms the horse's name is Geoga. He asks if the name Geoga uses the character for child, startling Sia with his specific knowledge. A sudden realization hits her as she recognizes his voice, thinking, "No way!" A memory flashes of the man who saved her from the thugs, confirming he's the same person. Panicked by his knowing question, she realizes there are too many people listening to talk freely. To create a private moment, she instructs her attendant to take Geoga for a walk. The group begins to walk away, with Sia riding Geoga. Seong warns his friend not to cause trouble, while the friend confirms to himself that he was the one who helped Sia. Riding away, Sia pretends she heard nothing, trying to calm her racing thoughts. She hopes the scribe she bribed to borrow Geoga also heard nothing and will keep quiet. The scene transitions to a peaceful view of the palace grounds. While riding, they hear a noise. The official notes it sounds like it's coming from the palace and getting closer. Suddenly a man shouts, "Arrest those men," as fugitives flee through the grounds. The official immediately stands protectively, telling Lady Yangju to step back, shouting, "Move!" The fugitives run directly toward them, leaving Sia bewildered. An attendant grabs Sia, urging her away as Sia realizes the men might be trying to steal a horse. One of the fugitives points out Lady Yangju's horse and warns them to step aside or face the consequences. With a desperate shout to move, one of the fugitives lunges forward. He attacks the official, aiming to clear a path to the horse. Gah! The official is struck hard, knocked off balance by the surprise attack. He stumbles back from the force of the blow. Kia! As an attendant screams, the fugitive grabs Geoga's reins and mounts the horse. In an instant, the fugitive is on Geoga, ready to escape. The man struggles with the reins, confused as to why the horse is acting so strangely. He's shocked to find Sia's hand suddenly covering his on the reins. He looks back to see Sia has jumped onto the horse behind him. An attendant screams her name in terror as the dangerous situation unfolds. Sia leans her entire body into the man, preparing to make a move. She braces herself, knowing she can't hesitate for a moment. Whack! Using her weight and momentum, she shoves the man off the horse. Gah! The official catches Sia as she falls, while the fugitive cries out in pain. Nay, Geoga rears as other horses panic and bolt, causing a bribed attendant to cry out, "Enno, Your Highness, are you safe?" A panicked voice shouts a warning as another horse charges toward them from behind. Kya! A man holding Sia screams in terror. Sia clutches his collar, shouting her agreement. A horse thunders past as the man shields her. He spots another horse charging towards them. Grrg! The man is thrown violently to the side. He holds her close as she thinks she was going to die. A hand glows as they wonder what they are holding. Looking up at him, she realizes she's holding a beard. Feeling sleepy, Sia faints as her attendants rush over in panic. A voice urges a dazed Sia to get up. Looking up, Sia recognizes her father standing before her. The king expresses his worry as Sia wonders if she really just slept. Attributing it to fatigue, Sia apologizes for worrying her father. He reminds her of his constant worry and his duty to her late mother. She agrees obediently, her attention shifting to the man who saved her. She internally frets, feeling guilty for repaying his past kindness with enmity. As the king asks what's wrong, the guard's smirk annoys Sia. The king reveals her savior's name is Xungyun, surprising Sia. The king specifies Royal Guard Suong, shocking Sia that he's known. The king formally thanks Seongyun for saving the princess's life. The king offers a reward, but Seongyun only asks for a peaceful life. The king's face fills with regret, leaving Sia confused. The king asks him to remain a royal guard, and Seongyun humbly accepts. Blushing with curiosity, Sia asks her father about the mysterious royal guard. Left in the dark, she wonders why he won't answer her. 2 weeks later, the scene shifts to the Eastern Palace. A delicious-looking dessert is presented with a confidant, of course. Sia vents her frustration to Prince Gyeongwon about her recent confinement. He mentions some are still missing, imagining the former candidate hunted as a traitor's daughter. Sia admits she got along well with the girl due to their shared knowledge. She reflects that someone's frustration is understandable, as the poison remains unknown. She asks Gyeongwon about Royal Guard Sung, and he confirms he's heard of him. Surrounded by flowers, Sia listens with rapt attention. He gives a vague answer, leaving Sia to wonder where he gets his information. He asks if the guard is a retired spy, and she confirms his difficult past. He reveals the guard is known as the Immortal Spy, making Sia realize his skill comes from experience. They discuss his temporary role as a guard, a compromise for his desire to retire. Sia asks why not let him retire, but Gyeongwon insists it would be a waste of talent. Gyeongwon gleefully suggests using him until death, horrifying Sia with his ruthlessness. She notes his exhaustion, and he explains the heavy burden of his new duties. He wistfully wonders how their late brother managed the same duties and still had time for them. Sia suggests their late brother wasn't a perfectionist like him and had more experience. He reflects on the age gap, admitting it's an unfair comparison he can't help making. PF'd. Her pragmatic comment makes Prince Gyeongwon chuckle. He smiles warmly and says her name with affection. He jokes about their insane family dynamics, making Sia laugh. A comfortable silence settles between the two siblings. After fulfilling her royal duties, Sia plans a secret trip out of the palace. Crying, Sia confesses she lost her brother's ring, secretly proud of her deception. Her court lady questions Sia's destination as a guard approaches. Sia worries about being caught, questioning the guard's presence. She tries to silence her companion, but the guard's expression is stern. She recognizes Royal Guard Sung-yun, who respectfully confirms his name. Noting his changed appearance, he explains he trimmed his beard, and she thinks he looks younger. Looking guilty, she apologizes for causing him pain over his beard. He reassures her, calling it an honor to sacrifice his beard for her safety. He laughs, brushing it off and joking that he's getting compliments on his younger look. He questions her presence, and she explains she's searching for a lost item, prompting his concern. Her expression saddens as she reveals the item was a final gift from her late brother. The guard looks stunned and horrified by her confession. He offers to escort them, and she eagerly accepts his help. Together, they venture through a stone archway into the town. On horseback, she learns no one has seen the ring, a result she quietly expected. Pondering her options, she dismisses returning to the commoner's house as too risky. She suggests another location, but her lady advises against it, deeming it too far to go. She apologizes and suggests a rest, asking her attendant, Songbi, if her feet hurt. Growl. Her stomach betrays her hunger, much to Songbi's surprise. She boldly orders 3 bowls of soup, startling her companions. Her court ladies question her sudden appetite, but she cheerfully admits she's hungry. Concerned for her safety, the guard worries about her eating unverified food. The innkeeper glares suspiciously, asking if there's a problem with the soup. She notes the generous amount of meat in the soup, especially in her own bowl. Horrified, she wonders if the extra meat in her bowl is a form of class discrimination. Happily eating, she thanks her companions for the meal. Amused, the guard privately muses that the princess is quite unique. She casually asks about his past as a spy, making him gasp at her directness. He watches her with a stern expression as she innocently continues her meal. He asks her directly if she isn't afraid of him. With a bright smile, she explains she isn't afraid because he saved her life. He concedes her point, admitting that she is absolutely right. She glances his way, still enjoying her soup. 2 beggar children approach, and Songbi scolds them for touching her. The magenta-haired court lady offers to ask the children a question instead. Welcoming Charity, the girl listens as Sia describes her lost jade ring. The girl angrily asks if Sia is accusing them of theft. Sia clarifies her question as the boy looks on with suspicion. The girl dismisses her and tries to leave, confusing Sia. The boy glares back, his face a mask of anger. Jingle. She tempts them with a string of coins, pressing for information. Their attitudes shift. They offer to check their collection of found valuables. She hands over the coins, promising a larger reward if they find the ring. The girl specifies the ring has a unique mark, making it easy to identify. The children run off excitedly, promising to return after checking their findings. The guard doubts the children will return, but Sia accepts the possibility. Deciding there's nothing more to do, she suggests they finish their meal. Her attendant reminds her they must return to the palace before nightfall. Sia agrees, noting internally that they have been waiting for some time. She instructs them to leave the reward, insisting on keeping her end of the bargain. As they prepare to leave, Seong-yeon asks if she'll be all right, and she confidently says it's fine. Sia looks ahead with a pensive expression. Seong-yeon watches her with a serious, unreadable look. The scene transitions, focusing on sunlit golden leaves. As they ride along, the narration notes that the path back was not peaceful. Suddenly, Sia's face fills with shock and dismay. They come across a commotion where a group of men are kicking the magenta-haired beggar girl. Crying out that she didn't steal, the girl shields the younger child, who wails in fear. A man with a white headband dangles a string of coins, sneering at how beggars could have such money. Recognizing the children, Sia becomes agitated, and Seong-yeon tells her to wait while he investigates. The magenta-haired girl glares up with fury and defiance in her eyes. She lunges at the man, grabbing his arm and demanding he return the money. Wham! She strikes him in the chest, yelling that he's a jerk. Thrown to the ground, she gasps for air, clutching her chest in pain. The man raises his foot to stomp on her, shouting that thieves must be rooted out. No, Sia cries out in horror as her horse rears back with a sharp neigh. In a flash, Seong-yeon grabs the man by the neck from behind, shocking him. Yeah! With a powerful throw, Seong-yeon slams the man onto the ground. Towering over him, Seong-yeon coldly states that he shouldn't be hitting innocent children. Held by the collar, the man sputters that they did steal it, but Seong-yeon insists he should resolve things with words. Seong-bi cries out in alarm as Sia ignores her, spurring the horse forward into the crowd. Move, move, move! She charges ahead, her face a mask of determination. The men scramble away in panic as the horse barrels towards them. Eek! The horse rears up menacingly right in front of the fallen accuser. Sia calmly apologizes, explaining that her horse dislikes violent scenes. The terrified man scoots back, asking if the horse is dangerous. With a chilling smile, she warns him that while they could pay for treatment, a broken leg means he will limp for life. Eek! He shrieks in terror as the horse stomps the ground near him. Panicked, the man pleads for her and the horse not to come any closer. Sia glances back, her intimidating point successfully made. Seong-yeon tells the man it's too bad, as Sia inwardly giggles at her victory. Turning to the injured girl, Sia asks with concern if she is okay. Seong-yeon helps the magenta-haired girl, who insists she's fine while the younger child sobs. The magenta-haired girl explains with downcast eyes that they don't have any money. Sia tells her to go to the Haimin-seo for free medical care, but the girl refuses, insisting she's fine. Taking matters into his own hands, Seong-yeon lifts the weakened girl onto his back. Sia looks on, her expression tinged with worry. They arrive at the Haimin-seo, where a doctor in a blue uniform greets them. Carrying the now unconscious girl, Seong-yeon asks the doctor if she can receive treatment. The doctor sighs, stating they are too short-staffed to help. Sia questions if the sick should just die, thinking he's picking and choosing patients while he tells them to find a private physician. A thought occurs to Sia as she sizes up the situation. She wonders aloud if they couldn't just ask for help from Her Highness the Princess. Her court lady, Seong-bi, reacts with comical shock and disbelief. Seong-yeon agrees the princess would help, but says they can't trouble the royal court over small matters, surprising the doctor. The doctor breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing he's speaking to the princess's court ladies. His attitude completely changed. The doctor now cheerfully tells them to wait while he prepares a room. Observing this, Sia grimly concludes that power really is everything. The magenta-haired girl now rests peacefully on a mat, finally receiving care. The young princess looks up with curiosity. The magenta-haired girl awakens in confusion, and Sia gently tells her to stay lying down. When the girl asks about her parents, Sia angrily tells her not to bother looking for people who don't exist. The girl retorts that a privileged person like Sia has no right to pity her, and Sia quietly agrees. Seong-yeon asks if the girl isn't wrong, addressing Sia as little lady. Later, Sia reassures the girl that the younger child is safe at the Haimin-seo under Seong-bi's care. The girl vows to complete her task despite their loss, but Seong-yeon reveals he has her money. The magenta-haired girl is stunned to see the string of coins, asking when he possibly grabbed it. Sia declares it's unsafe for the girl to hold the money, shocking her. She clarifies she won't take the money back, but will give it to her a different way. The magenta-haired girl listens in silence, clearly confused. Sitting together, the girl tentatively asks what Sia's plan is. Sia reassures her again that she will receive the money in another way. She correctly guesses that what the girl truly needs is food, getting a hesitant confirmation. Sia proposes a clever plan to pay the nearby tavern in advance for the girl's daily meals. As she and Sung-yoon prepare to leave, Sia instructs the girl to get proper treatment from the doctor. With a worried expression, the girl asks if they will come back. Sia promises she will definitely return to see her, though she can't say exactly when. Turning to her guard, Sia asks Sung-yoon to inform her if the children find the ring, and he agrees. With the matter settled, Sia turns with a smile to depart. The magenta-haired girl watches them go, her expression somber and thoughtful. A brief memory flashes of the girl falling while protecting the younger child. Sia and her guard ride away from the Hyamenseo. Riding along, Sia becomes aware of a persistent gaze and wonders where it's coming from. She sees Seong-yoon smiling warmly at her and asks why he's staring. He explains that she reminds him of a childhood friend. He describes his friend as kind but fearless, making Sia wonder if she should be insulted or flattered. When he claims he was a weak child, Sia playfully grabs him, calling it a lie. He continues his story, telling of a brave friend who would chase away bullies with a fire poker. He explains that while he can't see his friend anymore, Sia's presence makes him happy. Seong-yoon smiles, lost in a fond memory of his friend. Sia's direct suggestion that they see each other often catches him by surprise. She cheekily adds that they can, provided Commander Seong doesn't retire. Recalling her reckless charge, he earnestly asks her to avoid such dangers, as he would be sad if she got hurt. Sia inwardly sighs about having another person nagging her, then fibs that her friend ran off on her own. Changing the subject, Sia laments the public's indifference, and Seong-yoon explains the thugs likely have backers. She expresses surprise that mere hoodlums could have powerful connections. Seeing an adult begging, Sia realizes the scope of the poverty around her. She learns from Sung-yoon that the new rice transplanting method has unintentionally increased unemployment and the number of beggars. The revelation leaves Sia looking pensive and concerned. When Sung-yoon suggests simply giving the beggars work, Sia asks what kind of jobs they could do. With a determined look, Sia concludes that finding a solution is a government official's duty. She proposes creating a professional military system, an idea that catches Sung-yoon's attention. He thoughtfully considers her proposal, admitting it's a good idea given the prevalence of military proxies. As they arrive back at the palace, Sia notes the economic benefits, and Sung-yoon praises her wisdom. In his royal chambers, Prince Gyeongwon states he's heard about her idea for a professional military. Sia looks bewildered, surrounded by floating question marks. Now, wearing sunglasses, Sia slams the table before her father and Prince Gyeongwon, angrily wondering how much the prince revealed of their secret conversation. Prince Gyeongwon calmly addresses her by name. Her father explains that with the trader's assets confiscated, he found a good location to build her a private residence, leaving her stunned by the proposal. With a polite smile, Sia suggests that it might be a bit too early for her to have her own residence. Her father insists, stating that after so many troubles, it's time for something good, and as ruler, this is his decision. He then declares it's time to choose her a husband, shocking Sia, who internally panics at the thought of an 8-year-old getting married. With intense conviction, Sia declares that she does not wish to leave her father's side just yet. Deeply moved, he realizes how attached the princess is to him. Her father chuckles, agreeing that she is still young and it's too early for marriage, much to Sia's relief. Sia formally steps down from the platform. Outside, Seong-yoon offers to escort her back to her quarters. Sia eyes him with suspicion. As they walk, she confronts Seong-yoon, asking why he told her father about her idea, but he feigns ignorance. She clarifies it was the professional soldier idea, adding he could have claimed credit, but he humbly says he is not skilled enough to steal someone's credit. He adds that he also wishes to avoid being caught up in work, which makes sense to Sia. Thinking he won't answer, she's surprised when he reveals he was dispatched to the north. Sigh. Suddenly excited, Sia asks if he's been to Baekdu Mountain, and upon hearing he's only been to the Tumen River, she declares she wants to go there too. He warns that the area is too rugged for a princess, but she insists on her dream of climbing the mountain. Song-yoon asks how she plans to climb it, and her suggestion of simply walking is met with awkward silence. Oh, right. Sia suddenly realizes there wouldn't be any established paths for climbing in this era. Dejected, she decides to visit Jumgang Mountain instead, prompting Seung-yoon to ask if she wants to leave the palace. Standing resolutely, Sia declares she won't be confined to the palace forever and asks to visit a nearby place. She decides on her destination, Jinjup. Her expression is filled with a quiet, hopeful determination. She smiles softly, thinking of her birth mother. Her two court ladies stand watch in the background. Seung-yoon tells her he knows the area of Jinjup well. Kneeling, he formally asks if he may have the honor of escorting her there. She looks down at him, surprised by his request. PFFT. Her court ladies whisper, wondering why a capable man like him wants to join a princess's household, suggesting he could be a retainer for her outings. Sia dismisses the idea, stating she'll have government slaves, but Seung-yoon questions why she wouldn't want them, noting their potential usefulness. He leans in to whisper that they could be useful if her future husband treats her poorly, a thought she finds rather scary. She decides to worry about marriage when the time comes, and he smiles, saying he will be waiting. Seung-yoon gives her a knowing, confident smile. Sia turns and walks through the palace grounds. She reflects on Seung-yoon, thinking he is uniquely expressive in a way her other attendants are not. The scene shifts as rain begins to fall over the palace rooftops. Sia asks Songbi how long it's been since she tasked the children with finding the ring. It has been a week. Considering the approaching rainy season, Sia wonders if she should tell the diligently searching children to give up. Songbi correctly guesses Sia wants to go out and begins nagging her to be careful as Sia realizes she's been caught. As her attendant warns her not to catch a cold, Sia dramatically flops to the floor, claiming she's staying put. Suddenly, she turns with a pout, complaining to Her Highness that the palace is incredibly boring. Leaning in, Sia whispers that she overheard talk about the rebels, shocking Songbi. In a quick flashback, Sia is seen excitedly thinking the story sounds fun, but as the tale concludes with the rebels being routed, her expression darkens. She thinks it's not fun at all. Songbi explains that deposed Prince Lee Su refused to participate in the treason out of loyalty, and is now being praised for it. Sia confirms the story has spread widely, and Songbi adds that ministers are praising the prince's royal dignity. With a chillingly sharp smile, Sia realizes that the crime of poisoning her was attributed to the mother, not the son. A narrator reveals the persimmon incident was ultimately blamed on Hong Soo-kwon. A flashback shows Hong Soo-kwon confessed to the crime to protect her son, a lie everyone believed. Sia looks up at Songbi, who tells her not to worry about the outcome. Songbi continues, explaining that the king is unlikely to lift the house arrest easily. With a clever smile, Sia simply says, instead, she asks Songbi to immediately report any similar news she hears in the future. The scene shifts to a bright day at the palace as a voice calls out to Her Highness. Songbi reports that rumors about deposed Prince Lee Su are spreading among the common folk. Sia asks if the mood remains the same. Her attendant confirms, adding that people are saying the king's actions were excessive. Sia finds it strange that court gossip has spread so quickly to the marketplace. Her suspicion deepens as she thinks about how odd the situation is. A map shows the prince's remote location, making her realize the rumors must have been deliberately spread. Her thoughts conclude with the certainty that the rumors were intentionally started. Sia vows she won't let the prince escape his punishment, while Songbi tries to calm her. Deciding to fight back, Sia proposes spreading their own rumors, shocking her attendant. Sia smiles with grim determination, planning to publicize all of Prince Gyeongwon's past atrocities, which she remembers perfectly. She begins her plan, instructing to inform the eunuchs about his confinement order. She emphasizes the reason. He threw the young princess into the pond. A narrator hopes to resolve this quickly before Sia's traumatic memories resurface. An attendant interrupts Sia's plotting, announcing the arrival of Head Court Lady Mun. While snacking, Sia asks what the matter is. She's told the visitor wishes to speak with her directly. Head Court Lady Mun bursts in, frantically begging the princess to stop the crown prince. Stunned and confused, Sia wonders what is going on. The court lady begins to explain about disturbing rumors, but Sia impatiently tells her to get to the point. She reveals that the crown prince has become furiously angry over the matter, and now he has ordered persimmons to be sent to the ministers' houses, shocking Sia. Songbi looks on, annoyed, wondering why this problem has been brought to the princess. Giving a thumbs up, Sia thinks the prince's reaction is even more intense than she'd anticipated. The terrified court lady nervously awaits Sia's response. When Sia asks if the persimmons are sent, the lady says not yet, explaining they need her help, since the tutors failed to dissuade him. Sia muses that perhaps the prince just wants to send gifts, but the lady fears the ministers will misinterpret his intentions. That's the problem, Sia thinks. The ministers will take the threat at face value. A brief, harrowing memory flashes of a terrified eunuch confessing his wrongdoing. Realizing the urgency, Sia decides she must go see the crown prince herself. She asks where he is, and the relieved court lady offers to escort her. Arriving at the Eastern Palace, Sia announces to the crown prince that she has heard the news. Prince Gyangwon looks up from his work, asking why she came without notice. Sia explains she heard about the persimmons and came because she has something to say. He scoffs, assuming his servants tattled and lamenting their lack of discipline. Bowing respectfully, Sia suggests the persimmons be sent under her name instead. The crown prince is taken aback, refusing to involve her, but she firmly rejects his refusal. With fierce eyes, Sia declares that, as the one who nearly died from the poison, this is her will. The prince's tutors protest, worrying about defending criminals and how the ministers might misinterpret their intentions. Sia counters, stating she is the one suspicious of the minister's motives and questions the deposed consort's longhouse arrest. She argues there were good reasons for his deposition, and that the king's judgment shouldn't be questioned so lightly. Prince Gyeongwon agrees, saying his intentions align with Princess Suyong's, and that some crimes are too unspeakable. A flashback reveals a chilling memory. Prince Gyeongwon recalls them throwing a young Sia into a pond. He realizes Sia remembers, explaining that her memory will shield her from being shocked when others speak of it. He starts to say more, addressing her simply as Princess. A tutor interrupts, reminding the prince that deposed consort Su is his brother, and questioning his harshness by quoting Mencius. The tutor continues his lecture, citing how Emperor Shun fulfilled his duties by embracing the half-brother who tried to kill him. With a sharp look, Sia asks if the tutor would still serve loyally if the crown prince threw all the tutors into the pond. She continues, stating his argument implies they should forgive deposed consort Su, just as the emperor forgave his brother. Flustered, the tutor looks on in absolute shock. He drops to his knees, frantically denying her accusation. Calling her words treasonous, he begs her to withdraw her misunderstanding while she stares back impassively. A faint, knowing smile crosses Sia's face as she asks, I suppose so. Turning to the crown prince, Sia instructs him to prepare a list of ministers for the persimmon gifts, adding that sending just persimmons would be tasteless. The confused prince asks what she means, and she suggests sending other things along with them. This scene transitions to the royal dessert kitchen. A lavish, completed two-tier food box is presented, full of exquisite desserts and castella cake. Sia requests another food box be made without persimmons, intending to send it to ministers who hold negative views of the deposed royals. A court lady in the kitchen turns, surprised to see the princess there. Shrugging, Seng Yun arrives, explaining he came empty-handed because the children insisted she come see the item herself. A bearded man explains that the street children are tenacious and asks Sia for her decision. Sia thoughtfully considers her options as the man offers to retrieve the item for her. She announces they'll send the food boxes tomorrow morning instead, causing a stunned Songbi to protest. With a sad expression, Sia remembers she promised the children she would definitely come back to see them. She thinks that once her father hears about the persimmons, she'll be constantly summoned. Realizing this is her only chance to go out, she beams, while Songbi lets out an exasperated, ugh. Arriving on the street, they find two boys fighting over an object, accusing each other of theft. Sia, accompanied by Seongyun and Songbi, sighs, thinking there's never a quiet day. Seongyun steps in to break up the fight, startling one of the boys who demands to know who he is. Triumphant, the other boy holds up the lost jade ring. He presents the ring to Sia, who accepts it with a simple, oh, thank you. She smiles, grateful to have the ring back. The boy boasts that he would have won the fight anyway, as Seongyun drags his opponent away, who yells that he only went easy on him. Sia steps in, clarifying they are fighting because one found the ring she requested in the other's territory. To settle the dispute, she offers half the reward to the boy whose territory it was, leaving him stunned. The other boy shouts in protest, calling him a thief, but Sia quickly tells them to wait. She turns to Songbi, asking what reward they had promised the children. Sia listens intently for the answer. Songbi reminds her she promised food as an image of 4 steaming bowls of soup appears. Gasp. The street children stare in awe at the table full of food, with Sia standing proudly before them. Later, at an outdoor eatery, the children happily thank her for the meal. Songbi remarks to Seongyun that there's always an incident with the princess, while one of the kids yelps from the hot food. Sia sits down and asks Seung-yoon, whom she calls Mr. I.M., if he heard that. She mentions the stories spreading about the deposed consort's past atrocities, privately pleased that her rumors are working. A flashback shows one of Seung-yeon's men telling others that the prince threw the baby princess into a pond. The listeners are aghast as the man continues, adding that he also tried to poison the crown prince with persimmons. He concludes the princess ate them instead, which is why the prince is under house arrest, as Seung-yoon observes the scene. A man thinks how terrible it is that such a young girl has endured so much. Surrounded by flowers, Sia smiles serenely. Seung-yoon maintains a serious, unreadable expression. Sia looks up at Seung-yoon, her thoughts still on the rumor she started. He looks down at her, his face a mask of concern. Seung-yoon's concerned gaze remains fixed on her. Looking up at him, Sia softly confirms his unspoken question with a simple, yes. The three stand together in a courtyard as Sia sits quietly. Peeking over her fan, she looks up at Seung-yoon, who asks if she is truly so calm about everything. A child wonders why a rich person would ask for their help. The little lady in blue quietly considers her next move. She startles the other children, who ask what's wrong. The children skeptically question her interest in their lives, dismissing it as a game for the rich, as she gives them a tour of the city. She explains that she wants to witness their hardship firsthand to convince others. A purple-haired girl warns her that their home under the bridge is no place for a sheltered lady. The little lady reflects on her secret project to document Joseon life, a hobby from her past life. A smaller child shows her where they found the lost item, crawling on the muddy ground. The purple-haired girl explains they washed the item in the stream, and the little lady thanks her. With a sad look, the little lady asks how the girl knew. The purple-haired girl asks if she pities them, and the little lady admits it's partly that. The purple-haired girl clenches her fist, saying she's thankful. The purple-haired girl asks if she really thought they couldn't find the item, and the little lady admits she'd lost it long ago. She explains her desperation, revealing it was the last gift from her deceased brother. The purple-haired girl looks on with understanding, as the little lady confirms the item was precious. Sharing a moment of connection, the purple-haired girl says she also had a brother. She sadly recounts how her brother fell ill and died suddenly. She regrets not knowing about the public clinic, the Hyman-seo. Back then, the little lady thinks grimly that the clinic was in such bad shape, he might not have been treated anyway. An idea strikes her as she wonders about a system to help beggar children. The children excitedly greet a kind woman who brings them food. They eagerly present their bowls as the little lady marvels at their speed. The little lady recognizes the woman as the one who buys them pork soup. She smiles to herself, thinking how cute children are. The little lady gently defends the children to the purple-haired girl. The purple-haired girl advises her not to be overly kind to them. She warns that unsustainable kindness will only foster dependency and ruin the children. The little lady thoughtfully thanks her for the advice. She reveals a child was hurt because of her mistake, surprising the purple-haired girl. The kind woman scolds the purple-haired girl for not seeking help when she was injured. The little lady smiles, thinking the woman seems like a genuinely nice person. As they walk, the little lady learns that the kind woman often shares food with the children. She asks if the woman also provides medicine, but the children have never seen patients at her house. Their male companion finds the situation strange and suspicious. A man suddenly shouts, accusing the children of stealing his ring and money. The little lady recognizes the accuser as a punk who previously stole from the children. She suspects the man, a castle guard, is seeking revenge after she helped the children recover their money. Realizing he mentioned a ring, she deduces that word must have spread about the jade ring they found. The man in the hat with a string of coins declares that the thieving children must be punished. The purple-haired girl frantically denies the accusation as a younger child hides behind her. The accuser turns to the little lady, demanding to know if the children stole the ring. She steps forward calmly, taking responsibility for the search. She offers to compensate the man if the ring is indeed stolen, piquing his interest. She begins her questioning, asking him what kind of ring he's looking for. Under pressure, he stammers before confirming that it was a jade ring. Her intense gaze unnerves him as she presses for the specific color. With his back turned, the man racks his brain, trying to remember the details. He turns and confidently declares it was a dark green jade ring. The children desperately plead their innocence, insisting they found the ring in the mud. The man with the headband calls out to the little lady, who says if the jade ring is his, there's nothing she can do. With a confident smirk, the man thinks to himself. Then, Sia turns the tables, asking about the ring's pattern and leaving the men confused. The man stammers, denying that a jade ring would even have a pattern. Sia thinks to herself that high-quality jade wouldn't have a noticeable pattern. She reveals her trap. The ring she sought was low-quality nephrite, shocking the man. With feigned disappointment, Sia concludes that this must not be the item he was looking for. Holding up the recovered ring, she asks how he will take responsibility for the false accusation. Sia holds the ring forward, again demanding to know how he will take responsibility. PF'd. The panicked man insists the kids must have stolen it. The children celebrate triumphantly, declaring their innocence and calling him a liar. Enraged, the military officer lunges toward the children as Sung-bi gasps in shock. Sung-yoon calmly steps in, advising the officer to retreat now. The officer explodes with anger, demanding to know who Sung-yoon is. Sung-yoon twists the man's arm, warning him not to bother the young lady as the officer screams in pain. The man with the headband shouts at him to stop his barbaric behavior while the officer groans. Sung-yoon coolly asks the military officer which department he belongs to. He notes the two men's closeness, questioning if he can ignore a false accusation. Sia worries that she may have to report this incident to her father. The official grows nervous as Sia considers reporting the unnecessary rumor. He drops to his knees, begging for mercy and claiming he has a family to feed. With a chilling look, Sia advises the government official to avoid such matters in the future. As Sung-joon scolds the official for his lack of remorse, the man apologizes profusely. Sia warns the men that while she'll let it slide today, she won't be silent next time. The officer blames his accomplice and flees, while the man thanks Sung-yoon. Phew! Sia lets out a sigh of relief, the matter finally settled. Her moment of calm is interrupted as she turns, asking, The street children gaze at her in awe, one wishing they could be like the impressive young lady. A child clarifies they want to be like Sia, not the old man, much to Sung-yoon's annoyance. The child explains her aspiration, to live boldly, speak up, and challenge the world. She shyly asks Sia if studying would help, offering to learn to read and write. Sia advises that while reading won't make her smart on its own, it will grant her access to more information. The child reconsiders, wanting to be smart like Sia, and wonders if studying is truly necessary. Struggling for words, she questions how children busy with survival could ever find time to study. Sung-yoon gently calls out to the young lady, getting her attention. He tells her it's getting late and that she should head home. The children look sad to see her go, saying it was fun. Sia smiles warmly, telling them she enjoyed her time with them as well. Promising to meet again, Sia prepares to leave, as one of the children looks on wistfully. The child stands with the others, seeming to recall something Sia said before. Sia turns back with a knowing smile, reassuringly saying, "It's nothing." Dong. The scene shifts to the king, who asks Sia if she really sent the food box. Dong. Kneeling before her father, Sia quietly confirms that she did indeed. The king wonders how it was carried out, knowing even she could hear the commotion it caused. He looks down at his daughter, asking if she believed her father couldn't protect her. The king flinches, shocked at what the princess has done. Sia clenches her dress, thinking that others cannot dismiss the pain she has endured. She reveals a shocking truth. It was not Lady Hong who ordered the poison that day. She explains that when Minister Su was free, the corpses of dead animals frequently appeared in the palace. As the king listens intently, she continues, stating some were sacrificial animals that had vomited blood. With a serious expression, Sia admits it's difficult to believe without proper evidence. The king thinks to himself that this girl is not an obedient younger sister. He looks down, seemingly ashamed and conflicted by her words. Sia looks up at him, asking, "Your Majesty." Without a word, the king pulls his daughter into a tight embrace. Holding her close, he apologizes for worrying her, calling her Sia. Surprised, Sia peeks over her father's shoulder during the hug. She thinks to herself that she had fully expected to be scolded. After the persimmons were sent, talk began that Minister Su should be executed. The reasoning was that his faction had tried to put a criminal on the throne. Sia reflects that, contrary to her worries, her own reputation didn't suffer. Hearing rumors of her being at risk, people grew sympathetic, seeing her actions as just sending sweets. She thought everything was going well until an enraged voice demands to know if they came to kill her grandson. An elderly woman, in a purple royal hanbok, glares with fury. The furious woman repeats her accusation, demanding to know why the princess has come. Sia calmly asks what she means, explaining she only came to offer the Grand Royal Mother some food. Wah. The enraged woman, the Grand Royal Mother, grabs Sia's arm in disbelief. She accuses Sia of trying to kill her brother as a food box is knocked to the ground, shattering. The Grand Royal Mother demands that Sia apologize to the ministers and ensure Prince Gyeongjin is rescued. Sia remains silent, a shadow cast over her stunned and hurt expression. The Grand Royal Mother wonders aloud if this is the work of other royal relatives. Sia asks the Queen Dowager why she's so angry, prompting a confused "what?" in return. Surrounded by yellow flowers, Sia thinks about the anguished wives of the ministers. The Queen Dowager angrily asks if Sia is accusing her of slandering the princess without basis. The Queen Dowager scoffs, refusing to believe the persimmons weren't a form of intimidation. Feigning innocence, Sia asks how a simple gift could be considered a threat, claiming not to know. The Queen Dowager is left stammering at a loss for words. Sia recalls asking the woman to explain what the persimmons meant, which she couldn't, and feels pleased by her anger. Recalling being harmed by the disgraced consort as a baby, Sia wonders why the Queen Dowager wasn't this angry on her behalf back then. The Queen Dowager is left completely speechless by the accusation. A moment of tense silence hangs between them in the palace courtyard. With tears welling in her eyes, Sia looks up at the woman and asks, "No?" Flustered and enraged, the Queen Dowager can only stutter in response. Whoosh! The Queen Dowager shoves Sia aside and storms away as a court lady shouts her title. As she leaves, the Queen Dowager yells back, asking what she's supposed to do. Sia stands with her attendants, realizing the Queen Dowager intended to leave all along. A court lady urges the princess to return to her chambers, but Sia firmly says no. She runs forward, declaring she cannot rest after displeasing the Grand Royal Mother. Kneeling on the stone ground, Sia vows to stay and atone for her sin until forgiven. One of the court ladies looks up at the sky, noting that it looks like it's about to rain. A different court lady stands inside, thinking it's almost time for the princess to pay her respects. The court ladies whisper among themselves, wondering how long Sia plans to kneel as it's already past 1 o'clock. Sia remains kneeling silently on the cold ground, her back to the worried attendants. The Queen Dowager thinks of Prince Gyeongjin's suffering, while Sia continues her silent protest. The Queen Dowager internally questions how Sia could be so cruel to her, a granddaughter who almost died. With fierce determination, Sia thinks to herself that she will never yield when it comes to Gyeongjin. The scene shifts to 2 ants crawling on the ground. The court ladies gasp as rain begins to fall on the kneeling princess. A court lady begs her to rise, fearing she will get sick, but Sia refuses to move while she is misunderstood. Whoosh! In the pouring rain, someone in a red robe runs away. The king runs through the downpour as his attendants call after him, one begging him to stop as the princess is not yet recovered, and another shouting to be left alone. The king calls out her name, Sia, as she turns, startled by his voice in the rain. As the king and the crown prince arrive, Sia thinks to herself that even the crown prince is here. From a nearby palace building, the crown prince wonders how his mother could say such harsh things to Sia. Now dry and changed, Sia smiles brightly and reassures her father that she is all right. Looking toward the king and crown prince, Sia addresses her father. The king commands Sia to stay away from the Queen Dowager's quarters for a while, and she obediently agrees. The crown prince looks down with a troubled and concerned expression. Sia thinks to herself that she had planned to drag out her protest and collapse, but now feels differently. A woman in a green hanbok rushes into the room, calling for the princess. The woman in green kneels and pulls Sia into a warm, comforting embrace. Looking concerned, she asks Sia if she wasn't supposed to visit her after seeing the Queen Dowager. Sia looks up with wide eyes, realizing she forgot and wondering what to do now. The royal family, including the woman in green, sits together for what appears to be a meal or tea. The scene transitions to the palace at night. Sia sits with 2 wooden boxes, pondering what they could contain. She opens one box to find it filled with royal confections, and then reaches to open the other. She gasps in shock at the contents of the second box, exclaiming, "Tea, this is..." Sia holds the lid, still staring at the surprising contents of the box. She thinks in astonishment as the box is revealed to be filled with glimmering jewelry. The woman in green scolds the princess for her bold attitude toward the Queen Dowager, blaming Sia for the incident. She looks down with a stern, disappointed gaze. Now in a pink hanbok, Sia formally apologizes to Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen explains that the king was furious and reprimanded the royal relatives who gossiped. Sia covers a smirk, thinking his response was bold. The Queen warns Sia that, since her rashness caused this, she must be more careful in the future. She asks if the princess understands, and Sia looks up, listening intently. The Queen gently takes Sia's small hand in her own. Leaning in, the Queen begins to whisper to the princess. She asks Sia if she feels uneasy about the situation. With a soft smile, the Queen reassures her that she would never abandon the crown prince or the princess. Sia looks away, thinking to herself that they are leaving her out of the discussion as she expected. For days, Sia is turned away from the Queen Dowager's residence as the weather turns gloomy. The court lady notes that the monsoon season seems to be starting. Sitting alone in a different dress, Sia worries about the beggar children she met. She recalls they live under a bridge and frets that the heavy rains will cause dangerous flooding. Sia asks her attendant, Guy, about the funds from her royal lands, hoping to provide shelter for the children. Guy reminds the princess that while she has personal wealth, her funds are not unlimited. Sia considers asking a royal relative for help but hesitates, unsure who to trust and wary of future obligations. One of Sia's court ladies explains their plan to another, saying they can bring the small ones in, one by one, and that everyone got wet yesterday because of her. Sia smiles with a knowing and clever glint in her eyes. She instructs her attendants to summon Seong Gyeomsabok, and they eagerly agree to fetch him immediately. Seong Gyeomsabok arrives at the palace and announces himself to the king. The king greets the man, asking how he has been lately. Gyeomsabok claims to be living peacefully due to the king's grace, prompting the king to laugh and remark on his smooth tongue. When the king asks if the princess is a bother, Gyeomsabok praises her as wise and kind. Pressed to be honest, Gyeomsabok admits he's been longing for another of the princess's egg rice cakes. The king asks Gyeomsabok if his mind is still unchanged regarding his previous proposal. Bowing his head, Gyeomsabok humbly declines, stating he is too weary and incompetent to serve his majesty. The king quietly accepts his answer, as a narrator notes this was 10 years ago. The king questions why Gyeomsabok remains at the palace, as he won't be given a post. Gyeomsabok requests to stay, and the king asks why he changed his mind about leaving. With a gentle smile, Gyeomsabok declares he wishes to stay by the princess's side. The king is stunned speechless, as Gyeomsabok confesses he is too worried to leave her. He recounts how the princess used her own funds to shelter beggar children from the monsoon rains. The king looks on in surprise, asking if it was truly Sia who did this. Gyeomsabok clarifies that Sia's goal was not to save everyone, but simply to help those who needed to stay dry for the night. The scene shows Gyeomsabok telling the story as Sia listens. In a flashback, Sia expresses her determination to give the children shelter before the monsoon begins. Gyeomsabok explains to the king that the princess acted immediately, knowing the state would be too slow. With a heavy heart, the king admits that he feels he is less than a young princess. He instructs the crown prince to never forget that the princess's compassion is the heart a ruler must have for his people. The crown prince reflects on the past, wondering if Sia saw something he failed to notice. After the monsoon, Sia hears rumors of her own good deeds spreading while playing a game, startling her with a thump. She panics internally, wondering how the news leaked after she ordered everyone to stay quiet. An attendant, Guy, happily clasps a jade bracelet she received from Sia. Guy gushes that the princess is being praised as a model royal, but Sia seems annoyed. An angry Sia realizes that Seong Gyeomsabok is the only one who could have talked. Guy reveals the king praised her in court and rebuked the ministers, causing a shocked Sia to knock over her blocks. Guy explains the king shamed the ministers by comparing their inaction to the young princess's compassion. Utterly mortified, Sia realizes her father used her to scold the officials and laments the end of her quiet life. Filled with rage, she screams for Seong Gyeomsabok to be brought to her at once. Seong Gyeomsabok kneels before the princess, awaiting her command. An enraged Sia accuses him of repaying her kindness with betrayal. She confronts him about the rumors, and he admits to telling the king, but denies revealing her secret trip outside the palace. Sia skeptically asks if he is now pleading for leniency. She presses him further, asking if he spread the rumors all over the capital. Gyeomsabok clarifies that the children, not him, spread the news of her kindness. Sia is horrified, scolding him for letting the children do something so risky. He calmly reassures her, stating the children were simply telling the truth about who helped them. Eloquently, he adds that they naturally spoke well of her, and Sia concedes that he's right. He smirks, noting that only doing as ordered might have gotten him killed, which only annoys Sia more. Gyamsabak explains that the matter was bound to come out, as nobody welcomes a beggar shelter in their neighborhood. Sia sighs, realizing she's dealing with a classic not-in-my-backyard situation. He continues, explaining that when a crowd gathered, he announced her involvement to calm them. Sia realizes he deliberately spread the rumor for her own good, and Gyamsabak confirms it. Annoyed but impressed, Sia wonders why he is so devoted to her when she has nothing to offer in return. After stating she dislikes schemes behind her back, Gyamsabak immediately apologizes. Sia changes the subject, recalling the strict conditions she set for the shelter. With rules against fighting and wrongdoing, most of the adults who wanted shelter gave up and left. Only children, the sick, and women remained at the shelter, now essentially an orphanage. She notes that Inspector Sang hired old comrades with her funds to keep the peace. She tells Gyamsabak she now wants to hire a teacher for the children. After a thoughtful pause, Sia reveals she already has a candidate in mind. They arrive at a quiet, seemingly empty house, and she wonders if they have the right place. An attendant suggests the occupants may be out and offers to ask the neighbors while they wait. Sia gazes at the residence, pondering how its inhabitants are adjusting to their new life. She notices two figures, a man and a woman, talking heatedly by a well. A woman in a purple hanbok, identified as Court Lady Min, begs a man to stop. An older man angrily scolds her, saying he thought she'd be free of money worries as a close court lady. Ack! With a thud, Court Lady Min is shoved to the ground by an angry man demanding money and refusing to believe she has expenses. As Court Lady Min looks down in distress, Guy rushes to her side, asking if she is all right. The court lady is shocked to see her. Sia looks on with wide, startled eyes, wondering what is happening. The man pulls Court Lady Min up, then smiles at Sia's group, guessing they must be noble ladies. He introduces himself as Court Lady Min's older brother, who needs a little help, but she furiously tells him to leave. Ignoring her, the brother approaches Sia to pay respects, but Court Lady Min shouts for him to stop. Seong Gyamsabak intervenes, sternly asking the man his business with them. The brother stammers nervously. The brother flees, promising a proper greeting later as Sia watches in disgust. Sia thinks that while Inspector Seong is useful, his presence leaves a bitter taste. She turns to greet Court Lady Min and the other women, who are stunned to see the princess there. With a warm smile, Sia invites the ladies inside to talk. Narration explains the plight of former court ladies who are forced to leave the palace and struggle to find work due to stigma. Sia recognizes that these highly trained but overlooked women are exactly the people she is looking for. Inside, a seated Court Lady Min confesses she doesn't understand why the princess would need her. Sia explains it's not for palace work, and Court Lady Min correctly guesses it involves the new shelter for beggar children. Impressed by her quick wit, Sia confirms she wants to provide the children with a proper education. Court Lady Min expresses doubt, questioning if children of lowly birth can truly be changed by education. Sia counters by noting that many court ladies come from humble backgrounds but serve well thanks to their palace education. Court Lady Min listens intently to the princess's compelling argument. A close-up reveals Court Lady Min's moved and thoughtful expression. Sia tells the assembled women it's a pity for them to wait endlessly for a summons that may never come. Looking around, she makes it clear her advice is for all of them, not just Court Lady Min. Sia warns them that the work will be harsher than palace life with many more chores. She earnestly takes Court Lady Min's hands, saying her presence would put her at ease. Holding her hands, Sia confides that there are not many people she can truly trust. Court Lady Min whispers her realization that with so many people around, troublemakers like her brother could not act so brazenly. Sia smiles encouragingly, asking the court lady what she will do. Court Lady Min's expression hardens with resolve as she makes her decision. Surrounded by flowers, Court Lady Min stands with quiet determination. Sia's face lights up with a brilliant, happy smile. Gratefully, Sia tells Court Lady Min that she has lifted one of her worries. Arriving at a new house, Sia is greeted as the sister landlady and hugged by a young girl who asks if she really bought the house. A former intelligence agent couple scolds the girl for her lack of manners, but she just pouts about being picked on. She asks about the children's leader and is told he is gathering herbs, while another child complains about drinking hot water. Sia explains that hot water is healthy and checks if the girl is bathing properly. The girl proudly reports she's being scrubbed clean, and Sia laughs, praising her. A sudden, heavy footstep announces an unexpected arrival. Sia looks up in concern, wondering what's happening. Two injured children enter, supporting one another, As another child points out, the landlady has arrived. The injured girl stutters in surprise, looking scratched and confused about how Sia got there. Sia cheekily reminds the girl that she's the one who set up the entire place. As Sia asks about her injuries, the girl says it's nothing, but her companion blames a spoiled punk. Another woman demands to know who hit the girl, while the boy insists it's obvious. TSK. A tall man arrives, guessing it was noble punks, as Sia asks the injured girl who the newcomer is. Oh. The large man cheerfully introduces himself as Maori, hired by Seong to care for the children. Impressed by his size, Sia greets Maori and asks if he knows what happened. Maori explains he didn't see the incident, but notes the children were near a valley, where nobles were loudly drinking and singing. The boy explains the nobles chased them away, then tormented them for fun, hitting them when they fought back. Sia furiously demands to see the girl's wound, but the girl clarifies it was the nobles' servants who hit them. As Sia gently examines the girl's scraped leg, she worries that they are badly hurt. The boy insists the nobles were waiting for them on purpose, revealing it has happened before on the mountain. A woman yells for the children to be quiet, while another reminds them fighting and shouting are forbidden here. Ha! Sia sighs, lamenting the fact that so-called nobles have been holding drinking parties every day. Sia turns to Mari, suggesting they teach the children martial arts, but he feigns ignorance. Pitying the poor children, Sia explains she wants them to learn self-defense, so they can at least run away or fight back against servants. Moved to tears by her appeal, Mori passionately agrees, declaring he will handle it. Sia brightly announces that a writing teacher is coming tomorrow, but a girl with magenta-streaked hair asks why they need to learn. Sia begins her lesson, explaining that servants can harm them because they have nobles backing them, which the girl notes they lack. With a disappointed look, Sia asks if they don't know who bought the house, prompting a hesitant guess. Princess. Sia proudly declares this is her private residence, meaning they are her people, and should report any harm directly to her. The girl asks if the princess will really scold their attackers for them, but Sia adds a condition. She clarifies that she cannot act on their word alone. They must provide proper evidence. Sia explains the solution. They will learn to write and submit a formal letter detailing their grievances, which she will personally deliver. The injured girl listens